Yo, what's going on? Welcome to this whole module series. This is module number 1 of how to become a better communicator to build a strong personal brand that cultivates trust. The parts of becoming a better communicator really is all about your energy and your confidence. That's what the core about this entire series is. And that's why I thought that it would be an amazing idea to bring you along the journey and really show you what it's like just having a conversation with me, but having me teach you some of the things that I've learned in my years of acting on set, performing, being on camera, making content, combined all into this module series. So module number 1, communication basics. We're going to be going into really how to speak very simply. I'll give you a whole brief about this entire thing, but it's all about simple communication and breathing techniques. Module number 2 is about breathing control and vocal power. Module number 3 is about articulation and clarity. Module number 4 is on-camera training, very important. Number 5 module is about visual storytelling. Number 6 is about long-form practice. And number 7 is a challenge. I got a challenge for you at the end of this. And I want to see if you can keep up with me. I'm going to give you a quick rundown about what module really is. Section number 1 is why simplicity is the most powerful communication skill. Section 2 is why relatability beats sounding smart. Section number 3 is the rule of explain everything to your ICP like they're 5 years old. Very good. Number 4 is make people problem aware. Number 5 is using analogies that everyone understands. Section number 6 is showing your losses, mistakes, and learning moments. Section number 7 is being able to speak on the same level as your viewer. Section number 8 is how to stay simple in real time. Number 9 is examples from guys like Hormozi and why they work. Section number 10 is the technical foundations behind simplicity. And section 11 is basically just a breathing exercise and a recap to anchor into our next module. First off, communication and speaking in simple terms is probably the most important skill to have when it comes to communicating and when it comes to creating content. Now, speaking simple, speaking like a human, being relatable, connecting, and making people feel seen is what this entire thing is all about. It's all about connecting with people and doing it in a simple way that makes them really understand that they know that you understand their problem, if that makes sense. Before your voice, before breath, before articulation, presence, storytelling, before we jump into any of those modules, you must understand what communication actually is. Now, communication is not about sounding smart. It's not about being impressive. It's not about impressing the girl. It's not about even performing. Communication is about making someone feel like you are right there with them. I'll say that again. Communication is making it feel like you are right there with the person. So for example, in a conversation, that's obvious that they're right there with them, but on-camera communication, it's all about making it feel like I'm on the same team as you. That's simple terms for you. So this is really the sauce here, and I'm gonna drop this right now. Make someone feel like you understand their problems better than themselves. Make them problem aware. Describe their problems in simple terms, be relatable using relatable analogies, and get on the same page as them and show you problem-solving things in simple terms. And that is what will build trust with your audience, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to build trust. We're here to cultivate a community. Ultimately, trust is the number one thing that is going to boost your conversions. If you can build trust, you can boost your conversions. If you can build trust, you're going to be able to build an audience. You'll be able to have more followers into your account. You're going to just build a big personal brand that's built on trust. Now, you don't want to break that trust, obviously, because it's very easy to break the trust. One wrong post, one thing that you say could completely break it. So just be aware that it's a very, very powerful platform and having these personal brands, because with great power, finish the sentence for me, comes great responsibility. Sneak peek, the exercises I'm going to be giving you are going to be kind of weird. You've probably never done them before. It's a lot of acting based techniques and training, but they all apply onto being on camera. Because if you're going to be on camera and you're going to be a content creator, and you're going to do this content thing, why would you not train like an actor and train your voice and train your communication and become more confident on camera the same way an actor would? So why is simplicity the most powerful skill in communication? It's because people respect clarity. People trust speakers who make complex ideas simple. And simplicity removes, honestly, insecurity. Because when you talk simple, if you can break down something that is really complex into simple terms that anybody can understand, that's a valuable skill. If you think of some of the biggest personal brands out there, the reason why some of them do so well is because they're able to take a big chunk of information and imagine what it would be like to share that same thing and to try to explain it to someone who is like 5 years old. And that's what we're here to do. We want to make things so basic and simple. We need to dumb down everything so that it makes things easy to understand, especially if you're in a niche or your content is about some really advanced stuff. Make sure that you can have this ability to really do this for your audience, because that's what's really going to set you apart from the other people that are in your niche. The people who talk crazy, analogies and all these complex ideas. And if you're in the same niche as them and you don't really need to show that you're this very knowledgeable person, because at the end of the day, all you're doing is feeding into your ego. You're just feeding into that version of yourself that wants to be validated for being able to know all this information. And yes, you will be, but it puts you above your audience. And that's not what we're here to do. We're here to be right next to them. And that's when people feel like they can trust you, because they feel like you're not above them, you're not below them, but you're right next to them. And we're friends. And people buy from people they know, like, and trust. And remember, and that's what it's all about. It's about being friends with your ideal client and your ideal customers. So, simplicity, simple terms. It's really coming down to just your basic understanding of these topics, right? So if you're a creator and you are a business owner and you are making videos about stuff and you can't break it down into simple terms, you don't know it well enough. And if you honestly can't do that, you need to go back and you need to learn the skill better. You need to just get more knowledge about it, because there's a lot of different things that you could tell me to try to explain in simple terms, but I'm not able to do it, simply because of the fact that I don't have the knowledge in there. But since you're very knowledgeable, you can break this down into simple terms. Like if I were to break down how to film a really good piece of content to you in simple terms, I would just say, look at camera, connect, don't lie, be engaging, smile, give value, have a clear call to action. And that basic information, which is very, very surface level, can honestly go a long way if it's delivered with the right context and to the right person. Now, granted, I'm just coming up with that on the spot right now, but it really shows the power and the amount of information that you know that you can just come up off the top of your head because you're so good at your skills in your business. So why does relatability beat sounding smart? I mentioned this, and being relatable to someone is a lot more beneficial simply because people don't want to feel like you're better than them. Like if I'm coming across your content and I'm scrolling and I'm like, well, this guy sounds like he knows it all and he's very good, but that's not really where I'm at right now. I feel like he's a bit too good for me. I might not be wanting to work with this person. I might not be wanting to answer this guy's DMs if he's texting me. So it's really important to understand this, because people connect with speakers and people who feel like them. People like to be in close proximity to people. If you think about it, when you were growing up, or if you ever played sports and say everyone on your team is pretty much all on the same level, and then one summer someone just gets really, really good at playing. Like for example, like say you're on a basketball team. Your one player is your starting point guard, for example, and he's just like, he's good, and everyone else is all around the same level. And over summer, that guy becomes really good, like way better than everyone else. And it creates like this disconnect between him and the team, and it does the team well, but it makes everyone else on the team feel like, I kind of hate this guy because he's taking my spotlight. Like, I don't want him to be better. And they're chasing that, and which is good for competitive sports and everything. But with your personal brand and when you're creating content, you don't want to have that disconnect, because the wider and the bigger that gap is, the harder it's going to be to actually connect and honestly work with people. Because yes, they see you as an authority, which is good, but the problem becomes when they see you too much as an authority, to the point where they're kind of intimidated by it. Even if it's subconscious, even if they're unconsciously thinking about it and not even like questioning it. Speak in simple terms. Speak as if you're speaking to a friend. Speak to one person as well. Don't address the crowd and your camera like you're speaking to an audience. You're not doing a seminar. You're not hosting a webinar. You're talking to one person. Even if you're talking in a webinar, you're still talking to one person who's looking at their laptop screen watching you speak. So it comes down to even like the language that you're using, because even if you're speaking in like, hey guys, or hey everyone, it's really selfish of you, because not only are you talking to one person, but you're assuming that you're talking to a bunch of different people, when really everyone else is experiencing your content for the first time for a lot of times. And it makes that disconnect even bigger. And that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to get down to the prospect's level. We're trying to get down to the viewer's level, the person behind the screen's level, in order to be able to really build that connection. And that's what builds the trust. Ask yourself, do you want to build trust? Or do you want to build your ego? If you want to just build trust, understand that you can't be too far ahead from your viewer. Even if you are way more knowledgeable, save that for the consulting. Save that for when you're actually talking to them on a call or something. Like, show your expertise there and explain things there. But don't do it in your content, because that's the first step. A lot of this stuff is top of funnel. Some of it's middle of funnel content that I'm referring to when you're doing stuff like this, but don't be too far ahead from your viewer. And I've kind of gone in circles here and spoken about this, but it's so important. Now, another thing is explain everything like your ICP is 5 years old. And this is really hard for me to do. I'm going to admit it. It's hard because there's a lot of words that I've kind of coined and like that I'm really, I guess, known to say nowadays, like articulation, for example. But some people, like a 5-year-old, wouldn't understand what articulation means. They might understand the words or the phrase speak clear or speak simple. So I'm trying to use that language more often than not. So put your ego aside. Stop using some big words. Don't overcomplicate things and use complex explanations and going really into depth. Even your analogies. Don't use analogies that no one can relate to, that are just like completely unrelatable. It's not about proving how smart you are. The goal is to make the idea obvious, visual, and simple. So here are some steps that I've written down. To, number one, strip the idea to its core. What is it? What is it that we are talking about? What's the context? Remove the layers. Choose simple words. Speak slower than you usually do. And I've been speaking really, really fast. But now, I'm gonna take a deep breath and I'm gonna calm down and use real examples. And really do your best to really put yourself in the shoes of your ideal client profile. Section 4, make people problem aware. Now, this is something that I got told today, which is really important, and I wanted to share it with you. I needed to add it into this whole module series, because this is about how you become the authority without even trying. Because when you can describe someone's problem better than they can say it themselves, that's when people really understand that you understand their problem. And that's one of the things that I said at the beginning of this. This is really, really valuable to understand. You have to say the thing that they feel, but can't put it to words. And when you can say that in a relatable tone that is simple, that a 5-year-old can understand it, and you can relate it to something like an analogy, a simple correlation between their problem and the analogy, and combining that all with good tonality, presence, and strong communication, projection. Oh my gosh, that's what communication is about. And it's all about understanding the other person better than they understand themselves. Bear with me here, because I wrote a lot of things because I wanted to add so much sauce and value into here. I wrote here, point out the pain in a clear, simple language. Show them that they're not alone. Show them that you understand, and you're going to be golden. You're going to be golden. You want your avatar, your ICP, your person on the other end of the screen to say, damn, this guy knows me. He knows exactly what I'm going through. And those are always the pieces of content that get me, because I am plugged into an algorithm myself, and I listen to people who are above me, who speak in really good language. And I feel that sometimes that they know my problems better than I know them myself. And that's really the power of strong communication and understanding of your product content fit and your product market fit with your offer and with your content. And it all just comes together in this whole matrix directing all to you. And I hope that made sense. I think that makes sense. Like when I say matrix of everything, I mean like you have your offer in the center and all of the things that are around it are helping you drive traffic to that offer, if that makes sense. Everything is all relating and pushing all back to the center of your offer, client acquisition, that whole thing. And every piece of content that you put out there has to be relatable to your ICP, and they have to feel like you understand their problem better than they understand it themselves. That is truly when they see you as the authority, and they don't see you as an authority who is disconnected from them with that gap that we've talked about, but they see you as an authority who is just right there with them, that knows how to guide them, that can hold their hand and walk them along the journey. Now, if you want actual one-to-one guidance and help from myself and my team to help you build a personal brand, to have a strong reputation, to be seen as someone who is the number one authority, the number one go-to person in this space, click the first link below, watch the video, and then follow the steps into the application process where you can apply to work with myself and my team one-to-one to help build a strong personal brand, to get you to a point where you can use it and leverage it to build a community, to build trust, to build whatever it is, to build your business, to generate leads, to just make more money. We're going to sit down and find all the hidden bottlenecks within your business, and you're going to walk away with a clear execution strategy roadmap in order to implement all this with us or all on your own. At the end of the day, my job here is to help. That is my goal. That is my mission. I don't care about anything else other than helping you. If I can be a small part of your personal brand and give you an insight that puts you forward in a better position moving forward today, that is everything to me. So, section number 5 is use analogies that everyone understands. Something that I recently am going to start implementing more. Implement some analogies that you know really well. Like if you've played sports, I played basketball, so I can relate my content and my niche and the things that I talk about to basketball, to like taking layups or taking a contested three. Like, for example, a piece of content that I could make right now would be like, if you're saying some crazy out-of-pocket hooks, that's the equivalent to taking like a contested three 5 steps behind the line because it's a risky play. Another person can argue that like the same thing for maybe like a golf shot. When I'm making a post that's really controversial, it's like I'm teeing up to hit a 300 yard with my putter, for example. I don't know. I'm just thinking of some examples on the fly here. That was a bad example, okay? But use analogies that everyone understands. Like there's like dating analogies, boyfriend analogies, girlfriend analogies, restaurant analogies, daily life analogies, Instagram analogies, like meme analogies. Like there's so many types of analogies that you can relate to and refer to really emphasize and enhance and structure your points a lot better and the information that you're giving. Because when you can give analogies, people visualize things, and when you get people to visualize things, it makes them understand it better, and subconsciously they're gonna trust you more as someone that they want to listen to, simply for the fact of being able to get them to, have that idea spark into their head. And it works because it really does bypass the confusion of a statement that you may make. You may say something like, for example, I signed more clients because I increased my retention rate, and that is the reason why I was able to generate more views, that generated more clients. Well, to give an analogy to something like that would be saying something along the lines of, I increased my retention rate simply to sign more clients. Because if you think about a first date, for example, you have to keep the girl wanting to learn more about you and not sharing too much about it so that you can close the deal and that you can ultimately secure the bag. And you do that by asking not too many questions and sharing a bit about yourself, but having a secret plan and having some kind of surprise at the end of the date that keeps the girl enticed and wanting to continue the date and wanting to spend more time with you and keeping the excitement levels up. I came up with that on the spot. But see, that's an analogy that you can use. It's like dating life, for example, analogy. And analogies really do create that relatability, which is so important. And if you pair relatability with analogies and speaking on iPhone footage, that in itself is literally what everyone wants to see, especially if you're a consumer of content like this. Like when I watch content and everything, the content that I will sit down and watch are people just FaceTime video style, talking and using analogies and relating things and really making it seem like it's not me watching them. We're in this together, solving the same thing. That's the sauce. So explain things in simple terms using analogies. Use like a gym analogy, a dating analogy, and implement storytelling and really paint that picture. And I'm going to also preface that later in the modules, we're going to be going really heavily deep into storytelling and some strategies that you can use to become a better storyteller on camera specifically. But for now, we're focused on simple communication, and we're going to keep flying through this. Section number 6. Show your losses, your mistakes, and your learning moments. I need to emphasize this because I'm just thinking of it right now. When I watch content, when I watch people and people I look up to, the more that I see too many wins, and we all know that social media is a highlight reel, it really creates this kind of is this really the reality of it? Situation kind of that's in my mind. And it might not create like a complete distrust, but it just looks unrealistic. Share your wins, but also share your losses, which is extremely important. You have to be authentic and share the reality of what this is, because that's what's going to make you stand out in the sea of creators and people who are just flexing all the wins and flexing all the good things that are happening to them. You will stand out if you share how you're eating shit and how you're constantly in pain, or you're dealing with problems and bottlenecks and nothing's going right, because people can relate to that, because people want to see that. People want to see that you're human too. People don't like perfection. That's why that's a huge problem with AI right now, is the fact that like there is so much perfect AI that people can't relate to it. And it's never going to replace real filmmaking, for example, because you could just tell that it's AI and it's too perfect. Maybe one day, and I know that they're coming out with crazy AI that makes things imperfect, but you can just tell. And it's kind of uncanny, all the AI videos out there. But it's a cool thing to have. Anyways, let's continue on. Because the more authentic you can be and the more raw and truthful you are, the more people will trust you, but it makes you relatable. And that's what this is about. It's about being relatable. And it all ties into becoming a better communicator. So stop sounding like a guru and start sounding like someone who has been through it. Section 7. Speak on the same level as your viewer. We've talked about this, but I need to cover it. Don't talk above them. Don't talk down on them. But do not act like you are better than them. Speak like you are solving problems with them, not for them. And it's hard when you are a consultant, it's hard when you're a service provider, but it's something that you have to do. It's something that you need to frame as the forefront of your content. You can't be giving someone the advice, you have to be conversating about the advice. You got to be conversating about the problem. It's almost like when you're arguing with a girlfriend, and here, look, I'm using a dating analogy right now. But imagine you're arguing with your partner, girlfriend or boyfriend, doesn't matter. And you guys are saying like, you know what, like the reason why like we didn't make it on time to this is because you were late, you were doing your makeup, you were just like, you weren't taking into consideration the time, you lost track of time, what are you doing? Versus like, hey, look, I know we missed a thing, I get that. I'm happy to have a conversation about where everything kind of maybe was not planned good enough. Maybe I can talk about what I could have done. I just want to kind of share what I think so that we can kind of solve this problem together. Because at the end of the day, I'm not mad at you. I'm just mad at the whole situation. And really, I don't want to create this like friction between the both of us. I want to still have a good night, still want to have a great date, and we can go out somewhere else. But I kind of just want to get down to the situation so that we can plan better for next time. Coming at things at an angle where you're getting on the same side as them, rather than being one-to-one. We want to be like two versus the world versus one-to-one. It's always better playing with a team. Let's continue. So how do we stay simple in real time? So here's 4 things that you can ask yourself while you're kind of making your content. And when you're creating your YouTube videos and you're scripting and your modules or whatever kind of content you're making, ask yourself, what am I really trying to say here? What is the point? Ask yourself, how would I explain this to my friend? How would I explain this to a 5-year-old? And what analogy makes the point I'm trying to make obvious? What makes this simple? These are all the things that will ultimately just make everything a lot more cleaner and simple. Like we said, this is all about being simple. And a majority of this whole series, and that I'm going to get into pretty soon, is really about like the actual technical things and the exercises and all of this whole stuff. But I really wanted to focus on this because it's so important to be a simple communicator and someone who can really come across as a professional without being too much ahead of their audience. It's so important to have, and I needed to explain the whole psychology behind it, the whole philosophy around it, the reason why it's important, and that's why I've spent so much time talking about it before I actually got into the actual good communication stuff and what to really say, how to go about saying things, because this is really the meat of this whole thing. It's really all about just being a simple communicator and being someone who can be trusted, like I've said and like I've reiterated thousands of times already in this video. So let's continue. An example of someone who does this really, really well is Alex Hormozi. He does a lot of things really well, but with his content specifically, you notice that he just has a whiteboard and pen, or maybe like a whiteboard and pencil, whatever, you get the point, or a simple slideshow. And he's really just talking in simple language. And this is all because of his creative director, the guys behind the scenes of this, because the guy is super smart. He was actually trained to do this by a guy named Caleb Ralston, I believe. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. He was really ahead of the people he was trying to target, and now he can target a big wide range of people within his content. He posts content all the time. And by switching his language to speak really to someone who is like 10 years old, like a 10-year-old can watch his content, listen to it, and understand it. And you really don't have to be that smart to understand the stuff that he's talking about, because he relates everything to examples that you can relate to. A lot of times he will use analogies and storytelling that justify his points and make it a lot easier. It's like when you had that one teacher in school that was just like really good at explaining things, and then you had that one teacher who just kind of read the textbook and just kind of read over the slideshow and just kind of talked about it and made it kind of intimidating that you wanted to ask a question, so they didn't really give you the opportunity to ask the question or make it sound like that you needed to ask the question. Like, we all know that one teacher that just made our lives harder, and they weren't a good teacher. But we all have the teacher who encouraged us to ask questions, who asked us what questions we have to ask, who made us feel like we were a part of the whole process, and they made us feel like we were learning with them. I had this one teacher, and I've talked about him in videos before, but I'm gonna shout him out right now. His name was Mr. Burke. He made us feel like he was a student as well. And that's what you gotta do if you're an educator, if you're making content that is for your business, if you're educating and putting out nurturing content, you gotta make it feel like you are a student of the game as well. You are not that good. You are not above anyone. We are all in this together. And that's what gets people to really trust you. Man, I love that teacher. And that's why I'm still bringing it up. Almost over 10 years. It's almost been 10 years, and I'm still bringing this guy up specifically because he made it feel like we were also with him. We were on the same side as him. He was also a student of the game, and he was teaching us, but he was asking questions, and he was learning himself, and he was asking us for advice and how he could do better. That's creating a really good relationship that's like a two-way road and not like a one-way street where that disconnect that we talked about. It's all about bringing that disconnect down, and it's okay if you have it already. It's really just a simple shift in your content and your messaging and the way that you make your videos. Now, let's get back to Alex Hormozi. Another thing he uses very well, I think I touched on it a little bit, but I'll emphasize that the visuals he uses are very simple, like stickman, and it makes him really like that authority that you will listen to simply because of the fact that we love simplicity. And the more simpler you can make something, it makes you perceived as the person to listen to, because why would you complicate things? Number 10. Let's get into it now. The actual technical foundations behind simplicity and speaking well on camera and keeping things simple. So speaking and communication is all running off an engine. That engine is your breath, your breathing, your ability to pace yourself, and your projection is all being run by your breathing into your lungs. A lot of times we breathe within our lungs and we are stuck in our throat. And I talk about this in the next module, but we're really talking about like how you can really breathe within your gut and just breathe deeper, because in your gut you have that entire emotion and all of the things that are inside that are just like bottled up kind of. And this is something I learned in acting, right? And we're not gonna get emotional on camera and everything, but really what I'm trying to cultivate here and what I'm trying to share with you is the importance of lowering our breath, not breathing too high up here and not staying stuck and having tension, but taking a deep breath, letting things go, and breathing into your diaphragm. Your diaphragm is where your central nervous system will feed into that breath and calm you down. And right now I'm feeling a little bit overheating. I feel like a little bit of sweat coming onto me right now, and I'm just gonna call myself out on that. And breathing into my diaphragm is really helping that right now, and just kind of lowering and resetting. That's what this is about. It's so important to take charge of your breath, because that's the power that's going to feed into your communication. Pacing is very, very important as well. Keeping a good pace when you're speaking and pairing that with calm breathing will not only help you speak into the camera, it's going to help you in conversations outside and being in front of people that you look up to perhaps. And maintaining that breath is so important to keep that consistency and to keep your calmness and to remain confidently, ultimately just to be confident. It's so important. And not a lot of people talk about this. A lot of people are really tensed up. all the time. They have tension in their shoulders, they got tension like in their neck, they are, they got tension in their legs, or they're just tight, and they have bad breathing patterns, and you put them on camera and they're stiff, they're monotone, they're not flowing. That's the reason why you don't have that flow state on cameras, because you're not breathing. Sometimes you'll notice like I sometimes might not breathe, and I notice that. And I realized that I got to take a step back and just like relax. That's so important. Another thing that is important is having a steady breath. Not trying to breathe too sharp, not trying to breathe too shallow, but having that baseline, that consistent, like in through the nose, out through the mouth. Another thing is keeping one idea per sentence and not trying to jumble up and compact a bunch of different things all together in one. It's all about really tying into that pacing that I was talking about earlier. Never stack multiple ideas in one sentence. Take things one thing at a time and pace yourself. Don't rush. Rushing will create that tension because you're going to feel like you need to deliver something. You have to feel like you're obligated to do something. Earlier, I started getting rushed and stressed out and anxious because someone interrupted me and opened my door, and I had to continue going. And that's just a skill that I've learned, is to be able to continue going and not giving up. And despite all the distractions around me, I still have that tunnel vision focus where I can keep that laser focus. But a lot of times it really messes with our head. So just take your time. Understand that things aren't going to be perfect. Like this video is far from perfect, and my communication is far from perfect as well. But that's what makes me unique, and being able to call that out is a really powerful superpower, I believe, because I'm not afraid to mess up. I'm not afraid to admit that. And that's what's really going to build that trust and that relatability. Because a lot of people could watch this and think like, damn, he's really just going off and speaking and he's not stopping. And he has all these great ideas. Yes, he's reading off his phone, but that's really good. But I've practiced this, and you can do it too. If it's something that you know really well, you can do it as well, and you can explain it in simple terms. And this is why I did this. I just want to be a prime example of what this whole thing is about. Another thing is to stop talking in circles. Once you have your point, move on. Just move on. This is a big problem that I'm dealing with right now, because I feel like sometimes I want to over-explain things and I want to get really into it. And often when I get really into it, I end up speaking about the same things that I've maybe referred to in the past. So it's something I'm working on. But this is a really big one. I feel like a lot of people do this, and especially if you are a yapper. So be aware of it. Being aware is something that you really can't teach. You either are aware of the things that you do, or you're not, and you're kind of slow maybe, or stupid. But I'm not calling anyone stupid or slow here. I'm just saying it's important to just be aware. Let's do a recap. The main thing that I'm going to emphasize about the breathing stuff, because I've already talked a lot about the importance of simplicity behind the words that you're saying and your points, your talking points, keeping things simple. Just remember the acronym KISS. Keep it super simple. KISS. Let's look at this recap I got. Belly breathing into your diaphragm makes your speech grounded. Chest breathing and breathing up in your throat makes you sound tense. Drop the breath. Let out a sigh. Let out that breath. Breathe in your diaphragm. Breath control gives you that control over your pacing. Breath stops rambling, and breath slows your thoughts. When you are rushing, you're not really breathing. That's that. I'm going to give you a drill that you can do. It's a simple exercise. Square breathing. If you know it, great. Do it with me. Find a square anywhere, and you breathe in. Hold it. Hold it. You get the point. This is so important. Slowing down your breath is vital for lowering your stress, honestly. And it's something that you should be practicing every single day. Something I started doing earlier this year was meditation daily. It's helped me in so many ways, but really by setting the tone of my day at a really calm level. Our brain is always fired up and thinking about things, and especially in the morning, you want to have that clarity and you want to know exactly how you're going to attack the day. When you breathe slowly and you meditate, and you focus only on your breathing, and you focus on breathing slower and seeing your thoughts, all the thoughts that are coming up in your mind, and letting them go. Recognizing it and letting them go with every breath. That's what's going to make you really calm and master your breath. So, square breathing exercise, very, very powerful, very effective. Another thing that you got to start doing and implementing first thing in the morning, or at any time during your day when you're feeling stressed out, take 5 minutes. No distractions, no phone. Put on some nice music if you want to, or just sit in the silence and breathe. It feels so good. It feels really good to take a breath, because I think even throughout this video that I have this standard and I have this want to make it perfect, but nothing is perfect. And breathing into acceptance within that is important. So take some more breaths with me. Take one more breath with me, and then we're gonna wrap this up. It's gonna take practice, and still it happens to me too. Like, you obviously are going to breathe in and out through your lungs, but try to really drop that breath and feel it in your gut. Now, another thing that we're going to practice is pick one concept, one thing within your niche that you want to explain, and find the most complex statement of whatever it is. Find the most complex thing, the hardest thing for anyone to really understand, and break it down in simple language for a 5-year-old to understand. Break it down in the most simplest form. Then give it one analogy, something that's relatable to anybody, and state that lesson and state that entire thing in one sentence. That will be your daily exercise, and the thing that you can always refer back to, because once you do it one time, you can always refer back to it. You can do it one time and have that basic framework. But it's all about taking all of these ideas that you have in your head and all the things that you're really good at and your business and everything that you want to teach people and whatever you're doing, and stripping it down to its core idea and breaking it into simple terms that people can relate to, that they can relate to the analogies and the storytelling that is all behind it, and pairing that with good voice, resonance, tonality, storytelling, articulation. All the things that we're going to be learning in the next modules are all going to contribute to building stronger and better on-camera communication that's going to build trust within our audience and make your viewers and everyone who is in contact with you within your personal brand all come together as one. And you're not going to be at top and polarized. You're going to just like mix in with the crowd, but people will still see you. Think about, rather than being on top of, pretend like a busy swimming pool, right? And then you got the lifeguard sitting on top of the chair looking over at everyone, right? He's sitting on the throne, right? But everyone looks up to him. Rather, you want to be the lifeguard swimming around with everyone, making sure everybody is taken care of. And you're kind of just like that golden aura that everyone's like, oh, he's that really good swimmer. He can, I know that if I'm in the same body of water as him, he can take care of me. But when you look up to that person, it's like, oh damn, like that's the authority. In some cases it's good, in some cases, and in most cases it's better to actually make the content where you're at the same level. So to wrap things up, here's everything that we covered so that you can understand everything all in a nutshell here. So now you understand communication on a human level. I'm going to read off my phone here. We covered simplicity, related problem awareness, analogies, having structure, your breath, and pacing. All of those things are so important to dial in before we actually start implementing the exercises that we're going to talk about and all of the amazing things that are in the next modules that I covered at the beginning of this video. So really hone in on this stuff and understand this to a core, because this is the principle of making your content. If you really do think about it, all content creation is a proximity to a conversation. So really, it's all about creating that relatability and pairing that with the whole content strategy and having hooks and changing people's identity beliefs and shifting their mind frames and stuff, and really keeping things simple and stripping things down to a core to really show that you are that authority without having to be on the top of the lifeguard chair. And you can just be swimming with people and they're going to follow your lead because you're in the gutter with them, you're in the trenches with them. And that's what this is all about. If you made it all up into this point in the video, thank you so much for watching. So in the next module, we're really going to be covering a little bit more of the breathwork stuff and the vocal part of this entire thing. And I'm going to show you some exercises that you can implement to get better at speaking onto the camera, actually speaking and manipulating our voice, that engine that I spoke about earlier, which is our breath, and fueling our voice and our language, the words, English that we're speaking, with our breath, and doing it with good pacing. And we're going to cover all the different exercises that I've done even before filming this video that really do help me out. All the stuff that I've learned from all of my instructors who are professional actors and everything. So I'm really excited for you to see that next module, and I'm gonna wrap it up now. I think that's everything. So we made it through. I'll see you in module number 2. Welcome to module number 2. So the last module we focused on kind of just talking about the importance of on-camera communication, and we went into a little bit of breath work. In this module, we're gonna be talking about your vocal power and your breathing control, as well as a little bit of confidence. And yes, I am reading off of my phone here. So bear with me here because I want to make this really smooth, if that makes sense. I want to make it very interactive and like very, very like casual. So again, I've always said this in the last module that I'm going to make mistakes. I'm not going to be perfect, but I'm going to be here to just be a demonstration of the product that I'm kind of putting out here, really. And I think it's important to really put myself out here because I really just want to get better at speaking to the camera. I'm always looking to build my skills, but also I just want to be like kind of raw, authentic, uncut, so that you can see what it's really like to be having a conversation with me or having me teach you. So this module is going to show you how to speak in a way that feels stable, grounded, and controlled. And it's not really just breath basics, but it's really your voice stability and control. And I'm just gonna preface, okay, look, some of the stuff that we're gonna do, I'm gonna be showing you some exercises in here, and you're gonna be probably thinking like, yo, this is really weird. What the heck is going on? I'm not going to benefit from this in any way because I'm a content creator, I'm a business owner, I am whatever. And why are we doing this, Michael? Like, why are we gonna do these exercises? Well, I'm just gonna be honest. There's a reason for this, and it's all to do with strengthening our voice, because without your voice, you have nothing, right? Closed mouths don't get fed. And it's important to train our voice and to train ourselves to use our breath to carry our voice and to express our emotions through there. And the best way to do that is by grounding your breath. And that is why we're going to be focusing on a little bit of breath stuff, like we talked in the last module, like the square breathing stuff, and really using your gut as your anchor for breathing and not our chest. Speaking from our chest, using our power from our chest, but really like sitting in the emotions that we're explaining and really feeling the things that we're going to be saying so that our content just comes off a lot more authentic and better and really raw, and it feels natural. And that's what I've learned in acting, and that's why I'm teaching it to you here, because so many people don't learn this stuff like I've always talked about. I've already talked about that. And yeah, this is going to be like a lot of fun because it's kind of like a refresher, because I haven't done some of this stuff in a while, but I know that I trained it a lot, and I'm really excited to kind of show you these kind of exercises because it's a lot of fun. And some of these things you can use, some of them you can do it one time and just be aware of it, because at the end of the day, as long as you can really control your breath, that's all that matters. And by the end of this whole module series, you're going to learn that. So let's get right into it. There's going to be, let's see how many sections there are. There's 6 sections here. So I'm going to go one by one. Why vocal control matters. That's section 1. Number 2 is simple voice warm-ups. These are the exercises I'm going to be showing you. Number 3 is speaking from your chest. Number 4 is your flow and breath control, very, very important. And number 5 is your daily voice routine. And number 6 is the next steps and kind of wrapping everything up. So module number 1, why does vocal control matter? It just makes you stand out and it makes you more confident. Because do you ever come across a video of somebody, they're making a video, for example, and they're kind of like mumbling like, hey, I'm going to do this today, and then we're going to go. You know what I mean? Like, some people are just naturally soft-spoken, but they just haven't learned to ultimately, like, be in their voice. And there's so many things that contribute to this inability to honestly speak with confidence. A lot of things have to do with like how you're raised, how you're brought up, your parents, friends, family, all the experiences, because at the end of the day, life is all about experiences, and that's what really does shape you into who you are. But a lot of these experiences do end up having an impact on our confidence and the way that we do things, like speaking, like everyday things. Because if you're ingrained to speak very quietly, like maybe some countries, there's places where, you know, you're not allowed to really raise your voice and stuff. I'm just thinking off the top of my head, like, I think of like Japan, because like Japan is so quiet. Like, you walk around in like neighborhoods in the outskirts, it's dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. And so in those cultures, you're taught to be like very like normal, very, very normal, and like obey the standards of everything and societal norms and stuff. We're here to break past that. So no matter what background you're coming from, you still have a voice that you can access, and it's gonna feel really uncomfortable, because I know that for me it was very uncomfortable. I was never an outgoing person when I was in high school, but when I went into acting school and training and scene study and all these crazy theater classes and everything, it was such an eye-opening thing for me, and it was so uncomfortable because I wasn't used to like using my voice in this range and everything. It's such a very important thing, and it really does say a lot about you, the way that you speak, especially in social settings, because that's how people perceive you, right? And it's a direct correlation to how people perceive you on camera and how your content looks. All to do with your voice and your vocal range and just your confidence in general. So that's really what this whole thing is about. It's about building more confidence on camera by knowing how to like use your voice and just speak clearly. Simple as that, honestly. So a weak voice will make you sound unsure of yourself, and it makes the people that want to work with you feel like you don't know what you're talking about, or it makes you just look like not someone you can trust, which is what we're here to do, right? We want to build a trustworthy personal brand and have all the benefits that we can have with this thing, right? So what are you doing if you're not working on your voice and if you're not working on your presence and what you look like on camera, right? Like that's really what this whole thing is about. Oh, not to mention, I'm just gonna add this in here. Presentability on camera, so important. Like I have to make sure, like the lighting's good here, right? I got some like highlighting lights on the left and right of me. I got it clear, I look good. I made my hair nice. I don't put any product, it's just all water. But I brush my teeth, there's nothing in my teeth or anything, like eyebrows are looking good, like okay, I'm being obsessed with myself. But what I'm trying to say is that like you gotta be presentable. Be good on camera, like look your best, feel the best, and you're gonna perform the best on camera. It doesn't matter if you're just filming talking head videos on your phone, because at the end of the day, people will perceive you from any type of video that you put out there. So every type of video is a digital footprint to who you are and to what you're associated with within your personal brand. So if you make a one-off video that you don't really put that much effort into it, and you maybe just roll out of bed, your hair is all messy, and then you still make a video and you think it's good and it's fine, someone might see that. And that might be their first impression of you. And they're gonna be like, this guy doesn't give a fuck. Excuse my French. So just be presentable, look good, feel good, and you're gonna speak good and be good on camera, and you're gonna be able to build a lot more trust with people. That's my rant, okay? Now, your voice needs support. It doesn't need force. This is so important, because a lot of times people try to force these words out, or they try to speak louder, and they like just their voice is constrained, or they have tension in their throat or in their shoulders or somewhere in their body, their chest, their gut. They have some kind of tension that's like holding their voice kind of hostage here and limiting it and hindering the ability for your voice to really have its full range. And again, like I'm a freak with this stuff, and you're gonna be like, yo, Michael, what the heck? Like I didn't know you know all this stuff. But hey man, I did acting training, right? So this is shout out to all of my professors if you guys are watching this stuff. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. But these guys are the experts that I've learned from. Grounded with the Eric Morris technique. I've learned that technique, a lot of other techniques I can't think of the top of my head. Some guys, James Chalice, Philip Granger, Connor Lang, like these guys, they all helped me like build this foundation with the Eric Morris technique, and a lot of that was to do with your voice. Evelyn Chu, she also was very prominent in my vocal training and everything. So all these things, I'm just giving my flowers out. So anyways, we want your voice to hold up during long videos or long talking. This is what it's for. It's about strengthening your voice so that you can have this like honestly like conditioning if it makes sense, right? Because imagine you're on a podcast and you just get tired, your voice gets tired. Like come on, you can't be doing that. If you want to do like webinars, bro, you got to stand up and give a whole presentation for an hour. If you want to make long YouTube videos like this or whatever the case may be, you got to be able to speak and you got to be able to talk, and you got to have that vocal strength. And we're going to go into section number 2, voice warm-ups, vocal warm-ups. So bear with me here. A lot of these things are going to be really weird, but we're going to do it in real time. So you're going to like do this with me, okay? Please do it with me, or you can just watch. But it's going to feel a lot better for you to do it with me so that you're not just like listening to me doing some weird stuff. And by weird, it's just like warming the mouth up pretty much. And this is going to be really sus. I hope no one clips me and puts me in some crazy meme, but you know what? I don't care. That's what it is. It is what it is, okay? So these are called lip thrills. Lip, whatever that word is. So we're gonna start off by going like this. Like motorboat. Like when you were a kid, okay? This is really just warming up your mouth, your lips pretty much, because your lips are they're what make your vowels become consonants pretty much. So we're gonna do a couple of these. Like really relax. Like the whole idea here is to let your whole body relax. Like relieve all your tension, drop your shoulders, breathe in through your gut, breathe in through your belly. Let's take a couple deep breaths. In through your nose, out through your mouth, right? We're gonna get the mouth warmed up, okay? We're gonna do a couple of those, and then we're gonna go high, and then we're gonna go low. We're gonna go. This looks so stupid, but please bear with me. This stuff is really just getting your mouth warmed up, and like already I feel ready to go. So you can do it for 30 seconds. Just do one of those. One of those, just up and down. And that's also accessing like the different resonances in your voice pretty much, because you're going at a higher frequency and then a lower frequency. Okay, that's one. Or up number 2, humming. I love this one. I love this one because you can do it anywhere. And humming really gets your throat warmed up. So do the same thing. High, low. And the thing about humming, you feel the vibration in your lips, you'll feel it in your throat, but try to feel it in different areas of your head. This is something that my teacher, Catherine, told me. She told me to go and just hum and try to like feel it at different points in your head, like even at the back of your neck, like try to feel it, try to really feel it. And this is just really accessing like the whole range, because that's what we're here to do. Okay, so you can feel it in your head, your forehead, your nose, like really try to like literally feel it physically at like your forehead, the top of your head. Like when you go higher notes, you're gonna feel it more at the top. You're gonna feel it in your cheeks, your lips. You're gonna feel it in your chest. You're gonna go super low. You're gonna see how low we can go. And that's enough humming for now. But humming, it's really, I mean, these warm-ups are just really to prepare your voice to just sound smooth and not strained. Because it's kind of like when you would, I don't know, I play basketball, okay? So like, if I were gonna go play basketball, okay, I'm gonna warm up, bro. I'm gonna stretch out, you know, get the legs moving, get my shot ready. I'm not just gonna jump into a game. It's the same thing. Why would you jump into filming a video without warming up? So number 3, speaking from your chest. And this is really the core of what this whole module is about, because really the problem that a lot of people have, 99% of people, including myself sometimes, is speaking from your throat and like kind of keeping it like in your throat, and like not speaking from your chest where you have the projection and where it's most powerful, where you can speak from your chest and people are kind of like speaking in their throat, and that's when people are speaking monotone, like, and their voice gets strained. And especially like if you go to a concert and then you're screaming your head off, right? So bad for your vocal cords, because it's really getting strained. They're not used to doing that, let alone not even getting any warm up to do that stuff, right? That's why like singers and actors, they all practice this, right? And it's the same kind of training and practices that we need to do as content creators, because we're always on camera. We're talking a lot more sometimes than these actors, right? So this is something you actually have to take seriously. So really from your throat, you're thin, it's tiring, it sounds nervous, and you don't sound confident if you're speaking from your throat, because you're speaking in a monotone, and like a lot of people just kind of speak like that. But really accessing like that resonance in your chest gives you a warm, full, confident, and it just sounds more natural. And I really do access my voice from my chest whenever I'm speaking. Like right now even, I feel like if you just think about it and you're speaking and just like think about like your voice like projecting from your chest, that is really what is like coming out whenever I'm making content, really. And you can feel it. You can literally feel the vibration of your voice whenever it goes up back into your throat. So just remember to bring it down, take a breath, ground yourself, and don't rush. Remember last module we talked about not rushing. So I'm rushing a little bit. Maybe I haven't been, but I'm flying through this thing. So how to feel it in your chest is feel it. Just feel it, like hum and feel that vibration in your chest. And you really do feel it. And speak while keeping that like same grounded feeling. Like have that grounded and just speak. And feel it from your chest. Now, let's see like what an example. I'm making a YouTube video right now. I'm making a YouTube video right now. Do you see the difference there? Do you see how it's more like confident? I'm more sure of myself, and naturally I can just deliver the lines a lot better. And so many people, like I see it all the time, people are like, yeah, like, you know, people are just chill, you know, I get it. People are never trained this stuff because it's weird stuff, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. When I was doing this stuff in acting school, like, yeah, I was like, what the heck are we doing here? Like, just give me a scene, like, let me like scream at someone, you know what I mean? And that's a lot of fun too. So if you want to get out of your comfort zone, take an acting class, you'll learn all these things, and it'll be really, really fun. And it's gonna be so uncomfortable, so embarrassing, but it's just gonna make you like so much more confident on camera and just like, you can do anything. Like honestly, like I could probably step on a stage right now and give a big presentation about my life if I really wanted to. Yes, it might not be perfect, but I feel like I have that confidence because I've done it in front of a lot of people that like when the lights are hitting your face and you're blinded, you don't even notice all the people. Like, yes, of course it'd be scary, but you know what I'm trying to say. Maybe don't. So let's go section 4 now. And that is pretty much the whole module. Like that is really the core idea that I'm trying to like emphasize here, is like really speaking from your chest and really feeling it too, and not trying to constrain your voice and just really pacing yourself and just projecting from your chest. It's so important. It's going to take a lot of time because it took me a lot of time to learn this. Even when I was doing the play, my instructor, they were really, really hard on me because I was the lead role, right? The directors, all my instructors, they're all counting on me to perform this thing. I had to perform for 2 hours straight, literally 100 pages of lines, like, and I was speaking 90% of the time too, mind you. So I had to train my voice and really all my memorization, but not just that, I had to like paint a picture out into the crowd while I'm speaking. And this is a really important aspect that I need to talk to you about as well, which I'm going to cover in a later module, but I'm just going to briefly touch on it because it's so important and I can't emphasize it enough. Storytelling is all about visually seeing it, whatever you're thinking, whatever you want to share in your head, and painting the picture out to the camera, to the crowd, to whoever that you're speaking to, but really seeing it and projecting it through your chest and feeling the emotions, whether you're speaking in first person or if you're speaking in third person or if you're talking about someone, but really having empathy for the words that you're saying, for the people you're connecting with, and just having that vocal confidence while you say those things makes it hit so much harder. And man, if you implement every single thing that I'm going to teach you within this whole module series, you can probably start auditioning wherever you're from. Like, hey, if you're from Hollywood, like you could probably take everything that I'm going to teach you in here, apply it, and become a content creator / actor like me, and you can go audition, you can go do commercials, go for film and TV. I'm from Vancouver, so I mean, like, I got film and TV auditions, I got mostly commercial auditions. Like, there's a lot of opportunity out here. Now, section number 4 is your flow and breath control. This is cool. So let's keep it practical. Instead of any advanced drills, let's keep it simple here. Okay, so, okay, this is a good one. Okay, we got 2 exercises here. These are gonna be fun. Okay, we got, the first one is the one breath sentence, and the second one is a 2-minute monologue. Okay, so the one breath sentence is you take a deep breath and you speak as long as you can. And a great thing to do if you don't know what to say is just to call yourself out and call out whatever you see, and the camera and the tripod and the water bottle and the lights and my hair right now, and I'm feeling uncomfortable. Like, that's basically what I'm trying to say here. Same thing with the 2-minute monologue. Now, one breath sentence is important because I'll call it stamina and good pacing with our breath. Because if you take one long breath, you can really have like a lot of stuff to say, and you might not even have to breathe because you just have a good choice of words and you're able to ultimately use your breath and fit every single thing into what you're trying to say. I hope this is making sense, but here's a bad example. I'm filming a video right now and I'm getting really tired because it's getting late out, and I don't know, now my breath is gone. That's a bad example because I used all of my breath into like the first couple words of my whole sentence, right? Now, let's try it with a long breath and pacing it. I'm filming a video right now, and yes, it feels awkward, it feels exciting at the same time, and that's what it's for. You know, I'm looking at the camera right now, I have an awesome lighting setup going on, and I'm teaching people how to speak clearly on camera, and I'm also making sure that people are using good vocal training in order to be a great content creator and a communicator, because it sets you apart from 99% of content creators, because no one else is doing this kind of stuff. And at the end of the day, if you can set yourself apart by implementing these strategies, you're going to be a trustworthy content creator who stands out from the crowd. Woo! You see what I'm saying, man? Like, now let's do the 2-minute monologue. Okay, well, I don't really want to do this one, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Maybe not 2 minutes, but this is really about building your endurance for long form content, because it's going to make making your long form videos a lot easier. So maybe we should do this together. Let's do this, okay? Because it's important for you to see. So what we're gonna do here, I'm literally going to pull up a timer and we're going to be speaking for 2 minutes straight. And I'm just gonna call myself out, like I said, because at the end of the day, like, I might not remember what I wanted to say or talk about, but this is a great strategy to use, especially if you're filming in public, because, you know, it's awkward and people are looking at you and there's all sorts of like things going around, and sometimes you might get distracted or off track, especially if you're filming YouTube videos and maybe your house is noisy, maybe like there's something going on outside, and it's just like you just got to get back on track and get back into the flow, kind of like how I'm doing right now. So at the end of the day, really, like I think it's one of the most important things to be able to do is being able to just speak, continue to speak, and not really rush your speaking, but not have any pauses that are over like a couple seconds long. Because keeping this flow of speaking without any hard cuts and stops is just essential for having the flow and continuing to like keep that train of thought moving, right? It's like if you were playing a basketball game. Let's use basketball because I am a basketball player, and I am going to give you a good example about this. Because if you're playing a basketball game and you're warmed up, you're sweaty, you're all good to go, and then you sub out and then you're sitting out for a long time, you're ultimately just going to get out of the rhythm. You're going to get out of flow state because you're hindering like the entire flow. You're stopping it, right? It's the same thing when you're running. You don't want to be someone who is like running and then you stop and then you're kind of getting out of the flow. It's the same thing with speaking. It's the same thing with recording YouTube videos. It's the same thing with recording long form content. You got to be able to not only pace yourself, but be able to continue to speak without even stopping. And just, if you don't even know what to say, just call yourself out, because right now, I ended that example. That example is completely done now. And I feel like I need to take my own advice because I feel like I'm out of breath. However, I think that like slowing yourself down is not a bad idea. And I think I'm slowing myself down a little bit with the words that I'm saying and the things that I'm talking about. And my energy is dropping down a little bit because I'm a little bit more calm now after, you know, talking all this time. And that's been about 2 minutes of me speaking all in one go, in one monologue, without having to stop and think, oh, what should I say? So yeah, now section number 5. After you try doing those exercises, which are very important, by the way, because when you're filming, like, you're going to be talking for a long time, especially if you're going off the dome and you're a little bit better than me reading off my phone. But especially if you're just going off the dome and you're kind of just on the fly, think of like these streamers and like think about people who just do this stuff. Like, they're able to just continue speaking and speaking. And I've always wondered, like, how do they do that? But at the end of the day, they've probably had a lot of training for that. They've probably put themselves in that situation so many different times that it just becomes second nature. And that's what we're doing here. So it's important to train this stuff every day. That's why section 5 is all about the daily reps. So what you can do literally before you film, because we're filming content every day, do 10 seconds of lip trills. That's what it's called. 10 seconds of lip trills. Up and down, and then do some humming. Feel it in the back of your neck, like cool stuff, hey? Maybe it's not that cool. Maybe this whole video is just, you think it's stupid, but it's so important, and if you think it's stupid, you're lacking. So another thing that you can do is do the one breath sentence. Maybe not do the 2-minute monologue, make it a 30-second monologue. Do the one sentence breath, where you just like, I'm doing a one sentence breath. This is an example of a one sentence breath because I am honestly just speaking all the words that I can say all in one breath, and I'm looking at the camera right now and I'm holding my phone and my foot's on my dresser because I'm really comfortable in this position right now, and I'm waiting until like my breath gets out of more words to say because now my voice is kind of getting a little bit silenter and I'm kind of like speaking up in my throat. And yeah, a couple of those, because I think it's good to just practice like how much you can say, and then over time you'll be able to like really be selective with the amount of breath that you use with your voice and the things that you say. Now, that's pretty much it for this whole section. And this whole section, really, it comes down to getting a lot more confident, because I'm telling you, if you implement these things and you do these on a daily basis, on top of all the other exercises I'm going to give you, you're just going to get a lot more confident with your speaking. And when you get more confident with your speaking, you'll be more confident on camera naturally. Even though it feels awkward, it just takes a couple times to do it. And being confident that you have a strong voice and that you can speak well, I've seen so many people who haven't spoken on camera ever before, who just get on camera and start crushing it because they've had that training. They're really good at communication and they have these reps in. So this is something that you got to implement every single day, and eventually when you do it, it's becomes second nature. And you might not even have to do these warm-ups and stuff. I still think that you should do the warm-ups, because anytime that I do any YouTube video, I will always do the humming, for example. Maybe a couple lip trills, but I will primarily do the humming and deep breathing and like getting myself ready to go for the whole video. Take a deep breath and go all in and speak from the chest. Extremely important to just speak from the chest, because this whole concept, the whole thing about this entire module series is confidence. Building more confidence to speak more confidently on camera and communicate effectively and really get the people behind on the other side of the screen, get these people to really like lean in on their seat and listen to you. And that's when you can make some really crazy good videos, because people are just going to be retained and listening to you, and you're not going to have to edit, and it's just going to make making content a lot more easier when you put in all the work. Because when you are not that good on camera, you have to compensate it by making the video production quality good with editing and with pop-ups and with video and all these different types of things. But when you are good enough on camera and you're entertaining enough, you don't have to rely on editing. You just rely solely on your ability to communicate and articulate and connect with people. And that's what makes you really like a great educator, a great entertainer, a great performer, and just a great content creator in general. Because at the end of the day, yeah, we're all performers. We're all behind a camera right now, and we're all the people who are just putting ourselves out there and really just like being a prime example of the type of person that does this kind of stuff. So I don't know what I'm saying, but at the end of the day, I'm on this rant and I'm on this mission really to cultivate this community of people who are just really good at speaking. And I think it's such an important skill because it not only does impact your business and your content, it impacts your whole life. It impacts being able to connect with people and being able to ultimately just show up more confidently. And you're gonna notice that like when you get this whole chest speaking thing down, when you speak from your chest and you get the whole breathing down, your belly breathing, and you're breathing into your gut, your diaphragm, because that's where all your emotions sit, when you get this whole thing really going, you start to just enter situations differently, and you just have a different like aura around you. And every time that you meet someone, every time that you are in a conversation, you just like end up being like so dialed in and like focused and locked in, especially when you tie that in with eye contact and being able to really, something I'm working on, but being able to really just like speak from the chest and speak from your heart. Ultimately, that's what it is, and it just makes you so much more confident. And when you do that and you do it on camera, I promise you that people are going to listen to you more, your videos are going to get more engagement, and people are just going to be able to look at you and say, that guy knows what the heck he's talking about. I trust him. I can put my money in his hands and he's got me. So really, that is what this is for. It's all about making it so clear that you are the authority, that you are the person to listen to, because all the stuff that you have, that you already know, is money. You have it all in here. But being able to articulate it and being able to just deliver it confidently to the camera is everything. And that's what this whole module is about. So if you made it all the way up until this point in the video, thank you for sitting with this whole thing. I know I yap a lot. I am giving you some weird exercises to do, but this is the first foundation steps of this whole realm. There's so many more exercises I'm going to give you that are going to be cool to do. I got tongue twisters in the next modules coming up, but specifically in the next module, let's look at the agenda. Next module, we're going to be talking about articulation, and I'm going to be giving you some really fun tongue twisters and stuff, but we're really going to learn all of the types of, you know, the vowels, pretty much enunciation. We're going to be talking a lot about like articulation, which I love to say that word a lot. And we're also going to be talking about how to hit all of your consonants and hit these tongue twisters, so that when you're so dialed in at all of your tongue twisters and all these different types of things for speaking on camera, just naturally, like you can pick up any like book or whatever, and just like read out loud, and you can articulate your thoughts so much better when you just practice being able to communicate effectively. And it's so important, and I promise you that the best closers, the best sales reps do this because they understand that this is like one of the most important skills to learn. At the end of the day, make sure you take care of your body. Make sure you take care of your breath. You go easy on yourself. Another thing that you can do, and I don't know why I left this all the way up until the end, is that if you're going to film a long video and you know for sure that's going to be like 60 minutes long, whatever, get a cup of warm water. Anything warm water is going to be really good for your vocal cords, for your throat, because at the end of the day, that's where our voice box is, right? But warm water, warm tea, something that will like make your throat not tensed up and stiff. Like if you're drinking cold ice water, like I'm sorry, but save it for a cold day. Save it for a hot day in the summer. Now, we're going to be doing articulation, like I said, in the next module series. But if there's something to take away from this whole module, speak with your chest and you become more confident. Because naturally, your voice will carry and project through the lens. It will project right through people, and you'll be so sharp and so sure of yourself that you won't have to deal with any people saying that you're unsure of yourself, or you're not going to have to deal with you looking at your own content and being like kind of embarrassed because you feel like you're unsure of yourself. So it's all about confidence. that's what this module is about. I'm gonna see you in the next module. I'm super excited, and I'm really looking forward to sharing with you all the tongue twisters that I got and all of the articulation stuff, because that is the bread and butter of speaking, and being able to really take the words and the things that are going on in our mind, painting that picture, storytelling, and really communicating effectively to our audience. So thank you so much for watching if you made it all the way up until this point, and I'll see you in the next module. Peace out, my friend. What's going on? Welcome to module number 3. Today we're going to be doing articulation and clarity. So last module we learned how to really project our voice and speak with confidence, really use that energy from your diaphragm, the breath, and convert it into voice. And we did a couple different voice warm-ups. I hope you did one. If you didn't, it's all good. So we're gonna do one right now. So we're gonna do like the humming, remember what we did at the beginning? But before we kind of get the whole warm-up going and everything, we'll do it really quickly, by the way. I'm gonna give you the whole breakdown of what we're gonna be talking about in this entire module. So section number 1 is why articulation is important and why it matters. We're gonna be covering that after we do the quick vocal warm-up for a refresher. We're also gonna be talking about releasing your tongue and jaw tension, which is very important. We're gonna talk about consonant sharpness. We're also gonna be talking about vowel shape. Number 4, we're also gonna be talking about speaking for the mic, not for the room. We're gonna cover my favorite section, the tongue twisters, and then we're gonna close everything up and get this whole thing done. So super excited to go through this entire thing with you. But first off, what we learned in the last time was really just like a lot of kind of silly exercises, like that stuff is good to do. We're also gonna do like the humming stuff. That's what we did in the last one, like really just getting like your whole like body engaged with your voice and your breath, and figuring out like how it works for you, and like the resonances that you can feel in your chest, in your throat, your head, the back of the neck, all these types of things. So we'll just do a quick, and yes, it looks stupid, but this is getting us warmed up to speak. Like if you're not doing this before you film a long form video, it's like going to play basketball without stretching and tearing your ACL or something crazy, like we mentioned in the last one. Section number 1, why does articulation matter? Like what is the whole point of this? Articulation is about sounding sharp, sounding clean and confident. Clarity is what makes people trust you instantly. They make you speak clearly in school to be able to enunciate things and to be able to be understood. So we need to be able to speak clearly in order to be understood by people. And that's what it's all about. It makes people trust you instantly. This is where your voice becomes crisp instead of muddy. Being more articulate helps you become less in a rush when you're speaking. It helps you also work on your pacing. It makes you really focus on speaking clearly and really enunciating your words so that people can understand you. This is particularly important in film and television, specifically for people who have big monologues and a lot of words to say so that they can speak clearly. So we're taking that same training, the same exercises that I've learned in the film industry and applying it to this, because like we said in the previous modules, why would you not train like a professional film and television actor if you're going to be a content creator? Because you need to learn how to articulate. So after you've done the warm-ups, we're good to go. But essentially, articulation just makes you more confident. Because I don't know how to explain it, but when you can really speak clearly and you can drop some sauce, it really does make you feel good, but it makes you feel more confident. And doing that repetitively gives you that muscle, because it's all muscles. Like you literally have face muscles that are going to be moving and like feeling weird. And when you do all these exercises and like really do them. So blurry speech is really what makes you feel unsure. When you are ultimately just rushing through the words you're saying, not really hitting your vowels, it just doesn't sound clear and sharp. That's what makes people perceive you as honestly less intelligent. And pairing that with rushing, don't expect people to be listening to you. So sharp words keep viewers focused. This is what it's all about. And clean articulation helps you speak with less effort. You don't have to think about this stuff. You shouldn't be thinking about what you're saying and like how to pronounce these things, because you obviously don't right now. But when you actually audit yourself and the words that you say, the way that you say things, the resonances that are coming out of your voice, like where you're speaking from. You're speaking in your chest. Like you start to realize all of these nuances within your communication that ultimately are affecting the way that people are perceiving you. So it's very important to have the entire full swing of all the communication pillars, let's call them, so that you can really be that confident authority that you already are, but really present yourself in that way so that everything is in alignment. So clean articulation helps you speak with less effort. Most creators mumble because of tension and lazy demeanors and lazy consonants. So we're really going to be diving here into a little bit of like exercises, like physical exercises for really like warming up those muscles so that you can honestly really articulate and build those jaw muscles. Get the jawline. And I'm not saying that just to be funny, like, oh, the jawline, the whole thing. I'm really saying that to actually build your jaw muscles. It's so important. When I first stepped into this whole space of creating content, being an actor, learning how to manipulate my voice and do all this training, and I'm not a crazy expert at this stuff. I just got really good at making content, and a lot of this stuff that I learned was the reason why I got good at making content. So that is why I'm adding all of these exercises in here, because that is what I learned, and I think that it's good to learn it at least once and understand it so that you can work on it yourself, because it's important to work on it. But once you learn it once and you just remember the fundamentals and apply it every time that you speak, that is really all you need to do. That is enough, and that is what we're going to do here. So the first thing I want you to do, it's going to be kind of gross, and this is going to be embarrassing, honestly. Like if you're screenshotting the stuff that I'm doing, the faces I'm going to make, so be it, whatever. It's gonna look stupid. I'm gonna look really stupid, and if you're not doing it with me, you're gonna think I look stupid, but you should do it with me. So we're gonna do a tongue stretch. Basically, stick out your tongue and just stretch it out, like whatever, I don't care. Point your tongue out, make it sharp, make your tongue sharp, and then stretch it out. Okay, after the tongue is all ready to go, we're going to massage your jaw. Okay, so use your fingers and just massage your jaw and just relax your jaw. Remember to breathe from your gut. Remember, very important. Remember to maintain breathing, right? So we're gonna massage our jaw here and like massage around the corners of your jawline, like right here. And do this with me. Just get it warmed up. You don't gotta go too crazy. Just relax your jaw and release the tension. Okay. Another thing. Oh my God, this is a good one too, but it's sus and it. Well, what am I even saying? I'm just gonna do it. So relax your jaw, and then you're gonna go like this, and you're gonna. Okay, this is really stupid and silly. I'm not gonna look at you because you're probably laughing at me right now. But do it. Put your hands together, relax your jaw, and like shake it, and like literally feel it go. You know. So just get your jaw moving loose, because this is important for the articulation thing you're gonna do. Okay, give it a shake. It's so important to keep your jaw relaxed and not tense, because this is really what kills your articulation and your ability to speak clearly. So we're gonna go into consonant sharpness. So let's practice saying some plosives, if that's the word. It's the P, T, ka, pa, ta, ka, pa, 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 ta, 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 ka, ka, ka. Practice saying those consonants. And consonants are like the endings of the words, the sharp things that you articulate. Pa, 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 ta, 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 ka, 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 ka. Sharp, okay? Fricatives. Dude, I don't know if I'm saying these things right, but this is what the names are of these. Oh, this is like the F, the V, the S, the Z. These are like the fa, f, va, v, 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 and the S, this. Okay, so together, do 3 of these each time. Fa, 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 va, 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 va. Really emphasize that, like the va, va, va. And a tip here, look at one spot, like look anywhere. Find like a dot on like the wall or wherever you're looking. I'm gonna look right at you and do it. So that's gonna be my spot. But when you really like think of like shooting the air inside your mouth when you say like the fa right into the dot that you're looking at. So fa, 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 va, 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 like a snake. S, s, and then a Z, 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 z. Like it's a B, like a zzz, zzz, zzz. You're gonna be spitting all over the place. So, okay, now that we got those warmed up, let's go into vowel shape, because you have the consonants and then we have vowels. And you put them together, you get words. So vowel shapes are the A, E, I, O, U. Practicing saying those out loud is what makes the word. And vowels are what makes the emotion behind the words, really. And really like come out of, like get the vowel to come out of your stomach, like A, E, I, O, U. So here's one that you can say. You can say day, see, hi, go, you. And for fun, practice saying it with like different emotions, like angry. Day, see, I, O, you. Practice like excited. Day, see, I, O, you. Practice different emotions, confused. Day, see, I, O, U. And it just gets the reps of kind of like putting that emotion behind it. And really like when I'm saying these things and really, I'm kind of picturing different things. Like I learned a technique, it's called the Eric Morris technique, where you essentially are pulling from your own personal experiences and pulling from those things and really like imagining that you're speaking to that person, or that you're pulling from those experiences and moments to make a truthful performance in acting, right? But when we're doing this on camera and when we're making our content and everything, I still do the same thing. However, I always relate my storytelling to things that have happened in the past, or things that I'm going to do, or whatever emotions and feelings that I'm feeling. And I really try to put myself in the shoes of whatever it is. So say I was talking about, a hard time that really happened where I had a really slow month in business and it was tough. Like right now I'm imagining that slow month where I didn't really know where the money was coming from. I was short on my last couple $100 and it was tough, and I had to split the bill with my partner when I wanted to take her out to eat, and it was tough. I'm really picturing that stuff right now, and it's all in like the vowels that are coming out of my mouth, and I'm really like feeling it, and you feel it in your gut. And this is what really does build that connection, and really it makes you really raw and authentic, and it allows you to have access to like that area. And a lot of times there are a lot of people who don't give themselves access to like that actual emotion. They let it hinder, and they don't want to access it because of trauma, because of different things, because of societal norms, because of feeling embarrassed, their parents, the way they were raised, whatever. But it's important to let go of this stuff. And I'm not here to be your therapist, right? But I am here to help you and show you the exercises that you got to do. So breaking through this kind of roadblock, if you have any of these limiting beliefs, honestly, that are like getting in the way of making sure that you do what you need to do in order to make the money, in order to make your personal brand and get what you need to get done. However, there are obviously resources and everything for you to really open up about that stuff, to move past it, to use it as your advantage. So after we've done that whole thing, right, and our jaw is relaxed and everything, let's talk about speaking for the mic, the microphone. So there's a difference between speaking in a stage, from speaking into a microphone, from speaking to a group of people, to speaking in a conversation. There's all different types of volumes and pitches that we should speak at, and levels. So when you're speaking to the microphone, you don't necessarily have to like speak really, really loud. No, you can speak in a softer tone, you can speak at a slower pace, you can have cleaner consonants, and you can have more attention to detail when you're actually speaking into the camera. But when you are speaking in a room, you gotta be bigger. If you're performing, you gotta be speaking to the back of the room, like the back wall of the room. You wanna be articulating and really getting that voice to come up from the chest and like speak out. Like that's if you're giving a presentation, because we all know that like that's one of my goals, but that might be one of your goals, to speak on a stage or to do a webinar or to speak in front of a group. So you have to be able to speak loud and clear in front of a room full of people. And that's what's going to make everyone listen to you in that room of people when you're speaking. It's so important to be able to enunciate and articulate clearly, especially if you're giving a presentation where people are listening to you, while maintaining all of that breathing and staying calm and pacing yourself and taking your time with it. There is also less volume and less attention to detail. There's more volume actually and less attention to detail. The other way around. So aside from all that, as long as you know the differences between speaking on camera and speaking in front of a stage, the main one being that you just don't need to be speaking super loud if you got a shotgun mic right on you, or if you got like a little microphone attached to your shirt. At the end of the day, you just need to be able to be heard loud and clear. And with the editing we got nowadays and the AI like voice correcting and all the enhancements that we can do, it's pretty easy to get away especially if you have a phone or if you have a nice camera, to be speaking at whatever volume possible. You can always correct it. But we don't want to rely on that. We will always want to be able to just rely on the raw footage that we're shooting, especially if you're a run and gun filmmaker and you're trying to get content out quickly and have fast turnover. You got to be able to just deliver the lines clearly and be able to like not rely on any like sound mixing and design, and just be able to speak clearly. Same thing goes for if you're speaking on a stage, because all of the stuff that I'm teaching you is stuff that you can apply to speak on a stage, to speak in front of a camera, to speak in front of your parents, your friends, a group of people, or a room full of 10,000 people. So it really just depends on the scenario, and you got to be able to like shift gears depending on what environment you're in. So with all that being said, as long as we're clear on that, we're good. Let's do some tongue twisters. Okay, these are good. Okay, so at first, let's keep it slow. Let's have some clarity here before we jump up and amp it up and go fast, okay? Oh, these are good. Okay. Whew. Okay. So we got some simple ones. We got red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. And when you're saying these, really like enunciate your mouth and like over exaggerate like saying the words. Like if I were to say like my name's Michael, that's me saying it normally, but an exaggeration of enunciation is looking like this. My name is Michael. Like really like enunciating all the consonants and saying all the vowels of everything in that sentence. So red leather, yellow leather. And eventually you won't have to really focus on that. You can just go fast. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Notice how like my mouth is really moving. And that's why I said at the beginning, that's where we're gonna warm up our jaw, and we're gonna warm up like our whole face and get ready to go, do like the weird that thing, because we're gonna be working our mouth, and it sounds, mind you, it sounds weird. I know it sounds weird, it's awkward. I thought it was hilarious when I first learned this stuff, but now I'm showing you how to do it on camera. It's kind of funny. So red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow. Okay, not bad. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, okay, I messed up. Okay, let's move on. Okay, unique New York. 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 You know you need unique New York. New York's unique. You know you need New York's unique. You know you need unique New York. New York is unique. Unique New York. Unique New York. This is really like playing well, there's all sorts of different ones that you can do. Unique New York. 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 See how my mouth is going like crazy? It's because I have to enunciate these to say it right, to articulate it right. And when you get in the habit of saying these really hard tongue twisters fast, it just makes like normal communication so much more easier, because your tongue has that, your tongue and your lips, all the things that move, that make words happen with your mouth, are just going to be able to work a lot easier and smoother, because it's kind of like if you were to practice benching 2 plates and then you just put a plate 25, and it's like really easy in workout terms. Or it's like if you were shooting threes from like 5 feet behind the line and then you just went and shot free throws. That's that's what all of these articulation and tongue twisters are really for, so that when we step into the easy stuff like speaking on camera, it just becomes so much more easier to articulate. And I'm telling you, this is the golden training sauce of this entire series. If there is one thing that you can take away from this entire thing, like all the drills that I've showed you already, it's this. Unique New York. Unique New York. Unique New York. Toy boat. Toy boat. Toy boat. Toy boat. Toy boat. And say it fast. Toy boat. 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 And eventually say toy boat. Toy boat. Okay. Toy boat. 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 Okay. Next one. She sells seashells. This is a popular one. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. Notice how I'm articulating my mouth and moving it very much. She sells seashells by the seashore. Sally sold seashells that Sally sold. She sold seashells by Sally's seashore, and Sally sold seashells by the seashore. Sally sold. Okay, now I'm getting ahead of myself. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. And when you say it fast, you're good, but let's go slow. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. Faster. She sells seashells by the seashore. 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 Oh, okay, I messed that one up. And maybe in some of my videos you might have noticed, but I do have a little bit of a lisp. So this stuff is kind of like, and it's all to do with like the way that your teeth and like your jaw are all placed and like your genetics. when you get lisps and some words I can't really say. It's very, very minor. You can't really notice it, but I notice it sometimes. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. I don't know. Sometimes I notice it, maybe not. Maybe you didn't even notice it. Oh, this is my favorite one. And then I'm going to give you some really, really hard ones that are going to be really tough. But the Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. This one is not that bad. So if you want the full thing, well, the first part is Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. This one is obviously for the P, really hitting that like constant, the P, pa, 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 pa. Remember, look at the dot on the screen. Look at like the dot, look at your webcam, look at your iPhone camera, whatever you're watching this video on. Look at one dot and say, pa, 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 pa. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Enunciate, enunciate, enunciate. Consonants, 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 okay? If you want the full thing, here it is. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Really fast, because it's a long one. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Practice that one. Next ones. Woo, these are hard. Okay, but essentially say these ones slow. Slow this video down. Say it sharp, and then say it faster but clean. But make sure you're enunciating these things. It's not about going fast. It's about enunciating it. I hope that I'm not like being a bad example here. I'm just really running through this so that we're on schedule here. 6 sleek swans swam swiftly southwards. This is a tough one. I'm already messing it up. 6 sleek swans swam swiftly southwards. 6 sleek swans swam swiftly southwards. Remember to hit that T too. That little tap of the T on swiftly. 6 sleek swans swam swiftly southwards. 6 sleek swans swam swiftly southwards. 6 sleek swans swam swiftly southwards. 6 weeks. Okay, I messed it up. Let's move on. Irish wristwatch. Swiss. Okay, this is a tough one. I have been practicing this one, but this one is really hard. Irish wristwatch. Swiss wristwatch. See, I'm messing up. This one is tough. Irish wristwatch, Swiss wristwatch. Irish wristwatch, Swiss wristwatch. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's say it one more time clearly. Irish wristwatch, Swiss wristwatch. Perfect. Affect. Okay, I don't know these ones, but these ones are weird. ChatGPT came up with these. Okay, the 3 thieves thought they thrilled the throne throughout Thursday's thunderstorm. The 33 thieves thought they thrilled the throne throughout Thursday's thunderstorm. The 3 thieves thought they thrilled the throne throughout Thursday's thunderstorm. 33 thieves thought they thrown, deep breath. 33 thieves thought they thrilled the throne throughout Thursday's thunderstorm. That's okay. The next one. 6 sharp, smart sharks snatched 6 sick, slick sardines. Ooh, this one's tough. Because on my S's, I have that lisp, right? And it's good to be aware of these things. Throughout these whole things, you might realize that, like, damn, I'm kind of fucking up this word. This tongue twister is really hard, but this one's easier. That just means you just need a little bit more work on whatever consonant it is, or you just need to practice it more. Either way, you gotta practice. So, 6 sharp, smart sharks snatched 6 sick, slick sardines. Let's do it fast. You'll see me mess up. 6 sharp, smart sharks snatched 6 slick sardines. Okay, that's good enough. Last one, and then we're gonna wrap this whole thing up, okay? A proper copper coffee, popper popped, proper copper coffee pots, popping pots. And mind you, these ones are really, really hard. So especially if you can just work on these and enunciate them, you're gonna be so much better at a communication. And you'll realize that, like, you just sound more clear. And like when people talk to you, they understand. And you can speak to someone across the room and say, like, yeah, like, what's going on, copper popper? Hey, Peter Piper, Peter Piper, did you pack up pickled peppers today? Did you pick a pack of pickled peppers today, Peter Piper? Okay, I'm a goof, man. Okay, last one. A proper copper coffee, proper coffee. Oh my god. So, a proper copper coffee, proper copper coffee pots, popping pots. I'm done with that. Oh my god. But essentially, yeah, just exaggerate every single one, okay? I'll do that one more time just with a major exaggeration so that I can hit every consonant clearly and I enunciate the entire thing. A proper copper coffee pots, proper copper coffees pots, popping pots. Holy smokes, that one's tough, bro. Okay, damn. I'm still gonna do Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers because that one is my favorite one. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. So make sure that you write these down and that you practice them at least once a week. Or if you want to get fast, do it once per day. It takes 5 minutes to say these out loud. Mumble them kind of under your breath, doing them in the shower, do them when you're, not when you're brushing your teeth, maybe when you're using the bathroom or whatever. Whatever case you can find it while you're ripping out some like reps in the gym, whatever the case is. This stuff is important, and it's really important, like I said, because enunciation and articulation is a clear correlation between how well you can really communicate something. And it's so important to be articulate and to communicate effectively. This is the foundation. Learning these skills will not only benefit you right now with your personal brand, it's going to benefit you in the long run. Once you learn these skills and you build the muscles, right? It's like riding a bike. Once you ride a bike, you can ride a bike any day. You can wake me up in the middle of the night and I'll ride a bike. That's the same kind of thing with these articulation exercises. And it's one of the most important modules of this whole series, specifically because these are the main exercises that you will be using to sharpen your communication, to just get better on camera and to be super confident whenever you're speaking about anything. Like I said, you do the really hard work, right? You bench 2 plates, you push your max. You rep it out, you take the plate off, and then ripping 1 plate or plate 25 is like money. That's what the whole articulation thing is about. It's about practicing these articulation exercises so that ultimately when you do go on camera and you start talking about whatever you want to talk about, but when you're making your content, you're making your short form content, you're making your long form content, you're in a podcast, maybe you're presenting out somewhere. These articulation exercises are extremely important, and I guarantee you, your favorite influencers, your favorite public speakers, they all do this stuff. Every single public speaker, every person out there who does a speech that does really well, that presents really well, have all done all of these articulation exercises. So why are you neglecting the articulation exercises and all these tongue twisters if you're a content creator? If you are a business owner and you're using content creation to generate leads for your business and you're building your personal brand, or if you're just making content for fun and you're on this video right now, either way, you have to train like a professional performer. If that makes sense, you have to, because your inability to speak clearly on camera and to articulate effectively is leaving so much money on the table because people aren't perceiving you as the expert that you are, and they're actually seeing you as someone who is kind of a little bit disconnected from their ability and where they actually are. So that's the whole point about this entire thing. Practice your articulation, practice your pacing, make sure that you relax your jaw, don't go too crazy on it. Give yourself some slack and practice. And just practice and treat this professionally. Don't treat it like a game because it's going to pay you like a game. If you treat it like a hobby, it's going to pay you like a hobby. If you treat this like a career, if you treat this professionally and think of these exercises and these silly things as an essential prerequisite to being an on-camera communicator that speaks effectively and sharp, you're going to build a strong personal brand. And the sky's the limit with that stuff, man. Or woman, or whatever your title is. So that's all for module number 3. In the next module, we're going to be talking about camera presence. We're going to be going all about eye contact, body language, your comfort, looking natural on camera, taking care of yourself. Yes, I'm doing that one as well. Hygiene. And this is all about taking your clarity and pairing it with camera confidence and bringing everything to the next level, where essentially you take all the skills that we've learned so far, all the way up until this module number 3, and we combine it with the camera presence and looking really good, looking presentable, looking sharp, and essentially molding it all together to build our personal brand and to grow it and to really, really see the benefits. Because I've seen the benefits of it after training all this stuff and being really better on camera and putting my reps in, eating shit and just embarrassing myself, to fully applying all the skills that I've learned. And that's why it's so amazing. The skills that I've learned, all the skills that I've stacked, it's all led me up until this point right now. And I'm so happy that you've made it all the way up until this point, because that just means how serious you are. It just shows how much commitment you actually have for learning this stuff and to actually implement these things. And I'm all here for you. So I'm looking forward to seeing you in module number 4, the on-camera presence, the camera confidence. That module is going to be a lot of fun. I look forward to seeing you in that module. Practice your articulation, practice your enunciation, all of these different things. Apply these things every single day, or at least once or twice per week. and you're going to be super sharp and talking on camera when you're speaking about normal stuff and not about Peter Piper or Copper's Popper, you're going to crush it. Okay, we'll see you in module number 4. Peace out. Hey, what's going on? Welcome to module number 4. We're going to be talking about on-camera training today. Now, we have just gone over module 1, 2, and 3. The last one we did was articulation and all those crazy tongue twisters and stuff. Now we're putting everything together and we're going to put ourselves on camera. Now, I'm going to be running you through quickly all the different sections just so you pretty much understand the frame of what this module is going to look like. So with section number 1, we're going to be talking about why your energy matters. This is super important. We're going to be talking about the 3 layers of energy. Number 3 is how to keep people watching. Very, 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 very important for audience retention. If you can't keep people watching, you don't have a good video, and your video is not going to get pushed out via that. All the algorithms work the same. The more time that you spend on it, the more that your content will be pushed out. Or if you're a consumer, the more time that you actually spend on there watching a specific person, the more that that person is going to be recommended into you. So our goal here is to be flipped around with that and become the people that want to be binged watched. Section number 4 is our emotional delivery. There's 4 different cores of tones to teach, to pretty much go through. And number 5 is micro expression control. This is a good one. This is not, it's kind of getting into nuance here, but we're here to be great. We're here to become really good on-camera communicators because all this stuff ties into psychology and human psychology. And when you understand this inside and out, all the nuances, you just become so much better at being on camera and being able to understand human behavior. Section number 6 is how to sound confident without forcing it. Section number 7 is getting into state before filming up. 5-step warm-up. We have a lot of those, but we're gonna give a quick one. Section 9 is going to, I'll run you through a daily routine. And section number 10 will wrap everything up and we'll talk about the next module and what the next steps are. So first off, I want to talk about being on camera. Being on camera means to be in front of a camera, but really it means being seen. People will see you. And so how do we put ourselves in the best position to be seen? Well, we got to look good. We got to feel good. And we're going to speak good. It all relies on how you are actually presenting yourself and how you're actually feeling within who you are. You have to be really, really good with who you are, inside and out. Meaning, when you look yourself in the mirror and you see yourself, are you happy with that person? Are you happy with the way that you look? Are you happy with the way that you do your hair? Are you happy with the way that you dress up? Are you happy with the way that your face looks? Are you happy with everything about yourself? And not necessarily being happy, but just being grateful for who you are. And that is what makes happiness. Gratitude is the catalyst for happiness. That's my philosophy, and I think that's a lot of other people's philosophies that could agree with me, and it's so important because this goes beyond personal brand, camera, any of this stuff. This is about you. And if there's one thing that you should take away from this module is that to be grateful for who you are and be grateful for the journey that you've come because you've come so far. You've made it all the way up until this point in your journey. So give yourself a pat on the back. You know what? I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back because I'm so grateful for my life, for all the opportunities that I've given myself, and for the position that I'm in right now. I couldn't be any more happier, and that is enough for me. I don't need to have millions of dollars. I don't need to have all this stuff. I have friends and family who love me, and I love them. And that is really what is enough for me. And I love myself, most importantly. So make sure that you love yourself. And I had to make sure that I said this at the beginning of this video, specifically because it's so important. It's often overlooked. Take care of your mental health. This is something that is really not talked about enough. It was talked about for a good amount of time, but I feel like recently we haven't really touched on it that much with all of things that are happening now in the world and everything. It's easy to get caught up in all of the fast moving parts and wanting to be at the next step and wanting to chase the next thing if you're ambitious. Obviously you're ambitious if you're watching this. So it's always nice to take a step back, take a deep breath in your diaphragm, remember, stomach breathing, and reflect and just be grateful. So this all stemmed from me talking about being confident in yourself when you look at yourself in the mirror. That is what is important here. Because if you can't do that, you can't be on camera. You're genuinely going to feel out of your own shoes. You're not going to be able to be the version of yourself that you need to be. So fix that first. If this is something that you know deep down within you, that 99% of you can be on camera, but that 1% is just kind of hesitant and you're kind of not feeling super confident, you're not feeling your best, you're not feeling like you're at your A game, your prime, don't do this yet. Seriously, take the time to work on yourself and take as much time as you need. There is no rush to doing this. Although every day that you spend that you don't do this is money being left on the table, opportunities being left on the table, connections, people that you could meet from this whole thing. But it's so important to really focus on your mental health before you actually dive into something like this. So make sure that you dial that in, whether that's, eating healthy, going to the gym, spending time with your friends and family, going out even, having a drink, having a smoke, taking care of your body. Obviously don't abuse the drugs and alcohol. I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to tell you to just have balance. Have a balance within your life and be grateful for who you are. And that is when you truly will be at your peak self. There's something that I'm going to reference here, which is called the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. This is something that I use personally when I learn sales and when I relook at my sales calls and I study that stuff, because it's so important. The Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It is basically the 5 or 6 human needs that every human needs in order to be at their highest, truest, full potential. What does that look like? That looks exactly like self-actualization, meaning you have your food, shelter, warmth, everything, friends, family, everything is all intact. Finances are good, relationships are good, love life is good, you're fulfilled, you have intimate partner, you have friends, family who love you, you have a roof over your head, you have food, shelter, you have creativity stuff you can do, and self-actualization is the peak of that triangle, which is basically essentially saying that when you're at that peak of the triangle, you have the ability to do whatever you want. You can be creative, you can create a business, you can do anything. So I would urge you to build that whole triangle, at least most of it, and get to that point where you have self-actualization and you're truly living your life every single day with gratitude. And you might be thinking why is this guy talking so long about gratitude and being grateful and stuff? Well, this is why I made this module specifically, because it's not just about camera presence, it's everything that comes before that. It's so that when the recording is rolling, when the tape's rolling, the red light goes on, that you're ready to go. There's no, I need to fix my hair, or I just, maybe we'll do it tomorrow, I don't really feel confident right now. No, there's no time for that. Honestly, this is a fast game. Speed is king. So you can't procrastinate this any longer if you haven't done any content or anything personal brand building yet. So understand that. Now, once you have gotten to that place where you are fully good with yourself and you're confident to just put up the camera and start yapping, and you love doing this process because you have to fall in love with it. You have to fall in love with creating. You have to fall in love with creating for your younger version of yourself. That's the best way to think about it. Think of it as if you're just talking to your friend. Like you're just talking to the younger version of yourself who wants to know all of the ins and outs of your life and what you've been doing, and just explain things in that simple way to your younger self. Be kind to yourself is what I'm saying in terms of your delivery and being on camera. That's a note that I would say. And speak to that one person. Don't speak to multiple different people at once. Don't say, hey guys, speak to one person. You're really connecting with one person at a time. And when you do that, that's pretty much the prerequisites that you need in order to be good on camera. Now let's actually get into the nuance and the technicalities of how to be great on camera. Because we're good, but we want to be great, and that's why we're still watching this video. So, like always, we're going to be reading off the phone. So, section number 1, why your energy matters. The camera cuts your natural energy in half. And I say this because the camera does not lie. And when you feel like you're giving so much energy, it's not. It's getting cut in half. Because that's why I'm kind of animating myself. Even right now, after I said that, I kind of remember that I'm okay, I kind of have to be more animated. I have to give energy to the camera. That is so true because the camera picks up everything. And it's better to be giving more energy and giving more direction and projection to the camera than not. So, rule of thumb, give more energy to the camera. Amp it up by 2x that. Shit, man, and just go all into that. So, do that, please. Give energy to the camera. Now, normal talking looks flat on video. It does. If I'm just talking like this, and I'm honestly just talking like if I was speaking in a conversation, this is honestly how I would normally talk. But you see the difference with my voice and my facial expressions when I'm actually on camera, because I actually have to maintain this level of energy and animation with my whole voice and everything, and you just gotta be animated. And it's probably just because I'm an actor and I have that natural ability to just be animated and do some crazy faces and stuff. I don't know. Jim Carrey was my favorite actor growing up. As a kid, I loved watching his movies, making crazy faces like that. That was my thing. So, energy. Energy, energy, energy. It is so important. It's the most important thing. If you are not giving energy, why would you expect somebody to watch your video if you're not actually giving energy? Because it just is telling people that you don't care. It's telling people that you don't even care. If you're not giving energy and you're not like actually like so invested that like, yo, like I'm talking to younger Michael, I'm talking to you right now, I'm talking to someone who is in the same shoes as me when I was younger, who is trying to do this stuff, who is trying to get better at speaking to the camera. This is what I'm doing. Like, this is why I'm passionate about this. And that's why I said that you gotta be good with yourself and you gotta be passionate about this. Because look, you can see it. I see the reflection. I got veins coming out of my neck because I'm so passionate about this. That's the level of certainty that you have to have within your content and when you're speaking to the camera to make energy alive, to make someone actually listen to you and actually give a damn about what the things that it is that you're saying. And that's the sauce. You actually have to give a fuck. And pardon me for cursing. I usually don't curse a lot, but I'm just getting passionate about this because I know this is so true. I will instantly click off a video if the first 5 seconds aren't energy. If there's no energy there, why would I watch that? Because when you're consuming stuff, you're naturally getting that same energy coming back to you. So naturally, your adrenaline's kind of pumping right now because I'm just kind of going on this tangent and I'm so animated and I'm excited because I literally am. So that's the kind of emotions that you're feeling right now that you have to convey to the camera when you go film the next time you pick up a camera and record yourself talking. So understand that, and also understand that there's time to chill and there's time to take a step back and breathe, okay? Now, the next thing, your tone changes when you build that connection. Tonality is everything. Tonality is everything in sales and in content. It's not about what you say, it's about how you say it. Notice how I even said that, how I kind of slowed my words down and kind of paused a little bit there because it's so important. Because you can read one sentence, the same lettering, the same way, 100 different times in different tones and everything. It's kind of like, do you know when you're speaking to, maybe it's like a partner, maybe it's a friend. There's a Key and Peele skit of this actually, it's pretty funny. But essentially, they're texting back and forth and you're just like kind of imagining the tone of what this person is saying and the words aren't really coming out right for them maybe. And he's like, there's just a miscommunication there. So you don't want to have that miscommunication because of flat energy and because your tone is off, especially if you are really delivering some value, especially like say you're filming a video sales letter or say you're filming an introduction post or something and your energy is down and your tonality is a little bit off and you're just kind of flat and you don't really have those inflections in your voice. How are you going to expect people to watch that? It all ties into energy, tonality. Those both are very important pillars of communication. Let's look at what we're going to talk about next. Emotional delivery makes your message stick. So important. Because when you land that line, that bomb dropper, when you say the call to action, when you drop the sauce, when you reveal the payoff, when you say your hook, so important. When you say your hook, you better damn well be emotionally invested in the thing that you're talking about within the hook that you're saying. You have to be emotionally invested. Otherwise, no one else is going to be emotionally invested in you. It's a two-way road. It's not a one-way street. I already did a demonstration for you of a flat delivery versus what it looks like being excited. But I'm going to give you another one just for tonality and everything. Let's see. I'm just going to call it all out right now. Right now, I'm making a YouTube video and I'm really excited to share with you the value. Right now, I'm making a YouTube video and I'm so excited to share with you the value that I have to share with you. You see the difference. I don't have to explain. Section 2, the layers of energy. There's 3 layers of energy. Number 1 is body, voice, and emotion. Body, voice, emotion. Let's talk about this. Let's keep it super simple here. We'll fly by it. KISS. Keep it super simple. Let's fly by this, man. Okay, layer number 1 is your body. Think about it. We have 3 things here: posture, breath, and your facial expression. What is your posture looking like? Are you slouched over like this? Are you stiff? You're stiff in the face? You're not really breathing? Or are you upright? Roll the shoulders back, chest out, confident, and you have a smile on your face. And when you start your day with a smile on your face, or you start a video with a smile on your face, man, when you start a sales call or when you meet someone, smile. The first thing you gotta do is smile. get used to smiling. Just smile more. And naturally your lips are gonna like get that thing. Because look, this is my resting face, okay? Do you see how my lips naturally have this like curve? I'm literally resting my face. I'm not even trying to smile at all. Naturally, I have a resting like smiling face just because of the muscles in my face. Like I'm always just smiling. Like teeth out, everything. Like I'm just a jolly guy. You can ask anyone who knows me, or if you've met me before, I'm shaking your hand with a smile and I'm asking how your day is. So super important, just smile more. Get in the habit of smiling more, and it's going to do wonders for you, especially if you are in sales, especially if you are working in whatever. Well, we're all working in front of the camera, so you gotta be able to smile. You gotta smile with your teeth, have a nice teeth smile. If you don't, invest into it. It will be the best investment you make. Thank you, mom and dad. I love you guys from the bottom of my heart. These guys spent like 20K or something on my teeth. I had to have braces 2 times in my life, both for around like, oh my gosh, 2 or 3 years or something. I had braces when I was 8 years old until I was 11, and then from when I was 13 to 15. Crazy sauce. I mean, they put me under work. They gave me work, but this smile was curated. Shout out to Dr. Smith. Thank you, my friend. Anyways, we're getting off track here. What were we talking about? We were talking about the layers of energy, the 3 layers of energy: your posture, your breath, and your facial expression. We have already talked about having good posture. We've already talked about having our breath, like good breath work, understanding how to remain calm in situations, in high pressure situations, as well as in different scenarios, like speaking to the camera and feeling awkward and uncomfortable, especially if there's a bunch of people watching me. I can still do it. You just gotta zone in and tunnel vision focus. It's harder, believe me. It's really hard for me to make videos in front of a lot of people in public who are looking at me. Obviously, it's a lot harder, it's embarrassing, but I can lock in and do it. So, facial expression, have that smile. You want to have that natural, like, resting, smiling face. And that's what's going to help you, honestly, like, just have your energy level up. Because the more that you're smiling, the more that you're going to be saying things in a nicer tonality. And you just look like a nice person, friendly, approachable. And sometimes naturally you have a resting bitch face. That is just what it is. You can't get rid of it. It's all good. Try to smile more if you can. But at the end of the day, some people just have that. It's a genetic thing, and that's okay too. But you have to be able to compensate that, because people judge you right off the bat. That's why on-camera presence is so important. So important. This is why, I should have put this in the beginning. I should put this as the first module, but all the other stuff arguably is more important than this, because at the end of the day, this is more of like a looks thing, but there are so many different things that you can do to improve the way you look. You don't have to be like a perfectly sculpted human being to actually show that you put yourself together and that you like are taking care of yourself. You have to be put together. Shave your face, keep it clean, or trim your beard, keep it clean. And if you're a girl, this is a standard. This is standard. I'm talking to the guys out there. If you're a guy watching, I'm talking to you. Like, clean up, shave your face, keep it trimmed, keep your hair tight. Don't have crazy long hair, or just have your beard looking nice, because people judge you right off the bat. Because I will judge you right off the bat. If I jump on a sales call with you and you got like a crazy beard going on, or you just like your hair is cooked, and like say I'm the prospect, do you think I'm buying from you? No, there's no way. How can I trust you with my money if you can't even take care of yourself? It's the same thing. It's the same analogy of like, how could you trust me to take care of you if I can't even take care of myself? It's the same stupid relationship excuse to break up kind of thing, you know what I'm talking about? But it's so true though, because if you can't take care of yourself, how are people going to rely on you taking care of them? So take care of yourself. Show up. Be well dressed. Just look good. Just take care of yourself. Shower. Hygiene. Because it's not about physically looking good, it's about feeling good within your body, smelling good. Even though you can't smell me right now, I smell good. I'm putting on deodorant. Like, it's not that hard to like just look good and feel good and smell good and take care of your body. Brush your teeth twice a day. Floss your teeth too, because you got freaking lettuce in the middle of your front teeth. I'm getting too passionate about this, but it's almost like some guys just like don't care about this stuff and neglect it. And it really does show. It shows that you don't care about yourself. And you might say that, hey Mike, it's a little sus that you're like so focused on this. Like, are you obsessed with yourself? Well, to be honest with you, I kind of am. And you will be too. If you honestly just take good care of yourself and you love who you are, you should be obsessed with yourself. And maybe that's a narcissistic thing for me to say, but I don't care. I am obsessed with myself because I take really good care of myself. I go to the gym, I take care of my body, I eat well, I drink a lot of water for the most part. I try my best. But you understand what I'm saying here. This isn't about me bragging or trying to be all or end all and everything, but I'm just trying to tell you and point out the obvious, because everyone is going to judge you no matter what. People judge you based on how you look like. People judge you if you're fat, if you're overweight, if you're too skinny. People judge you if you have overgrown hair. People think you're dirty. People judge you if you smell bad. So give people no reason to judge you at all, because you just look so good and that you're presentable. That's all I'm asking for. Please do this and you will make content better, because naturally people will listen to more attractive looking people. That's honestly just the reality of it. It's the sad reality, but naturally if you just look more put together, people are going to listen to you a lot more than someone who just looks like they rolled out of bed with a shaggy beard. And that's personally me, and that's also human psychology, mind you, so don't argue with science here. Give a damn and actually spend time to take care of yourself and you'll be presentable on camera. This is so important, and a lot of people neglect this, and I don't know why, because you're literally putting yourself out there and like people are gonna see you. Doesn't that like make you think like I gotta actually like be perceived as someone who's high value? Doesn't that make you think like, wait a second, like I gotta look good, I gotta do this, like come on. Lighting too, like give a damn about your setup and like what's going on. Be clear in the video. All of these things are basic stuff, but I have to go over it because some people just don't get it. Some people just neglect it and they think that they can get away with it, but no, it bites them in the ass, because the people who they actually care about, who want to connect with, they might judge them based on how they look. So you can't just rely on, oh, I can give value. I can give value and people are still gonna like me. I don't care what I look like. No, because you have to be presentable. Because I'm gonna judge you right off the bat, and everyone else in the world will judge you based on how you look like, and then they're gonna judge you based on your personality. You are lying to me if you tell me that you are going to judge someone based on their personality off the rip, because you judge people on how you look. It's instantly human psychology. We all perceive people and we instantly put a label on them. That's how this stuff works. That's how human psychology works. That's how being a consumer works. At least that's how I know what being a consumer is like. So I'm giving you this information. I'm giving you the sauce here from the turnaround of this. Okay, I'm getting too obsessed with this because I think it's such an important topic. Now, we're talking about the layers of energy, okay? But that is so important because it's your face. It's how you're showing up. So layer number 2, which is very important, is your voice. You have to have tone shifts. You have to be able to have volume shifts. You have to be able to have speed shifts. You have to have the shifts in the way that you're saying things, because you can have that emotion behind it and be really calm about it, or you can be like really angry about something and you can talk really slowly and still be pissed off about something, and you can be really happy and speak really fast too, and you can combine all of them and then be angry and upset. Like, being able to jump between both of those and all three of those and different things is important, because it's giving you ultimately that range to play around with. And when you get good at it, and when you get good at knowing what your face looks like and your facial expressions, that's where you get really good at just pulling from these different emotions and pulling from these different archetypes of delivery. Layer number 3, emotion, okay? There is warm emotion, serious emotion, excited, and calm. Good delivery is not in one tone of emotion. It's a range of all of those. So you have warm energy, you have serious, so we'll say it again, and I'll give the examples here. So we have warm energy, you have serious energy, you have like excited energy, and you have calm energy. Those are like my versions of those. And you can have your own versions too, because you do have your own versions. So make your own version of it, dial it up, dial it down, dial it up though. I would argue to dial it up as much as possible, but don't be too over animated. Don't be too like don't be on coke. Just like give the value and say your line. Just do the work and do it in a good way. Another thing that just came into my head too, about the whole facial stuff. Oh, that sounds, pause. Oh my God. Whole facial expression stuff. Apologies. You have a unique look. Everyone has a unique look. For me, I have like a dimple here. I don't know if you can see that, but I got a dimple there. So I often try to like smile. Whenever I smile, I have that dimple naturally. Like, if you can control things like that, like little like dimples and nuances and things that make you unique, maybe you have like an eyebrow thing when you're smiling or whatever, like you just be more unique. Just let those parts of you who you are, what your facial expression looks like, just come out naturally. Section number 3, how to keep people watching. This is very important. This is probably one of the most important parts of this video. Audience retention. How do we keep people watching? By keeping our energy up. It's all about energy. You have to honestly change something every 10 to 30 seconds. And that comes with tone, tonality, excitement, speed, pacing. But don't be too slow, but pace yourself. And choose when you make effective pauses, like how I'm doing right now. And that's what's going to be able to build the most audience retention for you. I'll leave it at that. Audience retention. Change your tone. Change your facial expression. Change something about your energy. Start with a strong opening line. Speak with intention. Start every sentence like amped up with energy and just go for it. Don't be on autopilot. Speak with intention. Have intention behind all the words that you're saying. Like I said, visualize the things that you're saying. Really speak to that younger version of yourself. Visualize you're talking to that friend. And it's going to come across so much more natural, especially if you amp up the energy and you change your tone a little bit here and there, and you have these inflections, and you don't just speak in one monotone line. Because when you think of audio wavelengths, just imagine it. When you see the audio in the timeline when you're editing, because we're all editors here, we all have had to edit our content at some point. When you see the audio, you see its wavelengths, right? You want your voice to be like that. You want it to be like up and down, different, lower, higher, like all these different nuances within your vocal range, essentially. And that is really what's going to keep people engaged with you as far as you can do with a talking head video. Obviously, you can have pattern interrupts, you can have all sorts of payoffs coming in, mini payoffs, promises, all these cool different things. Those are just some of the things. But really, it's all about being able to do all this without having to rely on any part of that in your whole process of being on camera. I hope that makes sense. Because at the end of the day, you can have all the crazy editing to keep people retained, but this is really about being on camera and being able to naturally do that with ourselves here. And that's the reason why you're still watching this video, because I've done that throughout this entire video. Number 4, emotional delivery. We sort of did touch on this in the tonality part, in the tone area, but show that emotion is your actual intention, not acting. So Eric Moore's technique, it's about, I did cover this, but I'll briefly talk about it. It's really about pulling natural experiences and like actual real life situations that you've actually had and using it in a scene. Like say you have to do a crying scene, okay? You have to pull on emotions and you gotta cry. Well, you would think about and pull from different scenarios of something that was really sad that happened to you. And you would use that feeling to put it into the scene and have empathy for that character. So it's like I said, if you're gonna train like an actor, if you're gonna be on camera, you gotta train like an actor. You gotta train like a professional on-screen performer. So same thing, why wouldn't you do the same thing? You pull from that natural intention. You have to have that intention. You can't be performing and acting. Otherwise, it's not gonna come across authentically. You actually have to feel those emotions. You actually have to pull from those experiences. Think about it. Think about when you're speaking to someone. These people who are watching your content are dealing with big problems, like really painful problems. Sometimes extremely painful problems, or just simple problems, everyday issues. At the end of the day, everyone is still experiencing pain, so you have to have empathy for that. You have to be able to share that you understand them. And when you can show that you understand their problem better than they understand it themselves, that's when they fully trust you. Especially if you can deliver it in a tone that makes people really engaged and they sit through hours and hours of you talking. That's the easiest way to build trust. And you can do it for free. You don't have to pay anyone to do it for you. You can just put this stuff out. That's what I'm really trying to get at here. So understand that it's all about not trying to feel that emotion, and don't even go for it. Like if you just do it and you don't feel it, like just let it go. Don't try too hard. The moment you try to do it is when you're gonna lose it. It's all about going with how you're actually feeling. That's why it's so important to let go of all the tension, let go of all of the kinks in your body that are holding you back from actually accessing that emotion, and letting your body just go for it and just going for it and just speaking with that confidence and doing the thing. Very, very important. So the 4 core tones to teach you: calm, serious, warm, excited. We already went over that stuff, but I have it in my notes and I'm going to say it again. So pick one sentence and say it in each different tone. Now we did that, but let's do it again. Let's pick a different one other than calling myself out. Calm tone. I saw the last cookie in the fridge and I ate it. Serious. I saw the last cookie in the fridge and I ate it. Now warm tone. I saw the last cookie in the fridge and I ate it. Excited. Like, I saw the last cookie in the fridge and I ate it. So this is a good drill to do, just to is take the same sentence and experiment with delivering it in different tones, with different energy. But you notice how my face changes with every single thing. It's not, and that's what really drives my tonality to change in my whole expression, because you can see it in my face, because you're watching my face right now, and naturally when you're watching someone's facial expression change, hence why YouTube thumbnails with faces are so prominent, one of the best ways to get people to click on a video. It's all human psychology. It's all about having empathy, because naturally you have empathy for everybody who you see. Naturally, it's human behavior. It's in our nature to have empathy for different types of people. Keep in mind, having your jaw relaxed. Don't like clench your jaw and be talking like this, because you can kind of see it in my jaw, and you can kind of see it in the way that I'm talking, that like my jaw is kind of stiff right now. But then like now that I've relaxed it and I'm kind of like shaking up a little bit, now I'm not really all tensed up in my jaw. Neutral eyebrows, like yeah. Don't be talking like this the whole time and like looking like you're kind of pissed off, or don't have a resting like surprised face, anxious face, and be talking like this in person. Like yeah, some people like naturally look like that, but there's always ways around things to look different. And please don't take this the wrong way. That is not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is how to really navigate the different facial expressions and the nuances around your micro expressions. Because every single facial expression is communicating to the audience a different emotion. It's communicating a different color. Think of your emotions as color. Red is really angry. Blue is really calm. Green is maybe creative. Think of colors as your emotion and your nuances within your facial expression. Maybe it's a mix of red and blue. Maybe it's a mix of green and dark brown, or whatever the case may be. Just have a visual there. And I like to use colors sometimes. Have steady eyes, don't be looking all around all the place and not being able to focus on one thing. We're almost done now. Section 6 is how to sound confident without forcing it. Sounding confident isn't about trying to be confident. It's not about looking yourself in the mirror and telling yourself that, oh, I'm super confident, I'm all this, I'm the best person in the world, I'm this and that. It's about living like that person and actually experiencing who you want to be on a daily basis and doing the things that you set out to do every single day and holding yourself accountable to that. That's what it's all about. It's all about living like your ideal self, so that when you actually achieve the things that you want, your ideal self just is in alignment with your current reality. We all know this, and if you didn't know that, newsflash. So if you just do all the things that I told you that you have to do, which is why I spent around like 10 or 20 minutes speaking about how you have to be grateful for yourself, you naturally should be confident in yourself. So this isn't something that you just flip the switch on. You are just naturally going to be confident on camera. That's the most important thing. And you be confident on camera by investing in yourself, by taking care of your body, by looking good, by practicing what you say and practicing being on camera, because you won't be less awkward. That is really what this is all about. But let's talk more about it. Slow down your breathing. Drop your shoulders. Speak a little slower. Don't rush it. Keep your tone steady, let your pauses breathe, and don't push on your volume. Don't be speaking too loud. Don't be yelling into the microphone. But those are great. I actually really like those because it all fits hand in hand. If you're a confident person, you just add those little adjustments onto this whole thing, that checklist. Calm, drop your shoulders, breathe steady, like be calm, like confident, smile, relax, breathe, take your time. That is screaming confidence, and it's bleeding through the lens. Section number 7, into state before filming. This is important. Well, you can have your own like self-affirmations if you like, but I like to just take a couple deep breaths. Take one big deep breath before I hit record, kind of practice a little bit about what I'm going to say, and then I just go off on rip, off the hop, and I just go into it. For you, you can do some different things. You can shake out the tension. You can get your body moving. It's always a great thing to get your body moving. That's what's going to get your energy up because it increases your adrenaline. Move around a bit. Don't be so stiff like how I've been standing in one spot for like 20 minutes or 30 minutes or however long this video is. I don't actually know. Oh, it's a long video. So say some of the lines that you want to say, maybe some of the points that you want to hammer down, some of the things that are really important within your video that you have to say. Say those things, like dial it in, like boom, boom, boom. Say it in a happy tone, in an excited tone, calm tone, serious tone, angry tone, and then you should be good to go. And you just go with the flow. And the more you talk, the more you keep on going, you're just going to go into this flow state of speaking. That's the money. And section number 9 is your daily energy routine. Practice your lines. And I'm not saying to go script everything because I am somewhat against scripting every single video. I think that you have enough power and ability to articulate, kind of like the way that I'm doing this. I'm kind of reading off some lines here. But let's take one line, for example. I went to go walk my dog. I went to go walk my dog. I went to go walk my dog. like practice different ways of like saying the lines that you're saying, or it doesn't even have to be lines that you've written down for your video. But I just think the constant practice of anything that comes to mind, like even when you're just living your life in general, maybe you're making a cup of coffee and you're like, and maybe just say things in a different tone. Like I'll ask my girlfriend, like if she wants some food, I'll be like, "Hi, babe, you want some food, babe?" Like in some stupid tone, right? Like in like I'm practicing different accents and stuff, right? It's just like something you can implement into your life that is not going to really harm anyone, like your family members or your partner or whoever you're living with or your friends and family. Like, it's not going to harm them. They're just going to think like, oh, you're just being weird. Because we are weird. If you're a content creator, if you're watching all the way up until this point and you've sat through me being weird, you're probably weird too. So just let that part of you shine out a little bit more and just be yourself. Be weird. Like, you can be a little bit like funky and weird. Like, that's what this is all about. It's all about putting yourself out there. So practice it in your everyday life. Practice being the version of yourself that you want to be. Practice being that little kid again. Let that little kid come out. Because I've done that so many times, and now I feel like that little kid comes out every single day, especially when I'm on camera sometimes. There's moments of it, but usually like how I live my life, I'm just a goofball. And it's not that serious because that's what life is. I feel like I'm always going to be like that. You might not be like that because we're obviously different people, but that's what it's about. Say your lines in different tones after that long rant. Now, we've made it to the end. Perfect. So today, I basically walked you through how to sound alive on camera and how to look good on camera and how to be presentable on camera. And it all ties into your confidence and energy. Your energy levels we talked about. We talked about your tonality and different pacing and being able to deliver lines in a different way each time, and your audience retention and being able to hold that retention by changing your facial expressions and changing different things like your tone, your volume, your speed, all throughout the video. There's so many things that we've talked about. We've also talked about how you really need to just be yourself and let yourself be you, which is the most important thing. And just be grateful. Ultimately, if there's one thing that you can take away from this video, is to be grateful and confident within yourself. You are enough. You've made it this far. You made it this far in the video, but you've also made it this far in life. And that is something to acknowledge, because life is so precious. And every single day that we get is a blessing from the man above and from what we've created for ourselves. Ultimately, our bodies are so insanely wired to grow and change and do amazing things. And just be grateful for that. And that you have a roof over your head. And that's what's gonna wire you through this whole thing that we call life. It's really, that's all that life comes down to, because at the end of the day, your life is just composed of memories. And at the end of the day, the only thing you have is your memory. So when you hit the pillow at night tonight, be grateful for all the moments in your day and be grateful for all the moments in your life, because that's all that you're gonna get at the end of the day. And when you lose your memory, you lose your life. Memory is the most important thing. And the way to appreciate your memories is to be appreciative of the things in the moment and not living in the future, not being anxious about the future, not dwelling about the past, but by living in this moment right now. So do me a favor, take 5 or 10 minutes, go for a walk or go do something. Just take a break. Watch the next module tomorrow. Take a break. This has been a long module, and there's a reason why I wanted to put this message at the forefront of it, of being grateful for your life and for everything, because now it's time to really reflect. And we've gone to the halfway, or just we're a little over the halfway point in this entire thing. So if you're watching these and binging these back to back, take a break and actually come back to the next module after this, because it's so important to really just be grateful for who you are, for what you've come from, for the person that's shaped you into who you are today. And if you made it all the way up until this point, thank you so much for watching and staying attentive and taking notes. I loved making this video. This was so much fun. I've had so much fun making all these modules, and I can't wait to see you in the next module. So the next module, we're going to be speaking about how to build stamina. Oh, this is an important module. How to build stamina for long form content. The way that I've kind of been able to do this, obviously it's a lot of reps, but there's a lot of nuance and different types of things that I've done to be able to prepare for something like this, to be able to show myself in camera on person, and just to do this whole thing, right? So we're going to be talking about your long form stamina in the next module, the next episode, the next video, whatever you want to call it. But take that moment. Take some time to yourself today to really reflect on how far you've come, because you should be insanely proud of how far you've come. You should be so proud of even watching all the way up until this video right now. You've made it past what 99% of people can't get past. And you are that 1 percentile. And I'm trying to make you 1 in a million, because you are 1 in a million. So I'll see you in the next module. Thank you again for watching. I'll see you there. Peace out. Welcome back. to module number 5. Last module, we talked about on-camera training, presence, whatever you want to call it. This module is all about storytelling. Probably one of my favorite modules, probably one of my favorite topics in general to talk about. It's my favorite because this is my bread and butter. I'm coming from a background of acting and stories, and I'm just good at storytelling, or at least I think I am. We will see. We'll see how well I can describe this whole thing, but as always, let's look at the schedule of the day. So, visual storytelling and on-camera energy. This is going to be one of the most important modules, and I say that about every module, but this one specifically is extremely important. We're going to be covering multiple different sections. Section number 1 is what visual storytelling means on camera. Storytelling and on-camera storytelling are two completely different things. Number 2 is the picture test. Number 3 is the energy of description. 4, how to make dry points come alive. Number 5 is visual anchors. Section 6 is body language for visual storytelling. Section number 7 is emotional coloring. Section number 8 is parallel story technique, which is very cool. Section number 9 is the 3-frame camera energy technique. Section 10 is the daily visual storytelling routine. And section 11, we're going to close everything up, recap, and talk about the next steps. So let's bring it all the way back. So we're going to really learn how to paint a picture for people whenever we are on camera. It is so important to have this ability because storytelling can happen in so many different types of forms in life. It can happen when you're with friends, with family. It can happen if you're teaching somebody something. It can happen on camera. All these different scenarios, it all applies the same technique. But we're just taking all these things. We'll learn the foundation, we'll learn basic storytelling principles, and then we're going to put it all onto camera and show you what that really means to be a storyteller, to be someone who's expressive and animated, like we talked about in the last module, which is a very important module. So I hope you took your break if you watched that last one and you came back calm and collected. So let's get into it. It's all about how you paint pictures with your words so that your delivery feels alive. Speaking with images instead of just plain language, talking in pictures is essentially the whole point of this whole video pretty much. And it's really the difference between sounding like a teacher and sounding like a guide. That's the difference. And we want to sound like a teacher, but we want to be a creative teacher. We want to be a good teacher, right? We want to be people who can ultimately get people to visualize whatever it is that we're saying. Even if what the context is very, very basic. Because like we learned in the past modules, we can always relate and bring things into analogies. It's one of the things that I talked about in module number 1. However, we're going to go a little bit deeper into these analogies and how to really explain the analogy so that no matter how complicated it is that the topic of your niche is or the topic of your video, you can still take that and paint a beautiful picture for someone who is completely unaware of whatever it is that you're talking about, can see visually with their eyes. With their eyes, if they're closed, because you can't really see it. We're not there yet with technology. So when people see what you are actually describing, it keeps them more locked in. And what visual storytelling means on camera is, like we said, speaking in pictures. Speaking in pictures is the most basic way that I could explain what storytelling is. Because a story, if you think about it, reading a story, you're going to be basically looking at the pictures, or you're reading a book and you're imagining these things to be happening. Well, it's the same thing, because the way that a book is written in descriptive language, it has all of these analogies that you can relate to. It has all of these very, very niche references perhaps in the book that make you actually visualize it easily, especially if you're a fan of the book or the book series or whatever kind of thing you're watching. Same thing with a movie. The most easiest way to understand a story is to watch a movie. So how can we create a movie with our words, if that makes sense? And that's really what storytelling is. It's all about painting a picture out to the camera, to the audience, to whoever it is who's listening, and really making them put themselves in the shoes of that person in that situation. That is why when we watch movies, we get so emotionally attached to these characters, because we can relate to them. It's all about being relatable with our stories. Think about it. When you're watching a really sad movie or a really exciting movie or a movie where the main character has a chip on their shoulder and they have something to prove, like you're rooting for them and you have a strong hatred towards all the people who are not rooting against them. So that is what our whole entire goal of this whole video is to learn storytelling on camera so that we can really pick up this skill and paint the most beautiful picture out there to our viewers, regardless of whatever it is that we're going to be speaking about. It's all about describing your actions, not your ideas, and creating scenes in their mind. Think about how you can create a scene in their mind. And this is important because you have to understand how your ideal client profile, your ideal viewer, is going to be seeing this type of content. So you have to be the one that puts it in their head. And you have to know what is going to ultimately be an easy thing to visualize. You don't want to be over explaining things, you want to be relatable. That's one of the most important things about personal branding in general, is just being a relatable person so that you can ultimately just paint these pictures for people that they can instantly reconnect in their mind and associate you with being the person that says, hey, this guy explains things really easily because he gives really good analogies and I can picture it very simply. The best teachers give these analogies, and if you really do think about it, it's so simple. But it's such a hard thing to really understand and grasp just because of the fact that there is so much information out there. There's so many different ways that you want to go about explaining things that it might kind of come across like hard or complex when you try to make some things into an analogy or a painting of a picture, if that makes sense, with the entire sentence that you're saying. So really what we're going to learn here is to really keep things as simple as possible, like always. However, painting a picture with our emotion and our expressions and our body language to really create that image in our client's mind, in our viewer's mind, and really adding a natural energy to the delivery without forcing the hype, without forcing any kind of performance out of it, is really what's going to be your North Star here. You don't want to ever force anything here. And you want to pull from your real emotions. Like we talked about the Eric Morris technique, really pulling from that depth in your gut and really breathing into your diaphragm and literally seeing it in your head before you actually explain it. It doesn't matter how simple or boring your niche is. You could be speaking about how to make a perfect steak dinner. That's a little interesting, actually. Well, let's choose something really a little bit more boring. How to file your taxes as a small business owner in Canada, for example. You want to think about how you can really explain analogies that make people relate to the whole thing. And you can say something like this, because I'm in Canada and I know this whole thing. Filing your taxes in Canada as a small business owner basically means that you're being robbed from the government, because at the end of the day, they want all of your money. It's almost like as if you made a big batch of cookies and your kids just take all of them. By the time you even come out of cleaning up the kitchen, you realize that there's only one cookie left just for you. At least they saved it, but they took all of it from me. That's what running a small business is like in Canada. Now, granted, it's not always like that if you have proper systems in place so that the government doesn't take all your money, but we're getting off track. But anyways, that's kind of like the way that I would try to make things relatable in the most simple, relatable ways. And that really does tie into the visual storytelling aspect. And just making your message easier to remember is very, very strong. It's a very strong thing because they will associate you with that memory. Especially, look, if you teach someone something, you teach something very, very niche and very specific in a video, and you add an example, like a crazy out of the pocket example that just makes it very, that person who remembered the analogy and the example and the entire context of whatever it is that you were explaining is going to remember you. And that's when people will start to associate you when they are looking for someone to answer their questions or solve their problems. That's why being relatable is so important, because people really do remember these things, especially if you use crazy analogies or like weird things, like the cookie example with a small business owner. Like, someone would probably remember that if I told them that running a small business in Canada is like making a batch of cookies for your kids when they have friends over, and after you finish cleaning up the kitchen, you only have one cookie left. Well, that's what it's like running a business in Canada because the government takes everything from you. So that specific example, if I was speaking directly to small business owners in Canada, they would remember that and they would associate my face with that example. So making memorable analogies is a really important thing, and it does take a creative mind because I really just came up with that on the fly. However, there are so many different ways and analogies and just things that you can pull from your own life, relatable things that a lot of people can relate to, and how you can put that into your content and how you can make them really see and paint that picture. It's almost like if you were pulling small memories and like experiences from your own head that are all connected and intertwined with multiple different people. If you think about like a string coming out of your head, there's multiple different fragments of that string that are going to connect to other different people. So it's all about connecting those experiences that you have with the experiences that other people have and bridging that together and finding the common people who can relate to your analogies and your experiences, but also relate to the context of whatever it is that you're sharing and relate to the problems that you're solving. So for me, something that I can do for my content, for my audience, people like yourself, you want to build a personal brand. Well, I could easily come up with an analogy of a basketball example of building a personal brand. I could say something like, when you are building a personal brand all by yourself, it's almost equivalent to being like Kobe, throwing up a shot against 5 defenders and trying to take everything all on your own. Or you can put the same amount of effort into being a top leading three-point shooter, relying on Steph Curry and Draymond Green and all these other players to dish you the ball and pop that three in like Clay, and you can run up a team and win championships that way, or you can win an MVP. Which one would you rather do? Well, you want to win a championship. You want to make a lot of money. You want to do really well. You don't want to be seen as that guy that does everything, because in your head, you're going to be feeding in your own ego versus building something bigger with a team. So do you see how I can kind of relate to someone who's a basketball player who have played basketball and who want to start a personal brand? They can relate to that analogy. So they would remember me when something like that comes along, or if they ever remember that analogy. That's what it's about. And that's how you can kind of tie in the analogy example into the whole visual storytelling. And it really is all about just making your message clear and easy to remember at simplest form. Some of these things I'm kind of over, so it might not be the best example. However, it's probably still a good example for that person specifically, because my content is pretty niche. If you were, for example, a baker, a baking channel, use analogies of making food for your family. Use analogies of what it's like preparing food or waiting for food at a restaurant. Something like that. So let's move on to section 2, what is called the picture test. So a simple rule here is that if a viewer cannot see what you are describing, the delivery is flat. So you want to be describing things in 3 different ways. Number 1, location. Number 2, person. And number 3, motion. Where is this happening? Where is this entire thing happening that you are explaining? When you are giving an analogy, or if you are telling a story, where is it happening? It's like the 5 W's. Who, what, when, where, and why. But we just need 3 of them. So where is it? Who is it? What is happening? Location, person, motion. Who is involved and what is happening? What is going on? So if I were to make a story come to life, I'm talking about me in my own first person. When I first started my personal brand, I was extremely nervous because it was the first time I had ever popped up my camera in my room for the very first time. I hit the record button. It was a summer hot day. Everyone was out, and I just talked about my morning routine. And it was a lot of fun filming because I knew that that day on, I would have started this entire journey. And it made me feel like I had started a catalyst to a major project that would be an ongoing thing that would never end. I think I hit every single thing there. Location, person, motion. So use that when you are telling a story or when you are sharing something. It's a very basic framework. The who, what, when, where, why, or the location, person, motion, where, who, what. But it's essential to having a good story, and stories don't have to be that complex. Section number 3 is the energy of description. So instead of raising your voice, you raise the clarity of what you say. So describing your actions, describing sensations, describing visuals, instead of raising your voice or raising your energy, but describing things and being really specific with your descriptive language. If you were talking about a hot cup of coffee and talking about like how, let's say, how running Facebook ads for the very first time is like drinking a hot cup of coffee. You grab the cup of coffee, the corners of your knuckles hit the side of the coffee mug, and it just slightly burns because you're unaware of how hot it actually is, and you don't know what to do. And you go in for the first sip, and you're slowly breathing in right before you take that sip, and then boom, it burns your mouth, and you don't even know what to do, and you don't even want to drink the coffee anymore. Well, that's the same thing as running Facebook ads for the first time, because they're really technical. You don't know what to do, and the second you step into it and you open that dashboard, it's a really big, major, hot dashboard, and you have no idea what to do, and you just run away, and you don't want to be burned. That's really maybe not the best example, but notice how I was being descriptive and really describing all of the micro details within my analogy. Now, you don't want to go overboard here. What I'm saying is to describe the sensations, describe the actions, be descriptive, and don't forget to add these things in, because it really does paint that picture for people. And the best way to do this is by relating all your analogies to your own personal experiences. When I went to Japan for the first time and I was filming out in public, I thought that it was really scary, because I remember walking into an alley and trying to be away from all the main people because I didn't think that this was a normal thing and people would look at me. I wanted to kind of hide away and bring up my camera, and I did. And I remember talking for around 15 or 20 seconds to my camera and talking about the day in the vlog, and then I saw people coming, and then a bunch of more people came on a bike. There was a guy on like a car coming down, there was a school yard next there, and there's kids looking at me, and it just felt too overwhelming, and I was in a different country, and so I just put the camera down and I didn't want to continue, and I just decided to just play it off. That's what it was like filming in a different country for the first time in public, because I didn't think that it was a normal thing, and clearly people didn't think it was a normal thing there, and I didn't want to not fit. I didn't want to like be an outlier. That's another way that you can really describe things, by really putting yourself back into the shoes of your whole experience and your situation, and just giving people like that real crystal clear, raw version of like the story of what happened. Now, another way that you can do this, and this is the example that I wrote down. So instead of really saying, and this is aside from relating things to your own story, but this is just about being descriptive and being really specific. Instead of saying to someone, you need to be more confident, you can say, imagine walking into a room and everyone turns because they can feel your certainty and they can feel your presence as you step into the room. One foot after another, everyone's head turns. Something like that. How to make dry points come alive. Section number 4. Now this is a good one, because there's a lot of people out there who may not have a lot of charisma, who may not be very vocal or very outgoing like myself, and it's important to be able to use that to your advantage, because at the end of the day, you're unique. You don't want to be someone who you're not. You don't want to copy me. You don't want to copy someone else. That's the last thing that you want to do, actually. And something that you can do to make dry points come alive, especially if they're important things, is by adding a scene to it. Add a scene. Turn a point into something that into a moment that someone can imagine. So maybe instead of saying brush your teeth every day, twice a day, you can turn it into a scene of saying like, there is a person who I used to know who didn't brush their teeth, who brushed maybe every other day, and by the time that they were 29, their teeth started falling out. That's not a real story. But again, you don't have to really be, you can lie, but I wouldn't say to lie. I would just say to take any kind of example or point that you're trying to say and do your best to turn it into a scene, into a moment. Instead of just telling someone to do something, explain it and use an example. Another thing that you can do is adding a person into it, like the way that I did with that person. So if I were to tell you that filming a piece of content for the very first time is equivalent to when you were a kid and you had to do show and tell, and you had to sit in front of all the 30 kids in your class, and your teacher was egging you on to start talking and you just froze up. That's what it's like to talk on camera for the first time. Something like that. Or you can add an imaginary person. You can add in anybody, anyone of your friends, family, fictional characters, real people. So another thing that you can do is also add a before and after. This is also a very powerful thing that you can do because it describes like a shift into a point, right? Like it describes not just telling someone to do something, it really does give a descriptive reason of a before and after by saying you need to eat protein if you want to build muscle. Because when I was younger, when I was extremely skinny, I was skin and bones, I was probably like 100 pounds and I couldn't put on any type of muscle. Well, the problem was I was eating a lot of carbs and I wasn't eating the right actual fuel for my body. So then when I started eating a lot of protein, I took protein shakes and I started actually hitting the gym harder because I just had more energy in my muscles to push harder. Within 6 months, I'd put on 30 pounds of muscle. I had looked a lot more leaner and a lot more jacked. And I got a lot of girls. That's not a real story, but I'm telling you a story of a before and after transformation. So adding transformations into your points and really showcasing that, especially if you have helped people with your personal brand, the way that I've helped people, like John, for example, who went from posting consistently all the time. And once he actually implemented the full-on funnel of content flywheel and he optimized his offer, he signed his first client, and that was amazing. Or guys like Diego, who went from working a normal film 9-to-5 job, didn't really like it, into signing his first client for his video agency business because he had built up his skills and all he really needed to do was package it into an offer and connect with multiple different people and entrepreneurs who fit his ICP in order to sign his first client and sign a lot more clients. Simple as that. Like adding that whole transformation, like adding these transformations into your whole story, into your point, is so important. And that's everything. Storytelling is, in a nutshell, talking shit about people. No, but I take it back. It's in a nutshell really is being just sharing things that people can relate to. Section number 5 is visual anchors. Visual anchors are phrases that instantly point to pictures. Now I got a list of them. Things that you can say is you walk into a room full of blank, for example, or picture this. And basically cueing people to lean in on their seat and listen to your story. Picture this. Imagine you walk into a room completely empty and the room is 100 feet long by 100 feet. It's a big square room and there's a ton of different seats and you are about to give the presentation of your life. And it's the first time you've ever spoken in front of 1,000 different people who are all waiting for you, who are about to go in, and you're there the night before. And you sit there and you just remember all the times that you thought it was so scary to be a public speaker. And you prepare and you crush it. And then you go the next day in a room full of people and it comes to you like second nature because you experienced it in your mind up here the night before. Something like that. Like I've never done that, but I'm kind of being descriptive about it and I'm telling you the story and I led you into it by using both of those cues. So it really does help paint that picture by like amping up people and prepping them ultimately to listen to you. Another thing you can say is imagine yourself doing blank, or let me show you something, or let me walk you through something, or here's what it looks like to think of it like this. Like having these are very good ways to have a pattern interrupt within your content so that you're not just value, but you're value, let me talk to you about something, or value, let me share with you this, or value, let me ask you this. Especially these rhetorical questions that you can ask. Let me ask you this. How many times have you actually looked at your analytics this week? Once? Twice? Maybe none? It doesn't surprise me because 99% of people don't actually look at their analytics and they don't actually take it seriously, they just post. That's the number one reason why your videos are flopping. Like you're expecting to put up a big show and have no fans and you rent out a big auditorium and you are surprised that there is no one filling up the stadium when you haven't done any marketing for it. Because you haven't looked at your analytics, you haven't looked at the demand, and you haven't looked at the economy. Something like that. So talking about these cues and really putting them in the first sentence of the things that you're going to talk about really do get people ready to go and listen to you. Section number 6 is body language for visual storytelling. We've talked a lot about body language here. One of the main things that you can use is your hands. Hand gestures, I always love to use hand gestures, and I've been doing it throughout this entire series. And it's something that really does show that you're energized about something and that you're passionate about something and that you're actually putting in your effort about it. It's important, and sometimes you might become self-conscious about it, but just do your best to let yourself flow naturally. Don't be too hyper aware of what's going on, because it's better to have hand gestures and to really have these types of physical movements to add more dynamics into your presentations, into your speaking, into your videos. And that is really what makes your videos come alive. And it's a small little subtle thing, but the more that you can do this, the way that I'm doing it right now with my hands, it's just keeping everything alive. And it really does make speaking a lot better and your communication, because if you were to watch somebody talk about something and they were like talking like really animated and they had facial expressions and they were speaking like this, but you had no volume at all, you would still probably get a gist of like the energy and feeling. You might not know the context about it. It's the same thing as if you were listening to someone in another language and they're really upset with someone and they're having a disagreement and they're shouting at each other and they're pointing at each other, what the heck, and you don't know what the context is about, but you can just understand. You're like, damn, someone fucked up. So that's what it's really about. Like, having these dynamic hand movements really does add that layer of visual storytelling, and it gives people a reason to listen to you, because if you're really passionate about something and your hands are moving, it's not like you're just talking about something really insane and exciting like this. The first time I went skydiving, it was crazy. No, listen, the first time that I went skydiving, it was insane. So like, using those hand gestures really does, on top of having better tonality and your delivery and your facial expressions, your body posture, it all ties into your body language with visual storytelling. Just allow yourself to move in your space, move in your frame, and just be a little bit more alive, because that is really what's going to get your energy flowing. It's going to get your thoughts moving, because when you're moving, it's easier to tell a story. It's easier to be in flow state. So use the physical space when you're storytelling, and use your hands, use those movements, and don't be so stiff. And it's also going to tie into the next module about long form stamina when you're recording stuff. So FYI, a little hint for the next module is all about long form practice. This is one of the reasons why I'm leaving all these things in here, is because it's important to be able to continue to flow and continue to keep on pushing. The show must go on. You can't stop the show. People are watching and people are going to get up and leave. So it's important to you to be able to have the skill to be able to keep on moving and becoming more energetic and becoming more, just giving more. If anything, give more, don't give less. Another thing is mirroring human actions. Now this is another thing that is important, especially in person storytelling, because you can't literally mirror the actions of what someone's thinking. However, I will, in 1 second, I will talk to you about what that is and what that looks like on camera, because we're here to become better content creators. What this really is mirroring people's energy and like just going with the feel of the conversation and the flow of it, and really having that mirroring factor that gets people to relate to you. And it's the same way that you would do it on a sales call. It's the same way that you would have a discussion with anybody. We mirror the people who are around us, and we mold into the environments that we are in. So your influence and the people who are around you are ultimately going to influence your energy and the way that you portray yourself. And this is something that you can also do if you know your person very, very, very well. Listen, if you know who your avatar is, if you know who you're speaking to, when you speak about things, you can, and if you say something like super controversial, for example, you probably know what they're thinking. You probably know exactly what these people are thinking behind it. So you can almost mirror it, because you're thinking it the same way. Because in a sense, a lot of times you talk to your younger self when you're speaking to the camera, you talk to your friend like you're speaking to the camera, and a lot of times you would talk to your friend the same way that you would talk to yourself, and vice versa, same way that your friend would talk to you. So you can almost plan ahead and really get in that same feeling, and just really imagine that your friend was really looking at you when you're talking about this, and you get that that interpersonal connection with your audience, that parasocial relationship, what we all want with our audience. Let's continue. Section number 7, emotional coloring. So there are 4 different emotional colors. Number 1 is light, soft, smile, gentle tone, bright. And these are all moods, by the way, just emotions. Like light moods is think of the colors. That thing that I told you a couple modules ago. You think of like a light feeling, the feeling of being light. I think of like bright yellow, for example. It's light. It's really light blue, light pink. You have a soft smile, gentle tone, and I'll explain why this is important in a second. And having these and being bright, these bright colors. You, again, very, very bright red, for example, like you can be a little bit more animated, you can be a little bit more expressive, but not more louder. Heavy colors. And just a feeling of heavy is like slower, weighted, serious, and these are all just adjectives to describe all of these different things here. Being sharp is crisp, quick, punchy. And you color the story with your emotions so the viewer feels the picture. You really add these elements into the story to really give color to the picture, if that makes sense. By adding these different layers, by speaking crisp, by speaking fast, by speaking slow, by speaking happy, by being bright, you add the color onto the picture, because when you're talking about something and there's no emotion, you might have descriptive language, but if there's no emotion, there's no color, so it's just a black and white painting. But when you add the emotion behind it and the actual energy and the real feeling that you're feeling in your gut when you're putting it out into your chest and projecting it out to the camera, that is really what makes the picture beautiful and makes it stand out. It makes the entire thing colorful. That's the most important part. Section number 8 is called the parallel story technique. This is a brand new skill, and this is how really you're going to be able to explain something and tell a story at the same time. So it's really all about sharing your lessons, I believe. I think it really does come down to sharing your real personal experiences and telling people about the lessons that you've learned and things that you can take away from it, and the points, and turning stories into learning lessons. And the best way to do that is rely on your experiences. And there's no better way to do this than really pulling from your own personal experiences, because you wouldn't be able to tell someone's story from a third person point of view. It just doesn't make sense. It wouldn't hit the same. So when you use the parallel story technique, you always have to pull from your own personal experiences in life. If there's something that I can share with you right now, was when I was going from grade 8 to grade 9 and I was on my basketball team, I really wanted to get so much better. I wanted to be the best on the team. And so I woke up every single day, early in the morning, and I would shoot. I would just put up shots, like 300 makes all day. And by the end of that summer, I became the best player on my team. And that is what taught me the importance of consistency, because I didn't miss a day. I went every single day. And even if it was raining, even if it was sunny out, I went every single day. And the whole point of that wasn't to just not only get better at doing something every single day, but it was getting used to forcing myself to do some really hard stuff at an early age. And that's what really did build my discipline, and that foundation set me apart from 99% of the people on my team and in my school. And that's how I've been able to really excel at things. And I had this chip on my shoulder always. Even though it's always me versus me, I was able to really put myself out there and not even care about what anyone's going to say. Hence the reason why I started my personal brand. I started posting. I didn't even care when people started talking smack about me or calling my videos weird, because I didn't care. I just went for it. And that's what set me apart. And that's what really ultimately built me into the person who I am today, the person who can get things done and be disciplined. So parallel storytelling, sharing your story, and talking about the lesson that you learned. Two separate things, you can combine them together. So in the step-by-step way that you would do it is start with a real moment, describe the scene, and add the lesson inside the story, and then loop back to the scene for the finish. So really like having that whole story arc, explaining the thing and then looping back to finish and conclude the story. Adding that lesson inside of the story and then coming back to it is called parallel storytelling. Awesome technique. Now, section number 9 is the 3-frame camera energy technique. This is a brand new method for visual storytelling. So frame number 1 is close detail, and it's all about describing micro details, describing something tiny, like for example, a slight hand movement or a sound. Something small, like within your story, when you're describing something, like when you wake up in the morning and you hear the birds chirp and them flying from branch to branch, and you hear the sound of the branches crackling. Like getting like really, really descriptive about these small minor details. It's powerful because it creates like a pulsing between the different types of descriptive language. And by shifting between these other ones that I'm going to share with you, really does create that whole storytelling imagery into one whole beautiful painting. Frame number 2 is showing and talking about mid-action, talking about things of like currently in action, like walking or turning or picking something up, or describing the feeling of walking into a really overheated room and getting that gust of overheated energy and that air that just makes you feel like your back is starting to sweat and you got armpit stains or something gross like that. Using mid-action and describing those minor moments and these things about leading yourself into these stories. And a lot of these things that I'm talking about are going way out of context, like the armpit thing. I don't know why I talked about that. But really, the whole example that I'm trying to get at here is showing you how you can really speak about different things and describe things in a way, and doing it with the right tone and doing it with the right analogies and stories and being relatable all at once is so important, and it really does add that element to your storytelling and just makes you stand out. Number 3 is called the wide picture, and it's all about describing the whole situation from a bird's eye view. So if you were talking about the entire situation of walking into the really overheated room, the hot room, the college classroom that is just overheated and smelly and gross, and you step in there and everyone doesn't even notice it because everyone's smelling like that. And so you feel like you're the only one in that entire room, like a spot on a blank canvas, and you feel like you're on the spot. Something like that. Speaking in terms of like that and being descriptive with it and using these analogies, because everyone can kind of relate to that. Everyone can relate to walking into a class and being the only one person there and everyone's looking at them and you feel like you're on the spot. So really using those 3 things, so close detail, mid-action, and describing the whole picture. From these different perspectives will build that layer and that depth behind your storytelling techniques that will give you the access and the ability to really describe multiple different scenes and examples and stories and experiences of your own life. So when you're using parallel storytelling techniques, like when you are explaining a real life story and adding a lesson in there from something that you learned, use close detail, use mid-action, and use the whole picture. Use these 3 things when you're combining all of them, and then add in those colors and add in those emotions that we talked about, like the bright, the light, the heavy, the seriousness, all these things. And I'm getting really nuanced and complex here, but adding all these things all together really does paint the most beautiful picture. And that's what our goal is here, to really paint that picture for our audience. And section number 10 is all about your visual storytelling routine. So pick only one idea, turn it into one visual scene, tell it in 30 seconds, add one emotional color, add one visual anchor. Pick a scene, pick something, describe it, and pick a tone, pick your emotional color. Say let's pick serious. Let's do a visual anchor as serious and describing the whole picture. And I'm going to use a classroom example. I remember walking in late one time for a class. We had to do a lab that day. And I walk in and I knew that I was late. I didn't really care. But the moment I stepped into that classroom, I started to care a whole lot. You want to know why? Because I was the only person who showed up late and didn't bring all the required stuff that I needed to do. And it was the most embarrassing thing throughout my entire high school career. And it made me feel like I was a spot on a blank canvas that everyone could just not take their eyes off of. And it felt like people were seeing inside and out of me. And the most important thing that I learned from that is to just not be late and to be prepared and not to be too nonchalant about things, because sometimes people notice the small things. And after that class, I remember that I did the lab and I crushed it, but the teacher still gave me a bad grade just because I was late. I still passed, but I didn't get the best grade. Even though I thought I did a good enough job, it's the small things that matter. And after that day on, I wasn't late and I was always prepared. So that's something that you can do. I know that was more than 30 seconds, but try explaining things and try adding this into your content when you are making videos. Try adding these different elements of storytelling and painting the picture. And to wrap this whole thing up, I just want to say that there is so many complex things I did talk about here that are important to know, and I want you to try each one of them. That is the whole idea of this video. It's for you to try every single one of them. There's no reason why I put every single thing in here for no reason, except for that one part about physical distance. But I looped it back into something about the frame, right? About being in your frame and using physical action to tell your story better. not just your hands and your facial expressions, which are important too. Your facial expressions tell a big story, almost 90% of the story, but using your posture, using your space, using the area that you're in to really tell that story is so important. So to wrap everything up, paint the picture. Paint a descriptive picture out to the audience, paint a descriptive picture out to the camera, really feel it. Really imagine it in your head and describe all of the details that you are experiencing in your head, all of the micro movements, all of the whole pictures, the entire thing, the movements, the actions, everything. And that is really what visual storytelling is all about, and being this dynamic person on camera and pairing all of the things that we've learned. Your voice, your breath, your articulation, your on-camera presence, and now your storytelling. Holy smokes! I'm creating you into a super creator right now. You're about to become like a crazy content creator if you actually go and implement these things and practice them on a daily basis. And you start making content like this and telling stories in this way and being descriptive. Oh my God. You're gonna be something else. And that's what it's all about. Keep it simple. Keep it super simple. Feel the emotion. Paint the picture. Section 11. Let's wrap this up. So today, we learned how to speak in pictures. You learned how to use expressive body language, and you also learn how to use emotional coloring. You also learn how to make information visual and alive, and taking boring ideas and boring things and putting life into them by adding our emotion, putting examples, parallel storytelling, using emotional coloring to add that color into the picture with the emotion behind the scene, and all of the above that we've just covered. Next module, we're going to be talking about long form content. It's one thing to be a short form creator, it's another thing to master long form. So I can't wait to talk to you about how to stay in flow and how I stay in my flow state when I'm making my content, and how I'm doing this whole content thing for an hour straight with no breaks, being able to continue to speak on camera and being able to deliver this whole lesson to you. That is the sauce, and that is what I'm extremely excited to share with you, because it's so important for your stamina, because it's going to make making short form content so much more easier. And like I mentioned before, it's all about being prepared for those big moments when you get on a podcast, or when you perform something in front of an audience, or when you speak in front of an audience, or you make a webinar and you do a live event or something. This is what it's all about. It's all about being able to have that stamina and that energy and pacing, most importantly, with your breath and everything. And you add all these different things together, you're going to become an amazing communicator and one of the most really sought after people if you really do this in your field specifically, because not a lot of people are adding this stuff. This is only the things that actors are using and professional performers and professional live speakers use. And it's so important to use this into our content, because when people really do discover your content, which is extremely unique because you are unique, that's what's going to set you apart with all the visual storytelling skills that you have and all your tonality skills, your articulation. You're just going to stand out from all your competitors. And it's the little details that matter. This is why I'm spending so much time on this and why I built this whole series, because this is all about details now. It's one thing to be able to create content, but it's the next level, and there's so much more depth to it, to being able to be a good on-camera communicator. And that's what this entire thing is all about. So speak in stories, speak in pictures, tell your story, speak in pictures, and connect, and just love the whole process of it. So if you made it all the way up until this point in the module, thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next module where we talk about long form stamina. Hey, welcome to module number 6. Today we're going to be talking about long form practice. What are we going to be doing? We're going to be training our ability to speak for 30 to 60 minutes straight in one clean take. Now I know that sounds pretty scary, especially if you're not used to doing that, especially if you're used to scripting videos, especially if you're used to just doing any other form of content other than speaking for 30 to 60 minutes straight, even longer. Bear with me here. It's scary, but you can do it. Because if I'm going to do it, you can do it. I've been doing it for the past 5 modules now. We're on module number 6. This is the 6th time of doing it, and it's going to be good. And it's not going to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect, actually. There is never going to be a perfect presentation. There's never going to be a perfect video. But what you can do is get as close to perfect as possible and just continue to train so that your idea of perfection keeps getting higher and you keep raising that standard. And while everyone else's standard of perfection for speaking on camera, for making videos, is staying relatively the same. So when you keep on raising your standards of a good video, the standard becomes the anomaly, and you all of a sudden become the outlier. That is what we're doing here. And I'm not trying to use big words here. I want to keep it simple, but at the same time, I do like using words that really do show my range in my knowledge and stuff. And I know that's not really what we talked about in this whole series. We talked about keeping things very simple. However, I think at least the words that I chose when I just said that sentence was pretty good for explaining why we even want to do this. It not only trains your ability to hold a conversation and continue speaking, it makes you really, really good at reading people and understanding where they sit in terms of their confidence when they're in conversations and how well they can speak. And it's not something that's like a judgmental thing, it's just something to be aware of. It's something that you can observe, and quite frankly, it's something that you can also learn from people. So let's get into this entire thing. It's really just about speaking for long stretches, which is a really high level skill. I'm gonna be honest, I am not perfect at this, and I'm relying on my phone to read this stuff, but I understand that I need this kind of framework because I can't speak for 1 hour without looking at some kind of presentation, some kind of guide. Yes, I probably could if it's talking about my life or talking about a story, for sure. But when I'm giving value, when I'm giving you something, you need to have some kind of framework. So this whole time I've been looking at my phone as a framework. You will see this as people do webinars, as people do presentations, they have a slide prepared to speak about stuff. And then they go off on their own tangents. They go off on their own speaking flow, and they rely on the slide to prompt them the next thing. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to use that, but we're also going to bend the rules a bit, and we're going to learn to really do this in a way that doesn't need a framework to follow. And I know you're probably thinking, well, Michael, you're reading off your phone. You are following a framework. Yes, that is my thing. However, these skills and strategies that I'm going to share with you in this video are something that you can take when you go out to do your own presentation, or if you go out on a podcast, for example, which is a great example, or if you want to film a long YouTube video, or if you just are doing coaching, for example, and you're helping people. It's all adding that skill set. It's all adding up in that box of skills of yours. So really, we're going to go over how to speak calmly, clearly, and endlessly without losing your direction, and always coming back to your original point and what this whole idea is, and having that North Star while you're making your long form content, which is insanely powerful. So we have multiple different sections in here. Section 1 is why long form speaking is the master skill. Section 2 is the one take flow method. It's a 5-step method. And section 3 is internal prompting. Section 4 is planning without a script. Section 5 is how to keep talking without losing direction. Section 6 is storytelling from long form, storytelling inside long form, and why stories matter, which we did cover in the previous module of storytelling, visual storytelling. However, I do want to touch on a little bit how we can implement this into long form speaking. Section number 7 is talk with no replays drill. It's an exercise that we're going to do together. Section number 8 is topic switch drill. This one's cool. Section 9 is the 15-minute speaking challenge by yours truly. Section number 10 is your daily long form routine and some exercises that you can do. And then section 11, we're going to wrap everything up, go over what we learned, and plan for the next steps. So let's get into it. And you've noticed, if you are looking at my own tendencies, some of my filler words are so. You know what I'm talking about? Do you understand me? These are things that I kind of want you to, even the word kind of, I want you to pick these up because I want you to learn from me with my own tendencies that I'm doing so that you can notice them within yourself. Because it's easy to be critical about someone else, and you can point out what you relate to a good speaker and my speaking, and you can say, hey, he's speaking about all these great things, but he's reading off his phone. Maybe he's saying the word kind of a lot. He's saying the word so to prompt himself to do his next module thing, whatever he's doing. So those are all different ways, I just did it again, to analyze other speakers, but it's important to do this to yourself as well. And as you can tell, I am very hyper aware of the words I'm saying and how I'm speaking. So let's continue. I'm going to keep on saying the word so, which is a bridging word, which is kind of like a prompt, an internal prompt for me to continue and get the ball rolling. So I'm not stalling here and going in circles. We don't want to go in circles. Section 1 is why long-form speaking is the master schools. Not the master school, it's the master skill. The reason why it's important is because it's needed for YouTube videos, podcasts, webinars, coaching, and sales. All of those 5 categories are insanely important. And if you decide to neglect any of those platforms and things like sales and YouTube and coaching and presentations, webinars, I'm not telling you that you're not losing opportunity here. You are. Because when you are neglecting all of these very, very high level master skill categories, it's something that has to be urgent to you to learn to do. Because the best of the best do this with their personal brand. I get it. You might not want to do it, but you're going to have to eventually. And you might not want to have that big personal brand, but I'm telling you, if you made it all the way up until this point, and you're this far in your journey, and you've watched all the way up until this video, and you're second guessing yourself right now, I'm telling you right now to push through, because it's going to be hard. Either way, it's going to be hard. If you decide to quit right now, it's going to be hard to do something else. If you decide to go through with this and learn the long form speaking techniques and actually push yourself past your limits, put your back against the wall and actually craft greatness, it's going to be hard either way. And you've made it this far, let's continue. No more stalling, no more procrastinating either. Viewers trust your ease on camera. This is insanely important. And I really do think that after making so much content and being on camera so many different times, that my viewers and my audience, obviously I am biased, however, I do think that they really do see me as an authority, because everyone who I've talked to, who I gather data from, aka my prospects, aka people who see my content, I always ask them, what do you associate me with? Because that's what personal branding is. And they always say, you speak really well, you're really chill, you're really calm, you seem like a really nice guy. And I'm so happy to hear that, because I've really practiced that. I've owned my craft. I've honed in on all of these speaking exercises and skills and really just putting in the work every single day to be on camera, to be vulnerable, to show who I really am. And that's what's really setting me apart right now with my personal brand. It's the reason why people look to me and see me as that authority who can speak well and who has a good personal brand, because I just do the work. I do it on a daily basis. Every single day I make content. I'm on the camera all the time. There's no excuses. I don't have any excuses for you other than I just want more time to make more content. And that's the mindset that you have to have if you want to be mastering long form content. You have to fall in love with the process of it. You have to fall in love with this awkwardness of literally speaking to yourself. I was talking to my business partner and he told me that he was surprised when I told him that I filmed by myself. And he said it's so much easier with another person. And I said, well, yeah, of course it is. Of course it's easier to have someone else with you, prompting you and asking you questions and keeping it conversational. And he may argue that doing that is going to make your content just more conversational and relatable, which is very important. However, I would argue that it's even more important to learn to film content by yourself, to learn how to speak in front of the camera when no one else is around you, when there's a lot of people around you, when you have to do it when you're not wanting to do it. Because when you have an accountability partner, when you have someone helping you, of course you're going to do it. You're not going to let them down. But you have to carry on that same mindset when you're doing it by yourself. You can't let yourself down. Anyways, the ability to talk without stopping removes all fear. It removes all of your fear. It gets you out of your head. Because when you're thinking about, oh, I need to speak perfectly, I need to get this whole thing done and make it land, there's certain times when that is applicable. However, it's not really that applicable, because at the end of the day, it's really only hindering you from continuing to speak and continuing to be in that flow state. Like, as you can tell right now, I've been in this flow state. I'm talking and I'm continuing to talk, and it's because that I am just remembering these key points and referring to my notes here, but I just continue to talk and I don't stop. And when I stop and when I really think about it and then it gets me out of my flow. So that's one of the other things that you need to understand with making long form content, is to continue to be in that flow and don't get out of it. It's like if you were paddling along on a river with a canoe. You're paddling along your flow, you keep on going, and you hit a rock. and the boat kind of shakes and maybe stumbles a little bit. You're not just gonna sit in that thing and be like, oh, I guess I should stop now. I'll get to my destination later. No, you have to get your hands dirty, keep on moving, even though it's a rocky ride. That's pretty much how this whole series has gone. It's been a rocky ride. It hasn't been perfect, but I'm owning that, and I'm showing you that it's authentic, that I believe that I've gone to a point where I can do that because I can continue to talk and talk and talk and not even stop, because that's what's going to get me out of my flow state. That's what's going to mess up the video, or not even mess up the video, because there is no mess ups. And having that mindset will really eliminate all of the fear that you have around making content, especially long form content, and it removes your perfectionism. So inevitably, you have no excuses. Your delivery feels way more authentic when you flow naturally. I feel like I just dropped the bomb. I feel like I just talked a lot there. And that's really what it is. It's all about doing your best to sound natural. And you do your best to sound natural when you've already been speaking for a good amount of time. Whenever I start these long videos, I'm always kind of a little anxious, or maybe I'm a little stiff, because maybe I just didn't do enough vocal warm-up like the ones that we've practiced. But essentially, after like a minute or two of speaking and getting in the flow of it, your brain starts rewiring itself and feeding you new information and topics that you can add. As long as you keep on track, and as long as you understand what you're making the video for, and having a North Star, which we'll talk about, it's going to be a great video, and you can edit all the silences if you really want to. However, I think it's important to leave them in. Sure, you can play this at 2x speed, but that's just my own take on this. That's all for section 1. Section 2 is the one take flow method. Like I said, one main idea. One main idea, keep it super simple. When you're speaking and you're talking about a subject, don't try to speak about multiple different things at once, especially when it's long form, because naturally you are going to talk about multiple different things. But you have to focus on talking about one thing specifically. And when you focus on speaking on one specific thing, it will naturally lead you to talk about more different things. And using all of the techniques that we've learned, like the storytelling stuff, the emotional stuff, all of the analogies that you have all in your head, all your experiences, sharing your story, sharing everything that you know about your topic and the context of your video that you're making. That is really what it is. It's the main idea. Step 2 is breaking it into 3 parts. Having a beginning, a middle, and an end. Very straightforward, but bringing up your point, opening up your point, talking about it, you have your context, and then closing it off, and closing that idea, locking it up, putting it in the chest, digging a hole, burying it, put a flower, plant a seed, grow a tree, and do the same with the next topic, and the next topic, and the next topic. When you say enough about one topic, leave it and move on. Step 3, talk through each part. Natural thoughts, no script, no memorizing. And I'm not super big on sting and all that stuff, and I do know that it is very, very, very valuable, especially when you're doing your sales messaging and everything. However, I would argue that if you write a script, it's great because you understand the underlying meaning behind it and the psychology behind why you're making a script, for example. There's story, there's emotion, there's psychology, there's rhetorical language and rhetoric, and those words all mean just different types of storytelling and different ways of the English language. And essentially, when you can navigate that script and read it over and over and over again, if you read that thing over and over again and then you put it down and then you make a video without referring back to that script and trying to memorize it and be picture perfect, it will probably be a lot better of a video. So you should try doing that if you are and that's your bread and butter, by all means. But make something, read it out loud, and once you've read it out loud, understand the context of it, the points and the analogies that you want to talk about, and just go for it, free for all. Don't read it word for word. Actors do this, and like I said, we're training like actors, we're training like performers here. So when actors memorize a script, a lot of times they go off book, but sometimes they need to be on book. And the word on book means on script in the film industry language and everything. But when you're off book and you're all good, you can really play and feel those emotions and really be in the scene and be fully present. And that's what we're doing here, because when people script their content, I see it a lot. I watched a video last night too. I could tell there was a video that was scripted. Yes, it was very well done and very well shot, but I could tell that this guy was doing this whole thing and using different shots for it, which is completely fine, by the way. No one notices these things. But it's the micro little details that set you apart and make you great in terms of speaking. Step 4, soft transitions. When you're speaking about points, don't just completely switch the deck and go from talking about outer space to talking about bunny rabbits. I don't know where those ideas came from, but essentially the whole idea that I'm trying to convey here is to have leading words and wrap up your thoughts, and then have like a leading sentence opener to really get you going and get your brain to process what the next point is that you're going to talk about. This is important because it buys you back your time. It's exactly like the framework that I use in my sales process, which is the ACA method, the acknowledge, compliment, ask method, where when a prospect tells me something, I acknowledge it, I compliment them, and then I ask my next question. And those two things, that acknowledgement and complimenting part, buys me back my time to remember what my question is and carry on the conversation forward. And it also tells me back in my head what they said so I can re-it and show that I'm actively listening. You have to do this when you're speaking as well. Having a leading up word and phrase or sentence that you can say before you actually say your point gives you that flow. It makes you flow a lot easier, and it makes speaking easier because it buys back your time to speak about these things and think about the next point that you want to talk about. Some examples that you can say is, here's why, here's what this means. Let me explain this part a little bit deeper. Now let's move on. Step number 5. End with a clean final line. Clean, simple, short, and sweet. Talk for 30 seconds straight, and when you have 30 seconds, 60 seconds, a minute, 60 hours, however long you're going to talk for, just close the sentence off and have that ending beat and take a beat, aka pacing. Pacing is when you can take beats between the words that you say. Especially for long form, it's so important to take beats within the words that you're saying. Not every word, but between your sentences and ideas. Because a beat in the acting world is a change of thought, a change of an idea, a change of something from one thought, one subject to another. So when you take a beat, you are essentially giving yourself time to recalibrate your brain and to move on to the next point. So whenever you finish talking, take a beat. And you don't have to have some final crazy mic drop line that makes you look cool. You can just end. You can just stop talking and take a beat, the way that I just did right there. Because now we're on section 3, which is internal prompting. And this is really where it gets a little bit nuanced, but we're going to use our internal prompting and our own question asking skills to ask ourselves these questions and to prompt ourselves with the next thing that we're going to say. So internal prompting is having invisible cues that you use while talking. Think of it like this. Here are some next things that you can say. Like, what is the next step? What is the next example? What is the next mistake people make? What story fits here? What analogy could I refer to this? What does this topic make me remind of? That's a big one. What does this topic remind me of? When you're speaking about something, you can use the parallel storytelling. Wow. That was a big word, and I need to slow down and breathe. When you are using parallel storytelling, you can ultimately rely on this question of what does this remind me of to use analogies and your own experiences in storytelling to build your point and emphasize the thing that you're saying. Because you're leading up to it and you're talking about the point. You're talking about, let's say you're talking about fighting. Say you're a fighter, you're training, and this is super random, but you're fighting, and then all of a sudden you want to relate it to a time when you were fighting in the schoolyard when you were a kid and you got your tooth knocked out, and it was a lesson that you learned to not pick a fight that you can't end. Don't start a fight that you can't finish, kind of thing. So that's just an example. And really, I was asking myself, like, what does this remind me of? Well, I didn't get my tooth knocked out, but I'm just giving you an example here. Section number 4 is planning without a script. So step 1, you can do this. This is an action step. Write one sentence that captures the main idea of whatever it is that you want to talk about the next time you make a piece of content. And write 3 bullet points about that one topic, no more than 3. That becomes your context. Step 3 is pick one story for each bullet. Step 4 is record without looking at notes, because your script will kill your energy and bullet points keep you natural and flexible. And that's really what I have here. I have bullet points. I don't have a big script that I'm reading out here. I'm really just referring to these bullet points and just going off the hop. And it's important to do this because that's what's going to make your speaking a lot more natural, and that's what's going to be able to make really good content, and you'll be able to clip farm that. Essentially, you'll be able to take all these different clips of, you can take all of the stuff that you're talking where it doesn't make sense, you're speaking for too long, whatever you said just isn't relevant to the context of the video, and you can mold it into different clips that you can use, and all that stuff is going to be so natural. That's why some of my content has done numbers on social media, because the clips that I've taken were from a long form clip where I was just spitting game and continuing to talk and just in a flow state. And when you get in that flow state, that's when the magic really happens, and that's when you can really showcase your skills and your speaking ability, and you will naturally just remember all of the articulation exercises you've done, which I haven't clearly done because I'm messing up my words. You'll remember all the storytelling techniques that you've learned from this video, from these videos. You'll learn all of the ins and outs of speaking in long form media. And really, without a script, you don't need it. You just really need the bullet points, the talking points, the things that you can kind of go off on the riff. And you kind of just remember and prompt yourself these things. What does this remind me of? What can I relate this to? What's my next point? These are just questions that you can ask yourself while you're speaking. Section 5, how to keep talking without losing direction. This is a good one. Rule number 1, down. I need to take my own advice on this one because I tend to speak really fast, especially when I have a point because I want to get it out. But that doesn't do me a service to myself because I want to be able to speak longer and have my words flow naturally. But when I am really rushing through things and not giving myself time to process even though things that are coming out of my mouth, it doesn't give me time to ask me those prompting questions. It doesn't give me time to think of a story that I can share, or an analogy, or an example that I remember. So pace yourself, don't rush, and breathe. There's no rush here. Rule 2 is return to the main idea. Always refer back to that main idea, and that's why it's so important to speak on one point only. Rule number 3 is use bridge lines when you're stuck. For example, and I prefaced this at the beginning of the video, I believe. Here is what I want you to understand about X. Let me make this simple for you and break it down in simple terms. Here is what this means. Here's where this applies. Here's an example of this. And even though it's a short word and a short phrase that you can say before you actually say it, it buys you time to think about what you're going to say before you say it. Because essentially, these should be our filler words. Let me explain this to you in a much simpler way. That was around 1.5 seconds long. And I could use 1.5 seconds to think of a topic, think of my next speaking point, think of an example that I can easily talk about and continue talking about. That's what this is about. It's about using these things as filler words rather than using the words like, you know, I mean, well, you know what I'm talking about? All those words? No. But these words, yes, good. Rule number 4 is short blocks of thought. And this refers back to one idea per line. Pace yourself and just one idea at a time, one bullet point at a time. Short thoughts only. Because when you start speaking, you're going to start over explaining things enough, and eventually you'll be able to have those bigger blocks of thought the more that you speak, because naturally your brain will pick up that you're speaking and it will tell you that you need to continue speaking, and it just is this never-ending loop. Rule number 5, use pauses to reset. The way that I've been doing in this entire video, by the way. Because we don't need to have perfect editing and perfect chopping up, because it's important to sit with these ideas. And I've already explained a lot of information, so you're probably feeling overwhelmed. You're probably maybe even thinking that I'm speaking a little bit too fast, maybe, which I think I am. So just understand that it's important to take your time with this stuff and take intentional pauses. Be intentional with it and recover your lost train of thought with bridge phrases. Section number 6 now. Storytelling inside long form. So a simple 3-part story formula, beginning, middle, and end. Well, situation, problem, and your point. And why do stories matter? It's because we talked about it already, but stories are relatable. Stories bring out emotion. Stories are personable. And stories make that connection with our audience, that parasocial relationship that we're all looking to build. Parasocial relationship means that the viewer understands you more inside out than you understand them, because it's a one-way road when it comes to a parasocial relationship with viewers on social media. Storytelling, we already talked about an entire video about this, but I'm going to say that storytelling is your bread and butter when it comes to long-form content. When it comes to speaking for a long time, storytelling is going to do you wonders, because you will always be able to relate things to a story or something that you heard or something that came across your mind or something that you saw. And it will always lead to a next talking point or another new idea or a question that you can ask the audience, or a new talking point that you want to ask someone if you're in a conversation. So use storytelling. And we're not going to go any more in depth about it because we already talked about storytelling. Section number 7 is talking with no replays drill. Without any retakes, without redoing it, keeping it all in there. So I want you to, number 1, record yourself. Don't rewatch it. Don't restart it. Move on. Make one video. Talk about what you're good at give a story, use rhetorical language, and by rhetorical language, I mean like simple rhetorical language, don't overcomplicate it, but use descriptive language. Make people visualize that picture. Talk in pictures. And when you do this exercise, it's not to post it. And if it's a good video, sure. But this exercise is to remove perfectionism. It's to remove that need to make perfect content, to remove the need for you to impress your ego. So when you make the next piece of content, matter of fact, pause this video and set up your phone and talk about what you just learned, about everything. Talk about one thing that you learned and one thing that you can relate it to and an example from this whole thing that resonated with you, and maybe a story that you can relate everything to. And wrap it up, stop recording, put your phone down, and move on. Don't come back to it until the next day. And then you can decide when you want to critique it, when you want to look over it, when you want to analyze it, and when you want to post it, because all content's good content. It all builds your personal brand. It's so important to do this, and it builds your confidence fast. It really doesn't take that long to build the skill. It really only takes like 20 hours of recording yourself on camera to really feel confident and to really feel comfortable, let alone speaking this much. The more you can get in the habit of doing this, the better you're going to get, which we all know. So try that drill out. Another thing that you can try out is called the topic switch drill. Pick 3 random topics, completely different. And I'm going to do this one with you. And talk about each of them for 10 seconds each and switch instantly. Okay, so we got some, well, why are we doing this? It's for our mental agility, because we don't want to panic when our brain blanks. And this is really good for podcasts and live streaming when people are asking you questions, and it's going to be a bunch of random questions. So I want you to use those bridge phrases, the things about those things, to perform this exercise, and record this for yourself too, so that you can get better and rewatch your tape. Game tape, baby. We want to record everything and study it. It's just like a basketball game. I'm going to use basketball analogies because that's what my background is. I'm a basketball player. I played basketball today, actually. I just came back from playing. It was awesome. And basketball analogies are my thing to use because it's relatable, and people who play basketball or people who watch basketball can relate. It's just like watching your game tape. You're going to watch how you do the moves. You're going to watch how you shoot. You're going to watch your form. You're going to compare it to other people who you aspire to be like. That's what Kobe Bryant did with Michael Jordan. I only say Michael Jordan because I have a poster of Michael Jordan right here that I'm always referring back to and looking at. I don't know why, but it's a little distracting. However, one of my favorite players, the GOAT. And I'm sorry, yes, LeBron has more points than him, but he's got 6 rings. Okay, anyways, aside from all that, I don't know why people hate on Michael Jordan so much. Yes, he's from a different era, but you can't argue with the guy. He's a good player. Anyways, topic switch drill. I have here coffee, sales, gym. So those are my 3 topics: coffee, sales, gym. 10 seconds each. So usually I don't drink any coffee. Recently though, I started drinking coffee because I went downtown, and when I was walking into the coffee shop, I was really craving a London fog tea, which I usually drink, but they gave me a coffee, like a dark coffee instead. And I ended up drinking it, and I was so productive. And now every time I see a coffee, I want to try it, and I want to use it for production and using it to get better at my content and stuff. However, I think that if I did it, I would start to rely on it. And if I didn't have it, I would eventually go crazy. Because I think I get superstitious about a lot of different things. And especially if I was taking a sales call, because when I take sales calls, I low-key do have a ritual to wear a certain thing, wear the lucky underwear, make sure I have my water, make sure I do my little ritual, my little thing before I have a sales call. And I think that if I relied on coffee to have sales calls, it would make me really, really reliant on it. And maybe that's not true, because I feel like I can do things without having coffee, but I feel like it will just make me so much better at the things that I do that I'm gonna use it as an external mechanism to always rely on it. And I think it's good to have a balance of things. And I would probably, most likely, rely on it to go to the gym as well. Because my gym energy comes from just bananas, coconut water, a good sleep, and I just go for it. And people are like, you don't use pre-workout or drink any coffee or anything? I don't. Because I don't think that I should need that. Because naturally, yes, coffee did exist back then, but when the Spartans and the Greek warriors went out for battle and kissed their family goodbye because it might be the last time that they're going to see them. Yeah, they might have had a meal, but do you think they're asking for, I want my coffee. Give me my cup of coffee. Come on. And there you go. That was longer than 10 seconds per topic, but I think I bridged each of them pretty nicely, and I added some cool examples and analogies. So do that. just do that and continue talking, and notice how I didn't stop talking at all. Maybe I had a couple pauses here and there. However, like, I just kept on flowing and going. Flowing and going. That's a rhyme. Oh yeah. Man, I'm having too much fun with this. Anyways, section number 9 is the 15-minute speaking challenge. And I'm not going to do this because I've already been doing that. So this is something I want you to do. Pick one clear topic. Write one sentence. Write 3 parts of that sentence. Have examples for each of them and stories you can tell. Film yourself doing this too. It's important to film yourself and watch the game tape to review. Speak for 15 minutes straight. No stopping, no rewatching. Use your transition words. Stay composed and relaxed. And let it go. And don't rewatch it. And put it aside. And then continue on with your day. It's going to be really tempting to watch that, but I want you to sleep on it. I want you to rewatch it the next day. And the reason for this is because we are very heightened in our own critique when we make a piece of content. That's why when I film content, I won't look at it right after. I will let it sit and probably not even look at it for a week or a couple days. And the reason being because I don't want to necessarily instantly critique myself, and because I am kind of biased and my emotions are heightened when I'm speaking and I think I'm doing a good job, and then maybe I might start hating myself when I'm watching this content, and I might start thinking like, damn, like I need to reshoot this, when really it's good enough and no one's going to notice all the nuances and the little things and the thing that you didn't say, or the word that you slept up on, the thing that you stuttered on. No one's going to notice any of that. So understand that this is just a drill. It's not to put out there for content. Maybe it is. Maybe you're doing something like me. Maybe you want to try doing something like what I'm doing. But just understand that this isn't the end all be all. So let it go. Film it and let it go. And this is going to build your stamina. 15 minutes. That's a long time. If you really do think about it, of speaking without stopping. And if you don't know what to say, call yourself out the way that I've been doing this whole time. Maybe not the whole time, but I've been doing it. Call yourself out that you're feeling awkward. How are you feeling today? What have you done today? What's on your mind right now? What are you feeling? What are you looking at? Think of your 5 senses. What can you hear? What can you smell? What can you see? What can you touch? What can you taste? Section number 10, daily long form routine. And this is your 3-minute routine. So I want you to start it off. You don't have to do this every day, but this is an exercise that you can do, especially if you're going to do a long form piece of content, a long video. Do this. 30 seconds of slow breathing, 30 seconds of that. And I want you to do 30 seconds of topic switching. Speak about one thing and then speak about another thing. And then another thing, and then continue to do that. And then once you do that, you'll really get in the habit of that phrase that you start to say multiple different times. The thing that gets you to have time to think about your next words, the next thing that you're gonna say. And that's why it's important. That's why these exercises are important. And once you do that, take a break and relax, because it's hard. It's hard to do all this stuff. And it's even harder to really do it perfectly, and having all of these influences around us makes it really hard, to be honest, to start doing something, and it intimidates us, to be honest, because I'm not perfect and I want to showcase my own speaking ability, and I think that I've gotten better. I feel like I've gotten better over the videos that I've made doing this, because it just takes reps. It's just going to take time, and when you put in the time, it's going to pay off. And you're going to be able to make YouTube videos. Man, if you can make videos like this for an hour long, or even 30 minutes, or even 15 minutes long, think about how easy it's going to be for you to make short form content, which is all about in our next module, which is part of the challenge. So let's wrap this up. Long form is going to, honestly, this builds your skill. When you actually sit in front of the camera and speak for a long periods of time, it's going to make your communication just so much better, and you're going to get so much more sharper in very little time. It doesn't take that long to learn this stuff. And quite frankly, if you always have wanted to do this but you still haven't done it, why haven't you already filmed something already? You should have been starting to film stuff after watching the first video of this whole series. That's just the reality of it. So actually pick up the phone, pick up the camera, whatever camera you have. I don't care about the lighting setup. I don't care about anything. This is strictly about building your skill. And when you have the right lighting setup, and when the cameras are on and the video's recording and the microphone's in your face, that's when you're gonna be able to use all the skills that you've been learning from this series. And you're gonna be able to just speak so clearly and professionally, and your personal brand is gonna be seen as an authority, which is what we want, and people will trust you, because people trust people who can speak really well, and people trust people who are confident and calm. That's just the reality of it. I will trust someone who can speak really long, and especially if they're a nice person, especially if they're credible and they can back up their words that they're saying and with proof. I have no reason not to trust them. And it's just a skill that's going to get you in many different doors. So let's wrap this up. What did we learn today? We learned why long form matters. We learned the one take flow. We learned about internal prompts. and bridging phrases to spark conversation, to buy us time to say our next line, our next speaking point, our next analogy, our next idea. We learned simple planning. We learned about how to stay on track. We learned about a little bit of storytelling. We've already learned that in the previous module, but we touched a little bit about it. We talked about the no replay drill. We talked about the topic switching drill, the 15-minute challenge, and your daily routine that you can practice, which is basically the topic switching thing. And using the topic switching thing will really train that muscle of that build-up phrase that you start to say between your talking points and your ideas. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, long-form content's hard. It's not gonna happen overnight, but it could if you make a lot of videos in a short amount of time. The way that I got really good at speaking on camera, and a lot of people say that I'm good at camera speaking and just communication in general, what got me really good was when I created my first course, my first lead magnet. And that's why I'm making another one, because I wanted to get even better on camera and I want to get even more comfortable and just more familiar with just looking down at the barrel of the lens. And that's when I really got better at speaking onto the camera, because I honestly was really fatigued from speaking that much and just putting in that much work. I spent 6 hours in front of the camera talking and talking and talking and talking. I chopped it up into a 15-minute video, 4 hours, 15-minute video. It's on my YouTube for free if you want to learn about personal branding and building a coaching business. I wanted to make this video because this is an important skill that you need to learn before you even do something like that. Something that I really wanted to know if I was to make content for the first time. I would watch this series first. Learn how to communicate before you actually learn how to make content, because you don't need much skills to make content. You don't need to be an editor. You don't need to be a crazy. You just need to be able to have a good lighting setup, which doesn't take long to learn. Ask AI and speak clearly and just speak and articulate and just continue to speak and build that muscle. So the point being is that you don't need an editor. You don't need edits to fulfill that need to make a good piece of content, because your content's already good enough without any editing. You just need to add simple captions, maybe a simple headline as an on-screen caption to help build that hook. And at the end of the day, that's all you really need. You don't need crazy B-roll and pop-ups and all this crazy animations and everything. You just need to learn how to speak clearly and speak confidently, continuously, without cutting, and having perfect videos. Because it's not going to be perfect, but you are going to eventually, like I said at the beginning of this video, raise your bar to what your standard of perfection is, and that's going to become really good pieces of content to the point where you don't even need any editors, and like your ability to show facial expressions and to articulate and to really just feed in from that emotion, from your diaphragm, from your breathing and your pacing, all towards the camera. And it creates an amazing performance that people want to see, and it's that color picture that we talked about in the previous one. But that's what it's all about. And it's about painting that picture, and it's about doing it in a long form way. And I got so good after that. My short form content exploded after I made that lead magnet, and it was life-changing. It allowed me to build my business. It allowed me to work with brands and different partners and companies and all this amazing stuff. So your communication will take you far, because closed mouths don't get fed. And if you're able to communicate and speak well and be confident in front of people, especially in person, because this will build your skills in person, I promise you. You're gonna get so much better at speaking on camera and in person, in meetings, even to your family, when your family's quite literally interviewing you for Christmas or for Easter dinner or for Thanksgiving. Whenever you're watching this, your family's going to start interviewing you, because that just happens. That's just a thing that happens within every family. And I think that I like that challenge of being able to speak. And I think that I'll be able to honestly be able to articulate a pretty good story of my life that's been going on. Because I have a cool life. And I don't say that to brag or anything. I just think that every single day is different for me, and I meet a lot of different interesting types of people. And I'll have great stories to share, especially to my kids one day, and especially to my family on those Thanksgiving dinners and everything. So if you made it all the way up to this point in this module, thank you so much for maintaining your attentiveness and taking breaks between everything and taking your notes. I really do appreciate it. You are part of the 1% who's made it this far in this whole series. Because a lot of people won't make it to this point in time. That's just the reality. It's a long video. It's a long series. It's a long string of videos. So good on you for sitting through all my imperfections and everything. I hope you take notes on my imperfections as well. Maybe send them over to me so I can review them and get better at speaking. But understand that long form comes with practice, but it doesn't take a long time to build that skill fast. Now in the next module, we're going to be talking about the challenge I have for you. It's a 60-day challenge, and that's all I'm gonna say. But it's a 60-day challenge, and it's really to build this skill of speaking. And so that's all for this module. I'm gonna wrap it up here. But that next video is all about short form content, a little bit of long form stuff, but mainly short form, and about how we can really build that speaking muscle with a live challenge. And everything in that next module is going to be pouring my heart out into how I make my content as well, how I get ready to make my content, and what I really think about when I'm making my content beforehand, after, and ultimately just that whole challenge that I'm going to walk you through so that we all can build our strong personal brands and that we can be seen as an authority in our space. So thank you so much for watching, and I'm going to see you in the next module. What's going on? Welcome to module number 7. We're going to be learning about the daily grind of content creation. Specifically, I'm going to be challenging you to a daily content challenge. This is going to be exciting, and this is all about building the discipline, removing your fear from posting, and speaking on camera every single day for 60 days straight. That's the challenge. Today it's all about discipline, consistency, confidence, because speaking comes effortless when you do it every single day. It's like anything. It's like riding a bike. And repetition kills your fear much faster than anything else, much faster than trying to script out a perfect video. It's easier to just go for it and just build the skill rather than trying to read off something perfect every single time. Although I am reading off something here, having these talking points is crucial as you have a North Star / topic that we've talked about in prior modules. However, I think it's so important to be able to just continue to speak and have these moments where you can go off on the flow and just follow your own stream of consciousness, if that makes sense, so that you can really make some really authentic content that's completely natural, and that is ultimately the best way to make content nowadays. You see content that's scripted and kind of forced, and it doesn't come across authentic, and even though it might still hit the same points and everything, it's crucial to have that flow, and people want to trust that flow, because when you don't have it and you make content that is rigid and scripted and really trying to force words into place that don't really make sense, I'm not saying that you're doing that. I'm saying that the difference between that kind of content and this kind of content style is a huge difference in terms of how people perceive you, especially how people trust you. And honestly, that's everything in business. When you are doing business with someone, you have to trust them to do business with someone. When you're going to watch their content, when you're going to consume their content, it's all a game of trust. And building that trust comes from having social proof, having all of the things that you say actually be real and you be an authentic person. But part of it comes from this ability to be able to articulate and communicate on camera and to perceive yourself and portray yourself as this person who is an expert that can just simply talk game. Because if anyone asks me about personal branding, about anything, I should be able to answer that on the fly and just come up with things that are true, that make sense. That is what we're trying to do here, so that we can just be an expert, and that no matter what kind of pressure that we put on ourselves, no matter what happens, no matter who asks us a question on a live stream, no matter who asks us a question on a podcast, no matter what kind of video we're making, no matter what piece of content you're going to make, you'll be able to just use your expertise and be able to communicate these things by using the bridging phrases and storytelling and being able to just ultimately articulate things in a simple way for people to understand. And that's what really does build that trust. On top of it, additionally, posting consistently and showing your proof and giving people a reason to watch all the way through, and all the other things that we've talked about. But this is really tying it all together into a formula that you can start implementing today, is the posting every single day for 60 days challenge, which is what we're going to talk about. But before we go into that, I'm going to really preface that this module is going to give you the entire system to speak daily with no hesitation, without having to script anything, without having to second guess it. And you'll understand the basic video framework, and you'll be able to relate that to any type of your content pillars, because it's so simple. And I will walk through that after I go through what we're going to be talking about in this entire module series. Not the module series, the sections of this video. So section number 1 is why daily posting transforms your communication. Section number 2 is the 60-day challenge, how it works. Section number 3 is the pre-film ritual. Section number 4 is the simple structure for daily videos. Section 5 is how to remove fear and overthinking. Section number 6 is tracking your progress. Section number 7 is how this challenge builds your identity as a business owner, as a creator, and how it ultimately will shape you into a creator that will be able to create past the 60 days consistently, something that you can implement and you just get in the habit of doing. Section number 7 is how this challenge really builds your identity. I think I just mentioned that. But section number 8 is what happens after the 60 days of posting, what happens when this whole thing's done and it's all on you and you don't have me or any of these videos to guide you. Section number 9 is the daily challenge, and section number 10 is closing up everything and wrapping this whole thing up. So you're probably wondering how I post my daily videos and how that you should go post your daily videos. Well, let's talk about some content sauce right now, because this is probably what you want to hear. You're probably posting videos that are experimental. Maybe you're copying different formats from different creators in the same niche that you are. Maybe you're asking frequently asked questions to AI and giving it prompts. Whatever you're doing for your content, I think that you should keep doing it. However, there is a simple formula for the ways that you can create content that is built for generating clients. One of the ways that I do it, which is very simple: make content, talking head, in one go, and give someone one clear direction to go, into a lead magnet. They opt into a lead magnet, they go into the ManyChat form where appointment setters, sales teams talk to them and qualify them based on a lead scoring system that I've generated for my own business and for the clients I work with. From there, setters get qualified to put on calls, and then calls get booked onto my calendar where I close. That's the simplest way that you can make content that will ultimately generate clients. The way that you make content like that is by giving them that clear one direction, which is most likely going to be a lead magnet at the end of your video. That could be a YouTube video, that could be a PDF file, it could be anything that's going to give them value. You gotta be careful though here, because you don't wanna make value content in your actual Instagram Reels. The value should sit on you, but more so, the value is always going to be everywhere. It's going to be accessed anywhere. People will ask ChatGPT the question that they want to be answered. They're not going to sit in a 30-minute video or a 30-second video of you explaining their simple problem that they're going to ask AI for. What you need to understand is that you need to make content that is relatable, that makes people like you, not that makes people say, oh, this guy's giving a lot of sauce. In fact, the last thing that you want is just to be another, I call them snakes in the grass. You don't want to just become another creator that is relying on just giving 3 simple tips on what you should not do when posting a video, or the best way, or the number one thing that I learned after this, or whatever. Because it puts you into a category of all the creators who are out there right now that are doing that, because every single creator is doing that. And I really don't see anyone, well, there's obviously people I see, but there's not a lot of people who actually just share their story and share their insights and actually put their opinion out there. And that's what gets people to like them and trust them and remember them. And doing that all with good communication is crucial for your business. So let's not do any more valuable content. Let's make that clear. Let's get on the same page there. So I said that there's 2 types of content that you can make, and then the second type of content that I was going to say was any type of experimental content, things that you want to experiment with, potential copying viral trends. I recommend doing this if you can relate it to your subject and the niche and whatever it is that you're making videos about. However, I think it's important to make content that is geared towards getting people to like you and trust you. And that's really where the sauce is. And so let's just talk about that kind of format, because the experimental content, that's cool. And you can do that. And then you can have content that clips YouTube videos, for example. That's my own content style. It's all content that is going to get people to really like us and just feed into that whole authentic personal brand building category of content. Because that is really the number one focus at the top of funnel. At your top of funnel, your Reels, your TikTok, Instagram, that is what people see as your first impression. And so you want people to get a glimpse of who you are within every single video. You want your content to be a place at the top of funnel where people can ultimately choose and decide if they want to spend more time with you or not. Simple as that. You don't want to be the creator that just gives a bunch of value and doesn't really show what their value is. And you end up in this cycle of, oh, well, I like this guy's value that he's giving out, but how valuable is this guy? Anyone can talk about value. That's why ChatGPT is always going to win in that battle. But the thing that ChatGPT can't beat you at is being a valuable person yourself and being likable and having your audience actually perceive you as that authority and perceive you as someone who's a friend and getting on that same level, like we talked about in the previous modules, like we talked about in module number 1, I believe, was being on the same level as your ICP, as the viewer. You don't want to become some kind of valuable person that is giving so much value that polarizes your audience and makes them believe that they're ahead of you, that you're some kind of magical god that just knows everything about anything because you're just asking ChatGPT for prompts and valuable video topics that you can make. That era is over. There has been so many videos like that already on YouTube, on Instagram, of people saying the top 5 ways to do this, the top 5 ways to do that. That era is gone. The thing that's going to separate you is being yourself, because that's your only unique thing that you have. I'm sorry, but everyone already makes content like that, and you're better off at making your own style of content where you can really just put your personality out there rather than trying to compete with all these big companies and brands who have already done content like that. You have to understand that that's the stuff that worked in 2011. But in 2026 and all the years afterwards, with AI becoming such a prominent thing, everyone has this information. Everyone is going to be able to ask questions to AI to get all the information that they need. They don't need any more value from you. They need to feel like they can relate to you. They need to feel like they have a friend on their side. Someone who's not above them or below them, but someone who's just right there with them. And that's the goal with organic short form content and on your YouTube videos as well. You need to just be that person who can be by their side. And that's the most powerful way to create content nowadays, especially if you can articulate and if you can communicate and if you can be that authority presence by simply articulating and talking about the things that you know really well already. That's what's going to really get people to trust you and like you and remember you. And when they see that you're on your side, that's when the pendulum swings in your favor. And when they trust you, the pendulum is on your side. Believe me, the ball's in your park. All you gotta do is just make content that generates them to take a next step, to take an action, to go to one clear direction. And that may be a lead magnet, that might be an offer document, that might be a free course, that might be a free video, it might be a free PDF file, a free resource, anything like that. And when you build that trust, and by giving that type of value, when after that they've built that trust, when you actually give the value that everywhere is accessed, but it's in your own way and form that they like because they like you, they're going to listen to it, they're going to read it, and that just builds their trust subconsciously, and it makes them see you really as that authority. I know that this is a lot. I know that all that I talked about was a lot, but that's really the whole personal brand for a business in a nutshell, is just building that trust and building that social proof and just making people give a reason to actually listen to you and trust you. And with the content style, let's talk about that, because I think the style as well as like the formula / framework of making videos is very simple. And it shouldn't be something that takes you 30 minutes every single day. It should take you 15 minutes at most, because I honestly don't spend that much time making content. I will spend maybe 30 minutes making a YouTube video every single week, and that's just my workflow. And I've only gone to that point in my life where I can do that just because I've been able to practice my articulation and practice my communication, and that's why I'm able to do this. And that's why I'm making this video for you, because I can make a video, I can stand here very long and talk about all this stuff. And I told you by the end of this whole series, which is this video right now, that my communication is going to be so much better, and it is. I already feel it. I feel like I can speak faster but more paced out and actually give you good ideas and things that you can understand. So I think that I've gone a little bit better. Maybe not. Maybe I'm feeling like I'm just better in my mind subconsciously, but you just see the same version of myself. Maybe I've just gotten a little bit better, but maybe you don't even see that difference. Either way, this isn't about me, this is about you. So how should we make our videos? What is the framework? Well, it's very simple, I'll tell you this, and then we're gonna get into the whole consistency, the whole challenge, and what we have in store for the next steps for you. So making content is all about, I would say in the short form context, to shift people's identity and to get people to see a new perspective. What I mean by that is you have to have obviously good hooks. Hook is your most important part of the video. I'm not going to go too into depth about hooks and everything because I have videos like that already. I have resources for that. However, I will say that the hooks that do really well are things like visual hooks, things that are going to get people to stop, that are going to like shift people's identity instantly. That could look like in forms of controversial takes, for example, like on-screen captions, or literal visual hooks where you're jumping into frame, or where you're setting up your camera and it's all shaky, and then eventually when you say your lines and the one that's going to land in the middle of your hook, is front and center and ready to go. There could be ways you can do a backflip in the frame, or you can play a guitar and then say your lines. Having something physically there, or having your microphone on, I don't know, a glasses case, or having your microphone on a water bottle, and just having something irregular that's not normally there, that is a pattern interrupt within the first 2 seconds of the video, arguably within the first 1 second of your video, that's what's going to make people stop to scroll. Because your whole point here, because why would you expect someone to watch a video, the rest of your 30 seconds of the video, if you can't get them to watch the first 2 seconds? It's so important because you're competing with so many different things out there. You have to realize that you're not competing with just the next video scrolling. You're competing with people on their phone. The opportunity cost of watching your video is costing them not to be able to text their mom, text their dad, text their partner, text their spouse, send them Instagram reels to their significant other, to check their email, to watch YouTube videos, to go on Snapchat, to go on TikTok, to go on Instagram. You have to understand there's so many other opportunity costs that are associated with short form media, because we have this phone here that quite literally has everything in the world that you want to know. You can ask AI to do anything for you. You can ask AI to learn anything, and you are very selfish to assume that people are going to watch your whole video through just because you have good value and insights, when you need to understand that people, your ICP, the person behind the camera, is having and experiencing their own life of their own. So you have to give them a really strong reason to make them be able to say, hey, everything else doesn't matter, but this video right here. Based on these first 2 seconds, I already understand that this video is going to be valuable. I know exactly what I'm going to get out of it, and I'm going to watch the whole thing through, and probably multiple times, and send it to my friends, and comment on it, and save it, and maybe put it on my story, and comment the keyword, just because the first 2 seconds have sold me on my time. That's what you're selling. Sell your time. Sell the time that it's going to take someone to watch your video. And that's what's going to be so important about this whole challenge, is that every single video you have to ask yourself, how can I get someone to sell their time into watching my content within the first 2 seconds? Mind you, there is so many different ways to do that. I'm not going to explain all the different ways, but that is the whole philosophy. And that's what you need to understand when you're making your hook of your video. Stop the scroll. Give them a reason to watch your content, and understand that there's so many other things that they could be doing, not even just in the iPhone, but in the physical real world. In the internal and external world, there is so much things that is going on that is going to distract them from your video. And if you can't get them at like watching the first couple seconds of your video, then you're cooked. You might as well just not even make that video. So it's really important to spend most of your time on your hooks. And this is the same thing when it comes to making YouTube content, because YouTube content is an even different ballpark. I would say that it's a lot easier to learn Instagram, learn short form, TikTok, that kind of media first, and apply the same thing onto YouTube content. The difference with YouTube content, I'll touch on this briefly, is the fact that you have probably less time. You probably have 1 second or 0.5 seconds to hook someone with your thumbnail and title. Both of those things play in par with each other. And when they click on it, they have to get the payoff of what that title and thumbnail is. And there's so many ways to do it. There's like color psychology, but a lot of it is sales psychology, to get someone to really invoke on their fears, their curiosity, their deepest desires, their problems that they have, the things that they want. You have to speak on that, and you have to give them that within the first 5 seconds of the video. And you have to show those desires and fears and everything that they want and problems that they're facing in a way that is clickable visually with your thumbnail. It has to be bright, it has to have contrasting colors, there has to be not too many things in the space. People have to understand it really clearly in 1 second. If someone can't look at your video, your title, your thumbnail within 1 second and not understand what the whole context of the video is, then you're better off not making that video. Put it in the bin and rearrange those ideas and repackage it into something that someone can understand in 1 second. We don't have any time here. We have very, very little time, and it's so important because it's tracking how long people are looking at the home feed for. They're tracking all of these data. There's a timer when people are scrolling their mouse or hovering their mouse over different things, when they're deciding to watch your video or when they're searching terms. Everything is all calculated. You need to understand that the algorithm is so powerful. It's all programmed by AI too, by the way. So it knows everything. It knows everything about the users, about your ICP, about the people watching your content, about your content. So you gotta be able to understand that and mold yourself into the algorithm in a way that is presentable, professional, and authority driven and trust driven. And when they click on that video, you better be communicating really good. I mean, like, otherwise, if your presence on camera isn't there, they're gonna click off. If there's no energy, they're gonna click off. If you can't speak well, if you don't sound like you're an English speaker from the United States, I'm sorry, but I don't care where you're based, they're gonna click off. You have to be someone who can speak English clearly, someone who can be trustworthy, someone who looks like they could be trusted. And I'm not trying to be, what's the word? I'm not trying to like call people out or call different places in the world out, but all I'm trying to say here is that people want to listen to people who are in America. Then that's just the reality of personal branding, and that's the reality of business in general. The whole point of this is to build a personal brand and to attract high-paying clients for your business, or just to build a strong personal brand that people can look at and say, damn, I trust that person. And 99% of people are going to trust someone who speaks English, because English is just the number one human language. So you have to speak English. I don't know if I put this in there, but I hope that by this time in this whole video series that you understand that, because if you haven't been speaking English and you've been translating this whole entire video series, what are you doing? You have to learn English. Aside from all that stuff, the YouTube stuff is very nuanced. I'm not going to get into it. I have videos for that on my YouTube channel. That's funny. I have videos about YouTube videos on my YouTube channel. So, short form content, the basic structure is this. You have your hook. We've spoken about hooks already. Within your hook, you have to shift someone's identity. You have to change their belief after your hook. You have to give them a reason why to watch the video all the way through. And by providing examples, giving people stories that can be relatable, because being relatable is probably another one of the most important things on short form content as well as long form content, but top of funnel content is so important to give people a reason to watch you. So you have to be able to give people that reason to say, hey, this person is trustworthy, I can relate to them, they're not above me, they're not below me, I'm just right there with them. And that's what builds your relatability, as well as also sharing your wins and losses, especially sharing your losses, talking about things that are actually bothering you, things that are actually going on in your life, and not just showing a highlight reel. Everybody knows that Instagram is a highlight reel. So when you immediately separate yourself from that group of people who just post all their wins, all the money they're making, all the success they're having, all the clients that are doing well, you instantly separate yourself and you put out a different type of energy when you actually share your losses, because it just means that you don't care to impress anyone. You just want to document your progress and your journey and show people that you're a human too and that you're not perfect. And that's what really gets people to build that trust and relate to you. After you've shifted someone's identity, once you've gone through that whole thing and you have a controversial topic or something that is giving someone a reason to watch your video, once you have that, you have to provide context, ideas, storytelling, examples. All the things that we've talked about, they all apply to your content. That's why this module was the last module, because we had to go through every single module in order to get to where we're at right now, in order to make good content. So you apply all of these different things like analogies, examples, leading words, and everything that we've covered into this entire video series, and articulation, projection, and being confident on camera. Everything all goes into that video. You shift someone's idea, you give them a reason to watch the whole video through, and then you give them one clear call to action. That's the basic framework. And you can apply that same framework to almost literally everything. And also by adding social proof in there, I forgot to add. Before you add your CTA, another good rule of thumb is to have social proof, to have a reason why someone should watch your video. That's the sauce. That's really what's going to get someone to continue to carry on and give them a reason to watch. Because the number one metric in any type of algorithm, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, social media platforms, they all care about watch time, the most important metric. So do all that. Keep people retained and have the pattern interrupts, have all of the rhetorical language, have all the emotions flowing, like actually be someone that's interesting and animated, and someone who they can just watch and consume and binge watch. That's the way you want to make your content. You want to have your content page just something that someone can just scroll for hours and hours. On your YouTube channel, you have to have all the same things there, and you just want to be bingeable. And to be bingeable, you have to be able to be presentable, and to present yourself in a way that is authority driven, that makes people believe that, hey, I can trust this guy. He speaks so well, and he speaks so well about this topic that I'm really interested in, and he's not trying to show off or anything. It feels like he's my friend. I feel like I can trust him. I'm on his side. Maybe he can help me out. And that's subconsciously real trust building and real authority building, because being an authority isn't just about being the best person in the room. It's about being the person in the room who can guide people all around the room. It's like the swimming analogy that I told you, being the lifeguard. You know, when you're the lifeguard on top, people see you as like, oh, that's the lifeguard. He's going to save my life. He's the big boss, right? But if you really think about it, if you just remove life-saving and everything, the person sitting at the top of the throne, it's, oh, damn, like he's way better than me. But if you have a really, really good swimmer in the water with you, who's right there with you, he's got a little raft thing, he's got like a floaty, and he can help you and guide you along the way to swim properly. That person is going to trust the lifeguard who's swimming in the water with them much more than the person who's sitting up top on their phone doom scrolling, watching over everyone, simply because of the fact that they're in the dirt with you. So get in the dirt with your clients, get in the dirt with the people who are watching your content, get on the same page as them, show them your life, show them the reality, and that's what really is going to build your trust and everything. And when you apply all those things into short form media, that's the money. That's the money. So enough of that. We're done with all the algorithm stuff. I'm not going to continue talking about that because it's so important, and I need you to understand that like you need to do your own work with that and watch my YouTube videos all about that stuff. But this is strictly about posting every day. But I just want you to understand that I needed to spend that much time on content part of this entire video just because it's so important and you have to not neglect it, and it's something that you just have to like get better at doing, and it's going to take time, I promise you. But that's why we're doing the 60-day challenge. So why does daily posting transform communication? This is section 1. Daily reps sharpen your delivery. Your fear will start to fade when the camera becomes a normal thing. And consistency builds trust with your audience. Consistency builds trust with your audience. Being consistent, people will start to expect you to show up every day. People are going to expect to see videos. People are going to expect to see your face. It's going to become a part of a lot of different people's daily routine to see your face every single day. So when you can do that and you become that familiar face, it makes it such a warm introduction when you actually are talking to these people who are consuming your content. And hey, you don't have to have 1 million followers. You can have 500 followers and do this and still make a lot of money with your online business if you can directly speak to people who are just within your community, within your circle. Engage with people. And that's why showing up every day is so important, and consistency is the #1 metric. Not only is it going to get you better at your skill, at your craft, at making content, it's going to make you that familiar face like I told you about. And it's going to make you get more comfortable. And eventually your fear is going to just fade away and just makes being in front of the camera so much more comfortable. That's the whole goal about everything here. It's about continuously trying to put yourself in uncomfortable situations, getting comfortable in those uncomfortable situations so that they become comfortable situations, and then leveling up and finding a more uncomfortable situation to put yourself in. And that's why I decided to do this for myself, because I found myself getting really comfortable speaking on camera. And so I said, hey, it's going to be harder for me to talk even longer on camera. I can talk for 10 minutes straight, that's fine. But I've never done it where I've spoken for an hour long or like 50 minutes or however long these videos actually are. So it's all about continuously upping the stakes and challenging yourself. And that's why it's important to follow along with this challenge, because what I'm going to share with you in this challenge is going to be really hard if you've never done anything like this when you completely remove editing. That's what this whole challenge is about. I'm going to talk about the rules eventually soon, but I just need you to understand that the consistency part about this is so important, and it's going to build a lot of character. This isn't about making a viral video, really. This is about building your character as a content creator and as a business owner. That's the main part and the main point of this entire challenge and in this entire video series, is to just up your game. And this will be the difference maker between the people who are just dabblers within this whole thing and actual people who want to become better at communication. The people who make it to the end of this challenge, the people who actually follow through with it, are the ones who are going to stand out and the ones who are actually going to implement everything from these videos and put it into their craft and just become so much more better on camera and scale their personal brand and make a ton of a lot more money. Section #2 is how the 60-day challenge works. Now we're at the bread and butter of this whole video, even though I've been talking for a long time. The challenge is 1 talking video every single day with no edits, no cuts. And that means setting up your camera and just talking without any edits, without any filler words. And if you have filler words, it's okay, but 1 take only, no cuts. You can have retakes if you really want to make it good and you just have a really good video idea. Sure, I do retakes all the time, okay? But put your camera up, set it up, and just do one clean take of talking. It might take you a little longer, maybe if you really want to make it perfect, but don't spend longer than 15 minutes of it. That's the whole point of this. The whole point is to make content creation a lot more easier by upping our skills with communication so that making videos becomes so much more faster and easier because you don't have to outsource things to an editor. You don't have to necessarily make a crazy piece of content. All you got to do is just rely on your ability to be in front of the camera, and that's what's going to save you a ton of money, especially in the video production side of things. But if you can do this as well for long form videos, think about it. People spend thousands of dollars on editors for short form every single month. People spend even more thousands of dollars on long form editors every single month. And arguably, it's important to have editors who can clean it up and optimize things for YouTube and Instagram and TikTok. But if you don't need an editor and you can really just go off the rip by yourself, that is a skill that is so valuable to learn that a lot of people want to have, especially right now with this new age of organic content becoming such a mainstream thing and how businesses are becoming brands and brands are becoming people. That's how you're going to stand out, with your communication skills. And that's the skills that I've been teaching you this entire time. It's been in front of your face this entire time. You don't need an editor. You just need to be able to put content together that looks good, that has good lighting, and you just got to talk. Because at the end of the day, it's so simple, these skills, and anyone can learn it. And you can, even if you need to have some edits in there, fine, outsource it. But you don't need to spend thousands of dollars on making crazy edits and cleaning up all the audio and sound. You just need clear audio, clear sound, and a clear face shot of you speaking. That's all it is. That's all what we're gonna do here. Another rule is that it's one idea per video. Don't complicate it. Don't make it about top three things. Just talk about the insights that you have about your business. Talk about the insights that you have about your content. Talk about any insights you have about life, but share one topic per video. Yeah, you can give a bit of value, but I want you to use storytelling in each video as well. Some kind of storytelling, some kind of emotion, some kind of element that just gives it a bit of uniqueness to it, right? We want to have content that stands out, but in order to stand out, we have to stand out ourselves by being able to be good on camera, but also by being able to share our story and to make things really engaging by giving that breath into our diaphragm and talking about the emotions we're feeling about, talking about how you feel, telling people to actually give a damn about us and why they should listen to us, not because of the top 3 things that you should never do in sales or the top 4 ways to make a cookie. No one cares about that stuff. They have AI already. People need to care about you. They don't care about the information, they care about you. That's all it is. It's about selling yourself first, and then selling your information, and then selling your product, and then selling whatever the heck you want afterwards. But the first sale is you buying that first 2 seconds. That's the whole point of this. It's you have to sell the first 2 seconds of your content. Another rule is rate yourself. Like, rate each video out of them. Like, actually analyze each video and don't try to retake it. Like, once it's good and you post it, done. Okay? Don't spend more than 15 minutes on these videos, but rate it out. Actually track your progress. Look at every video, ask yourself the metrics, look at the audience retention graph, look at the different graphs. And I'm going to add a resource here that shows you the reasons why videos may flop just because of different audience retention graphs and what you can learn from them for YouTube, for Instagram. However, it's all just a game of constant iteration, and the reason why we're going to be posting every single day and the reason why you're going to become so much better after 2 months of recording and making content every single day is because you're going to be able to look at all this data and be able to say, hey, I know why this video did well, because out of all these things, these different data points of content that I've made over the past 7 days, I look at this one video that did well out of all the 7 of them because I had this type of hook and I talked about this story within it and I kept people engaged the whole time without having any edits. And then you're going to be able to say, okay, I'm going to make more videos like that. And that's what you got to do. Content creation is all about like making content as much as you can and then figuring out what format works the best and then rinsing and repeating it every single time. That's the way you should treat your short form content. Because if you went to a concert and I saw this example, but I'm going to use a different example, but it's a very similar example. So imagine you go to a Katy Perry concert and she doesn't sing Firework. You're going to be like, what? I went all this way, spent all this money, and she didn't sing my favorite song. Even though you've heard that song millions and millions of times, and people have heard it over and over again, and she might even think like, oh, I've sang Firework every time. I don't think I'm gonna sing it tonight. People are gonna be angry because they didn't sing everyone's favorite song. So don't be afraid to remake your content. Don't be afraid to rinse and repeat the same format that works every single time. So that's why we're gonna make so much content that you're gonna be able to find that format. Rule number 6. no days off. Look, this is simple. Don't miss a day of posting. When you miss a day of posting, you ruin your entire cadence. You disrupt the whole algorithm. And look, if you need to batch record, sure, go for it. Make a bunch of pieces of content, but you still have to record every single day. I think you should batch record to have a backup for when you have a day that's really busy, for example, but you should focus on doing one piece of content every single day. And hey, if you're feeling extra confident, if you're feeling like you want to talk a lot more about something, give it more time and just make more videos on that one day and have it as a backlog. But you need to understand that the consistent posting cadence rhythm that we're implementing into our whole daily routine here is so important, and that's what's going to build that speaking muscle over 60 days. You do this every single day, I guarantee you that you're going to become so much more better on camera. You're going to become so much more better. Your engagement's going to be better. You're going to be able to generate more leads. People are going to trust you more, and there is just no downside of posting more content. So you should hop on this challenge, because by the next 60 days, I'm going to post 180 videos, because I post 3 times per day. So you need to understand that that's the level that I'm at right now, and I'm trying to figure out ways that I can make even more content. But I've been able to do that consistently. So make more content. And this isn't that hard. It's 1 video per day. It's hard when you think about it. And when I first started making my videos earlier this year in February, I said like, damn, I'm like 1 video per day. What if I miss a day? Well, if I do the right things and I make enough content and actually find the time to actually carve out days out of my week to make content, I should be able to post every single day for the rest of my life. And I've systemized it so that I can do that, because there's just so much content out there. Hey, even if I stopped making content, I could probably have a lifelong work of content that can just be edited. There's so much content on my YouTube channel. There's B-roll, there's talking head stuff. It can all be replicated and clipped up. Even this entire video series can be clipped up into a year's worth of content. You need to understand that. So content is just another way to build your business. It's another pillar that is so important, especially for organic stuff. So that's the rules. And the number 1 rule out of this entire thing is when you miss a day, you have to restart the 60-day challenge. You have to restart. And if you just don't want to do it, if you give up, then that's all good. You'll just be on the list of creators who didn't go all in. And if you're okay with that, fine. But I'm here to really help you out with that. So I'm going to give you a pre-filming ritual that you can use every time that you want to record content every single day. I would find a time that works best for you. For me, it works best for me at night to film my content. Sometimes it works better for me in the morning, or sometimes it works better when I'm filming in my car. Maybe you go to work every single day, or maybe you have to go somewhere every day like the gym. Set your camera up in the car. Make it some kind of habit that's already into a habit. Instead of playing music, record content. Instead of listening to a podcast, record content. Just subtract things in your life that are natural habits that you would do while listening to music, or that you would do while watching YouTube, or that you would do while watching or listening to a podcast, and just implement content creation into that time slot. Like I said, it only takes 15 minutes every single day to film a ton of content. And hey, it might even take just 2 minutes to set up your phone and just talk, but make content every day. That's what this whole challenge is about. So something that you can do would be, before you film, understand that like you need to have good lighting, obviously, but find an area of your room, of your house, of your car, or something that it has some good even lighting across your whole face. Something that you can clearly look at someone and say, oh, I can recognize their face, I can see them. Don't wear a mask, don't wear some crazy outfit, just look normal, and do some breathing exercises before. Take a deep breath before you hit record, okay? Take a deep breath, you're breathing, focus on that one topic idea that you're going to talk about, and pace yourself and don't rush it. Always understand that you can make content and you can always kind of speed it up if you needed to, if you're speaking that slow. But in that case, you might just need a bit more practice of talking about that whole idea. But make the video anyways, even if it's slow, even if it ends up being 3 minutes long and you want it to be 30 seconds, still make it and post it. Because this is all about testing and just putting the reps in to put ourselves out there. And hey, if you don't want to post it, that's fine, but you still have to post something, because you're entering the challenge. If you're all the way up until this point in the video and you're watching me right now, you have no choice now. I will find you if you don't enter into this whole challenge, and if you don't do the thing. If you don't do this, then what are you watching this whole series for? So if you're up until this point, you have to do it. You're already so deep in, you have to commit to daily posting. And it's not just 60 days. You don't just post for 60 days and say, oh, it's all done. I'm going to go crack a beer, or I'm going to go celebrate and quit posting now. I can get it over with. Well, then this whole thing wasn't even for you to begin with. And that's okay. I'm not saying you have to be. I'm saying you have to try it out and give it 60 days. Because I guarantee you, if you do it for 60 days, you're going to see an improvement of at least your on-camera communication and confidence. And maybe you might blow up on Instagram. Maybe you might blow up on TikTok. Maybe you might just blow up. Who knows? It might take you a month. It might take you 2 months. It might take you 3 months. It might take you 3 years. I know people who have been posting for years and they haven't seen anything, but they're going to get there eventually. It's just not their time yet. They're not ready for it. And I know people who have done it for literally a week and they X'd their business. Amber, she 3X'd her business revenue after posting for like less than 2 weeks or something like that. And just putting a call to action on her videos and showing people who she was because she had a viral video within her like 10th or 20th post. Something along those lines. It was crazy. Extremely proud of Amber. And if she's watching this, Amber, if you're watching this, I'm so proud of you. However, she's running her own business. She probably is not watching this. She's focused on her own client fulfillment and everything. So anyways, do those exercises and make sure your energy is up there. Another thing is your energy. Make sure that you have energy when you're going to go on camera. Don't do this when you're late at night, tired. Do this in the morning. Do this like after you've had dinner, something that has given you energy, and drink a coffee and do this. You have to have more energy. More energy is always better. More energy, more passion. Do some tongue twisters as well before you do it. She sells seashells by the seashore. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Irish wristwatch, Swiss wristwatch. Twixt this in 6 thick thistle sticks. Unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat. All those articulation exercises that we learned in module number 3, go back, take all of them from the resource file that has all the articulation stuff and just rip them. Rip a couple of them and you're going to be golden. And another thing that you can do is just practice how you would actually film the video, like all in one go. Just practice that a couple times. And then when you do it, it'll just be natural. I didn't say that you can't practice it before you film it. All I said was when you film it and it's good enough, let it go and just post it. And last thing that you should do is have fun with it. Just have fun. Play. Don't take it too serious. I had more rules on here, but they're stupid. I don't want to share with you them because that's just the basic rules. And you already know by now how to make a good video. You already know what you have to do. You just have to do the work. It's not that hard. You already know what you have to do. You already have ChatGPT who you can ask. You already know what to do when you're on camera now at this point. So just do it. You don't have any other excuse other than to do it. There shouldn't be anything else stopping you from making this. How to remove your fear and overthinking. Here's some steps that you can do. We've already talked about this, but your fear is going to die when you stop judging yourself. And you stop judging yourself once you get more comfortable doing the thing that you're doing. But in order to get comfortable with it, you have to take the first step, which is the hardest step to take. But you have to understand and tell yourself that if I'm not going to do it, someone else is going to do it. And either way, whether I take the step or not, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard not taking the step and making my personal brand and building it and doing this challenge. And it's also going to be hard if I do it. So you might as well just do it, because both things are going to be hard. It's going to be hard being poor. It's going to be hard being broke. It's going to be hard being really rich. You're going to have more problems the more life goes on. That's just how life works. So you might as well just do it. The worst case scenario that happens is that you just get better at speaking to the camera and you actually understand how to make content and how to generate leads and how to make content that generates leads. The thing that I told you about the automation thing, the ManyChat thing, like you just need to plug into these things and actually understand sales frameworks and just plug in and put your offer there and boom. I'm making it sound easier than it is, but because it actually really is. This is probably one of the most simple ways to make content and to generate leads for your business. Giving people one clear direction to go, giving people a reason to listen to you, showing people why they should listen to you, building that trust, being reliable. It's quite that simple, and I don't know how else to put it to you and tell you about it because that's just what it is. So something you can do to let go of your fear is to just stop rewatching your videos. Just post it and move on. Another thing is just aim for clarity, not for perfection. If you mess up, just leave it in there. It's going to be good. And it shows that you're not too hyper fixated on being perfect. And that's what makes people relate to you. And that's what gets people to think of you as their friend and get on that same side of them on the camera. Lower the stakes. Think about it. It's just one video. You're not going to war. You're not going to suit up and go for a swim. It's just one video. It's like, really think about it. It's one video. You're probably going to do a lot more harder things in your day. And if you don't do any hard things in your day, you should. You should go to the gym. You should challenge yourself. You should do things that are going to be really hard to do so that it makes making one stupid little video, sorry, your video is not stupid, but it makes one video seem so much more easier to do. So I would recommend you do some really hard stuff throughout your day and just understand like, yo, if I can do this, I can do anything. Focus on the message, not your face. Don't worry about what you look like. Don't worry. Yes, be presentable, but just don't worry about that piece of hair that's sticking out or whatever. No one's gonna notice it. No one's gonna notice that you have that pimple on your face. No one's gonna notice that you didn't do your eyebrows, that you have chapped lips. Like, all that matters is if you can get people to relate to you and like you, and just making a good video, to be honest with you. And expect it to be discomfort. Like, expect it to be uncomfortable. Expect it to be hard to do. Don't expect this to be easy, because if you're gonna expect it to be easy, well, you're probably already good at making content. So you should probably make 3 videos a day in this challenge. Or you should probably make YouTube videos in this challenge too. So challenge yourself. And fear is not a stop sign. It's a sign that you're growing. It's a good thing if you're scared. In fact, I would be concerned for you if you weren't scared to do this. Because if you've never posted every day before, or if you already are, I challenge you to post 3 times a day. I challenge you to post 2 times per day. I challenge you to make YouTube videos every week. Do some kind of challenge. This is the 60-day challenge. It can be different for every single person. I challenge you to do something really hard every single day for 60 days. That's why I made the hardest thing to be 1 video. Because for some people, that's going to be really hard for them to do. It's going to be really hard for a lot of people to do, honestly. But if you're part of that top 5 or 1% of the people who are already making content every day, make 3 pieces of content every day. Make 2 pieces of content if you're a little bit not that ambitious. Or make YouTube videos every week. Make 2 YouTube videos every week on top of posting every single day. There's so many ways to make this challenge really hard for you. For me, the challenge is going to be making videos 3 times a day and YouTube videos every single week, and adding another YouTube video into my posting cadence. That's the thing that I'm trying to figure out how I can do it once I've kind of built my whole business system and everything is going smoothly. But I'm in a building phase right now, so I need to figure that out. But my challenge is to continue doing this, because it's already been hard for me to do, to maintain the 3 posting every single day, as well as posting these same videos on TikTok as well. It's hard. So just make it hard for yourself. The next section is going to be about why this challenge is going to build your identity. It's because before, you're probably posting inconsistently. You're probably not posting enough that you need to be doing. So this is going to make you honestly avoid all that stuff. It's going to make you actually take action into doing this. So avoid being unsure, avoid being like saying no to the camera, and just put the camera up and do it. It's going to make you a lot more disciplined. It's going to make you clear. It's going to make you confident. It's going to make you comfortable on camera, because when you do something so many times, like, it eventually just becomes easy. That's what this is. It's a skill. We all have to build this skill of being on camera. And I get that you've never done it before, or maybe this is the first time you're doing it, but it's something you got to do. This is the new age of doing social media, and this is the thing to do. If you haven't noticed it already, everyone's doing it, so there's got to be a reason why everyone's doing it. Just because it's a saturated market doesn't mean that it's a bad market. In fact, you want it to be a saturated market because you are unique yourself, so you can actually present yourself in a way that is unique from everyone else who is in this whole saturated market and still take a chunk of it. And so many people say, well, I don't want to start creating because I think that like my content is too similar to everyone else's and stuff. Well, maybe it is, but you have to understand how to like differentiate yourself. You have to be unique. You have to be yourself. Don't try to be someone else within making these videos. Don't try to copy my format. Don't try to copy someone else's format. Make your own style of content. Do it yourself, and do it in a way that is going to make you happy and make you have fun doing it. That's what challenges are. That's what this whole thing is about. It's about challenging yourself and having fun with it. It's not that serious. We're so blessed. Think about it. We are so blessed to be able to make content for a living, to be able to sit in front of our phone, and we don't have to get in the gutter and dig sewers. Like, we can literally just sit on our phone and make videos. That's such a blessing to have. And if you're telling me that you can't do that because you're scared of what people are going to think, or you're scared that you're going to enter a saturated market, that's stupid. That's all just excuses. And why are you still watching this video if you're not going to do this, if you're going to make these excuses? Like, it's not that hard. And like, we live in a world where we're so grateful now. And the fact that you're even watching this video means you have a phone, you have a laptop, you have everything you need in order to make content. Why are you still procrastinating this? So do it, and understand that like that's what it is. Making content every day is an easy thing to do compared to a lot of what people face every single day. Is hard stuff, man. People work in hospitals, like people work in the sewers, people are doing all these hard jobs, and everyone wants to do what we're doing. But we have this opportunity and this skill and this blessing to be able to do this, especially if you're watching this video. So you have every reason to do it, especially for those people who may be watching your content on their work break, right? So what happens after the 60 days? You're gonna know exactly how to speak clearly on camera. You'll become a lot more comfortable on camera. You're also gonna understand flow and pacing and your own style of flowing. You're also gonna understand what time you're going to be best when you're making content. You're gonna understand the best time that just suits you the best. You're also going to understand how to produce content every single day easily. You're going to look super confident and you're going to sound confident. And then you're going to start wanting to make more content every single week. You're going to want to make YouTube videos. You're going to want to start a podcast. And you're going to have all the skills in your arsenal to be able to take out and be like, boom, 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 because you can just knock them down because you have all the skills that I've given you from this entire series. That's pretty much it. And that's the daily challenge. Have your warm up, pick your idea, put the camera up, and start talking. Start talking about it. Call yourself out. Make a good hook. Ask AI for hooks if you have to, but don't ask AI for value ideas or anything. Like, save that for you if you must. But really, it's all about sharing your own unique insights and your storytelling and your experiences in a way that is convincing and simple for someone to understand. And that's what this is all about, this challenge. Now, you have everything you need to do this challenge. But if you're still watching this, it's because you still care and you still need this whole system to be put and implemented the right way, because you already know what you need to do. We all do. We all know the work we have to do. You just got to do it. And you have this entire system, you have the drills, you have the challenge, you have the roadmap for real confidence. Like, at this point, you have everything that you could possibly need to go and implement this all by yourself. From making videos to being confident on camera to breathing exercises, voice work, vocal exercises, articulation exercises, long form training, on camera presence, storytelling, visual storytelling, everyday posting cadence, the structure of a good video. You have everything. You actually have everything in order to make a personal brand, in order to build your brand, in order to scale your brand, in order to generate leads, in order to make clients happy, in order to do whatever you need to do. So you just got to go execute and do it. Now, I understand that this is a lot to ask. It's a challenge because it's going to be really hard for you, especially if you're modifying it for your own self. But you got to understand that that is life, that you have to do that. Now, if you made it all the way up until this point in the video, here is the call to action. Here's my call to action to you. I will help you build this consistent posting cadence so you can post every day for the whole 60-day challenge. But not only that, I'll work one-on-one with you every single day to help you build out your entire content flywheel system and plug you into the trust funnel system to help you make the YouTube content, to make the long form content, to get you better on camera, to get you flowing easier on camera, to be more comfortable so that you can just film content and have it act as the most powerful lever within your business, the most powerful revenue generating activity, which is content creation. We will help you build that, and we will help you get so good on camera and help you make content that speaks so well clearly to your ICP, that's relatable, that makes people trust you, that makes people remember you, and that makes people see you as an authority and as a friend at the same time. It doesn't put you above them or below them, it puts them right in the same ballpark as them, and you're just going to be another team member for them. And that's what we're doing for you. We've built this entire system to a point where you can just simply plug in, and we tailor fit the entire system, all the automations, all the CRMs, all of the whole content flywheel system that we've built out, which is called the trust funnel system. We've built this entire thing out to a T, to the point where you just have to plug in, and we tailor fit all the automations, all the keywords, all the different things for your content specifically. And we work with you one-on-one to help you find all of your hidden bottlenecks that you have no idea, because sometimes I don't even have an idea of the bottlenecks that I'm facing. Sometimes I need my mentor to look at my stuff and be like, hey, you need to fix this, you need to do this, you need to do that. That's why I've invested thousands of dollars into mentors, into people who have helped me out. So that's what I'm offering to you, basically to help you build your entire personal brand in a way that builds trust, in a way that you can make content that builds trust. And that's why I've called it the trust funnel system. So that's what we're gonna do. So if this sounds interesting to you, to where you want to have a system that you can rely on, just warm inbound leads without having to rely on cold referrals, on outbound. And hey, you can rely on that as well. You can have your outbound systems, you can have your sales systems, you can have everything that you already use currently. Or if you don't even know what to do, we can help you install this organic inbound funnel, which is essentially what's going to allow you to rely on trust building content to make sales calls so much more easier. Or even if you don't want to run this whole business, we can still help you build a personal brand that just attracts brands to want to work with you, to have other forms of monetization. Or even if you don't want to make any kind of money, we can still help you. We can still help you build a personal brand that builds trust with people, to have that authority. Maybe you already have money. Maybe you don't even want to make more money online. Maybe you don't want to do any of this stuff, but maybe you want that attention and you want people to trust you and you want people to look at you and say, damn, I like this guy's content. You might not even necessarily want to make money from this. You might just want to have the personal brand. And that's so much more valuable, because if you think about it, personal brand will get you in the door to so many different new people. It will be an introduction for people, because people might have already seen your content. People might have already seen you in person, and then they see your content and they might even hit you up. And it's going to get you in the door when you can meet other people who have personal brands. They know so many other people who you can benefit from, who you can learn from, who you might be able to make money from. That's what personal brand has allowed me to do. And that's why I'm helping you build the same thing that I've built, because I've built my personal brand. And once I was able to have that authority, once people saw me as the authority because of the content that I made, and because of my number one skill, communication, because of that skill of being able to communicate on camera, I was able to meet so many new people, make so much more money without having to even sell to people. And yes, that's what I'm doing right now. But you need to understand that, like, I have built this whole thing to the point where, like, I can probably outreach anybody I want. Doesn't matter how many followers they have. And if I do it enough, and if I do it with the right systems, I can probably gather a bunch of people who are pretty well known. I'm probably a couple connections away from some really powerful people. And that's the power of personal brand, because like when you have that authority, when you have content on there that people actually trust you because they see how well you can speak on camera, because they see how well you speak about a certain topic, that's what's going to be so important to lead with. And you can just flex it. It's a subtle flex, being like, yo, I got personal brand, I make content and stuff. And people, they're a creator, influencer. It's like, no, I don't sell anything. I don't do this, I don't do that. Or maybe if you want to sell something, or maybe if you want to do brand partnerships and creative UGC stuff, and if you want to do long-term whatever with brands, and you want to become a partner, and you want to do commercials, and you want to do acting, and you want to do modeling, whatever you want to do, you can do it with personal brand. And that's the beauty of it, because personal brand will get you in the door to so many different industries. It's not just about becoming an entrepreneur. I'm speaking to entrepreneurs right now, if you're listening, but if you are not an entrepreneur, it's about being that person in your career, being that person in your workforce that people can look at and be like, damn, yeah, that guy makes content, like, watch his stuff, he knows what to do. Oh, you want to learn how to do that? Go watch Michael's content, he'll show you how to do it. So that's what this is about. It's about building that authority, building that trust. But if you're a business owner, I will personally help you one-to-one, and we'll build this whole thing for you, and we'll do it with you. We'll do some parts we can do for you, like the automations, all of the systems, all the content flywheel, the content calendar, everything that we have in place that we already are doing for our personal brands and the clients we're working with. We can give it to you. That's simple. But what you have to do is make the content. And what we're going to do is help you make that content by giving you that feedback loop, that constant iteration loop, where we can always look at your content, behind the scenes auditing 24/7. We're going to be watching what you're posting and giving you feedback. We're going to be looking at all your analytics, your data, everything, in order to build a strong personal brand that generates clients and leads organically just from your organic content. You're not going to have to rely on paid ads. And when you have paid ads, when you decide to put in paid ads for your business, holy smokes, it's going to become so much more easier, because right now there's a new meta update on paid ads where it's all about your ad creative. They are going to push out your ad creative specifically. If the ad creative is good, they're going to push it out. And that's the new metric. And they're going to push out creatives that are just better creatives, a lot more than that are not that good. So you have to be good at organic content, regardless if you want to do paid ads or not. You have to have an organic presence. You have to be good on camera. You have to have communication skills and all the skills that we've learned in this entire series in order to run paid ads, in order to have the personal brand. I know that's a lot. And this whole 60-day challenge is part of this entire offer that I'm offering you. So if it sounds interesting to you, if there is any alignment with wanting to work with my team one-to-one, fill out the application form down below. It's a 5-minute form. It'll take you 5 minutes to do. And I want you to actually answer those questions truthfully and actually think about your answers, because we're grading it on a scale. And based on your scale and based on the scoring system that we have in place, we will judge based on if we can help you or not. And if we can, that's awesome. We'll book a free consultation call with myself, yours truly, and we will discover and find out where you're at, where you want to go, and how we can implement the trust funnel system into your business. We'll show you what it's going to look like, and we can go from there. And hey, if it's a good fit, I'm going to pitch it to you. And if not, it's all good. We can go our separate ways, but either way, you're going to learn so much on that call, and you're going to have a clear roadmap for your exact next steps moving forward, regardless if we work together or not. It doesn't matter to me. Yes, of course it would be nice to work together. I love working together with people, but my main goal here is to just give you value and to give you insights and to share, because I don't care about if we work together or not. Frankly, it doesn't matter. I don't need your money. That doesn't matter to me. The thing that matters to me is ensuring that you have this whole system, ensuring that you know what to do, that you have this roadmap, because that's why I gave this entire video series for free, for you to sit down and take notes and do all the steps to do that you need to take in order to fill in the gaps within your content. You already know what you need to do, so do it. And at the end of the day, if it's a good fit, like I said, we'll work together. We'll find a way to make it happen. And if not, it's all good. I want to expand my network. I'm always looking to meet new people, and I want to help new people, because if I can be a small part of your personal brand and give you one insight on how you can move forward on something that you can implement, that's everything to me, because you're going to associate me with someone as a helper. And that's what I've done from the beginning of this whole entire personal brand. And that's why I wanted to give out so much free value and so much information, because I just want to be a nice person to help people. And it's true. I am that person just to help people. I've always done it my entire life. I've always been someone to put other people before myself and put myself out there to help people. That's my mission, and that's what really does make me happy, because you can feel it. I hope you can feel it, because I feel it. I really do feel this in my gut when I'm talking about this stuff, because it's so important to me to ensure that you use personal branding to change your life, to change your business, to completely transform who you are as a person, because it's personal branding on camera, yeah, your social media, but it's also personal branding in the real world. It's personal branding out there when you're going out and meeting new people and being that confident person, because that's what's going to make us the most powerful, the best version of ourselves. It's going to put you at the top of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's going to give you that self-actualization that you want. So you have to do it. And if you need our guidance and you need the accountability, you want us to help you do it, we can do that for you. So you already know the rules. You already know what you got to do for the challenge. You already know what you need to do in order to take the next steps if you want to talk to me for a free consultation call, for me to audit your personal brand, your business, and help you follow the next steps. We've made it. We've done it. We completed the entire module series. Oh my gosh. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you've made it all the way up until this point, you're a rock star for listening to me yap and make mistakes and everything, but that's why I made this video. Holy smokes. Okay, now I'm going to take a long break and I'm going to relax. But let me know if this information was helpful or if it wasn't. But either way, thank you so much for watching. It means the world to me. Stay locked in, keep on pushing, keep on posting, and I'll see you on the other side. Take care, man, lady, whoever you are. Thank you so much for this everything. Like, I can't thank you enough. I'm gonna keep on saying thank you, but it's just been an amazing journey, and I'm gonna end it there. So I appreciate you. Peace out.